You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday night, May 7th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. I've noticed if you put too many videos on YouTube, then that's when people start unsubscribing. They don't like it. They don't mind being subscribed to your channel, even if they don't watch your videos, but as soon as the notifications start popping up, that's when you get the unsubscribes. So the fact that we're now playing Saturday night and we played last night may cause some unsubscribes, but that's okay. So, welcome back. From yesterday, I see Jonathan and Anna Maria are back. What happened yesterday was we played for about 9 hours. We played Case 3 of Bureau of Investigation, and we basically lost our minds. We seemed to have succeeded in the case, but at the end of it, Jonathan was like, should we play Case 4 tomorrow? And we were all a little loopy, and we said yes. So here we are. Just 15 hours later. I hope everyone got some sleep. And in front of us, we have Case 4 of 5, the fourth case in the Bureau of Investigation box. I don't know if Gregory's going to stop by. If he's still looking outside the window, watching us faced against the wall, thinking that we're back in real life playing, when really we're still stuck in the sorcerer's house hallucinating all of this. Nevertheless, we are going to try to play it. If you've somehow stumbled across this video and you haven't watched the previous playthroughs, you should exit soon. This is not the place to start watching these, even though these cases aren't part of a sequence. There would be no reason, it would make no sense to jump in on this. This will be full of spoilers. You can only play these games once. There's a story that you learn. So if you intend to play this game yourself, you should stop watching once we read the introduction and start. A great place to start would be to watch our video on the print and play demo case, which you can download and play yourself for free. That's the place to start. What else do we need to talk about before we get started here? This is going to be a very different case than the previous case, which was different from the others, but I can see already that this one looks completely different. There's no booklet like normal. It's an envelope. You'll see when I open it up that it's just a big stack of loose papers. Another thing to say, however, is that what we didn't consider last night, yesterday morning, I should say, or this morning, actually, 15 hours ago, is that the estimated playtime for this case, given by Gregory Pravat on that thread I referenced a while ago, was like multiple days. So we may not finish this tonight. Just a heads up. And in fact, I'm not sure how well this is gonna stream. I don't know how any of them stream, but this is not gonna be a standard case. This is going to be completely different. We'll see when we open it up. Here's what it looks like. It's a 3 tentacle difficulty, so it's the highest difficulty, like our previous case. And actually, Gregory Pravat said a couple days, but actually he's been a little cagey about how the length of this game. Apparently it was tested during COVID online, and so it's not clear exactly the length of this game. Let's check in with the chat, make sure the audio video is okay. Anna Maria was saying, just looking, the Batman looks more interesting and more involved than the Dune one. It does look more involved than the Dune game. Colby Higgs is here saying hello, and I saw Kenny Rodriguez stopped in to say hello. So we've got the full gang here. I'm really curious what this will be, and I'm glad we decided to play it tonight, but but we'll see what we're up against. Does anyone think we're still in the Sorcerer's House? I kind of feel like we still are. All right, shall we open this? Anything else to say? Anything new happened since 15 hours ago, since we were last here for 9 hours? If you want to help us decide, help us schedule what games we play when and figure out what games we're going to play next, the chat was just talking about the Batman, Dune, the Portal Games, Ignacy Trzewiczek, Batman Everybody Lies game based on Detective. We were just talking about whether we should try playing that on the channel. We played Dune House Secrets on the channel. It was one of the games that Jonathan and I first started really playing games together here, and didn't really like it. So my strategy has been, don't play games you don't think you're gonna like. I mean, not as a general, I don't think that's a good strategy of life, but I just mean, you know, for the channel, I don't want to, my purpose is not to get on and trash games. So I'm a little wary about playing a game that doesn't seem for me, right? You wouldn't want a reviewer to say, hey, I played this Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective game. You don't want Tom Vassell coming on and saying how he didn't like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective and trashing it in a review, and then him saying, oh, by the way, I hate this kind of game. That's like, then your review is useless to me. If I like it and you don't like these kinds of games, it's no surprise you didn't like it. So anyway, I'm a little wary to play it. And there's a little bit of complication with playing it because it's got a tiny little rule where each person has their own secret objective that you're not supposed to share. But we can work around that. All right, we're ready to start. Here we go. I hope everyone has their coffee and tea. Normally we have like a 30-minute introduction, then we take a break, and then we read it. But I think for this one, you'll see. I mean, I just looked inside it to see if there's anything I should scan and stuff. All right, let's take a look at what we've got here. This is it. This is the entirety of case 4, the Spartacus case. Does anyone know the history of Spartacus? I just looked it up briefly. You know, there's a famous movie with Kirk Douglas called Spartacus. Spartacus was a gladiator slave in Roman times and led a rebellion. And the famous scene in the movie is, I think at the end of the movie, I'm not sure actually, but the Roman whatever who's just captured the rebellion army says, tell me who Spartacus is. Spartacus, you say, announce yourself and I'll kill you and I'll let the rest of these guys live. And so Spartacus says, you know, I'm Spartacus. He wants to save his men, so he's the leader. He says, I'm Spartacus. And then all his men are loyal, and so to save him, each one stands up in turn. It's a very important moment. They say, I'm Spartacus. So they all start saying, I'm Spartacus, so that the commander can't kill Spartacus, and then I think he kills them all. So anyway, that's the background of Spartacus. Spoiler for the movie from 1960 or 50 or whatever it is. All right, let's see what this is all about. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. It's a stack of loose documents. The front one says special rules. This case has no investigations section. Included in the Spartacus case envelope is a set of documents that have been assembled for you to review prior to your arrival at the Emigrant Valley detention camp. Before using your only lead to interrogate one and only one of the detainees, you will need to thoroughly analyze each of these written materials. There should be no doubt in your mind as to who you must question to successfully identify Barnabas Mash. When you're ready, Note the ID number of the individual you wish to interrogate and take the final interrogation document from the envelope. After this interrogation, when there is no further doubt as to the identity of Barnabas Mash, you can verify the accuracy of your deductions. So we got a little more to read, but let me just show you what is going on here. Here is the final envelope that we are to open when we're ready to pick one person to interrogate. We're going to open this up. It's feels kind of thick, actually. It's not just one little sheet in here. It feels like a couple things. And that will tell us the end of the story and whether we're right and wrong. So we will just put this aside here. Off out of camera. Now, I want you to see how large this stack of documents is that we're supposed to read through. It looks like a cold case game with a stack of documents, but it's a big stack of documents. Now we know from Gregory Pravat's, from our past history with Gregory Pravat, that he likes having some duplication. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of these documents aren't. I haven't looked at anything beyond what you've seen here. I haven't read any of this before. But I'm thinking, is it Spartacus? Is it going to be like people claiming to be Spartacus? Like multiple people claiming to be this person? Anna Maria, our history person, adds, the Romans crucified all the rebellious slave next to the road from Rome to Capua. How good is written history at this time? Do we think this is all real, true, accurate, or is it like pieced together? Some of it's apocryphal, some of it's real. Here's the letter, again, from J. Edgar Hoover, our boss of Bureau of Investigation. It's June 15th, so about a month after our previous case. Let's take a look here. Special Agent in Charge, Bureau of Investigation, U.S. Department of Justice, Boston, Massachusetts, regarding the Innsmouth case. Dear Sir, regarding Innsmouth case. As you are aware, various federal services intervened under the command of the BOI in Innsmouth on February 13, 1928. The main purpose of this large-scale operation was to put an end to the Marsh family's exactions on the region, and to contain the threat coming from the depths. As a whole, the operation was a success. The press and certain elected representatives, shocked at the idea of deporting a large part of the Innsmouth population, were able to be neutralized after we had introduced them to some inhabitants with a rather corrupt genetic heritage. Nevertheless, one of the operation's main objectives was to isolate Barnabas Mash, leader of the genetically perverted community of Innsmouth and great priest of the esoteric order of Dagon. The fact is that the operation was extraordinarily complicated, and the overall chaos prevented us from isolating him. We know that he has been captured, but our agents on the ground were not able to identify him. Or rather, they have identified 5 of him. Indeed, during the assault, he has tried to flee aboard an old boat in the company of 4 other members of the order. The 5 detainees, captured in the same spot and all dressed in the same outfit, a ceremonial dress of blue color, have all claimed to be Barnabas Mash. I believe this is part of Innsmouth's story by H.P. Lovecraft. I think Barnabas Mash may be from the Innsmouth story. And what they're referring to, this operation, is actually talked about in the rules a little bit. So in the rules on the first page, it's from H.P. Lovecraft's Shadow over Innsmouth. And he says, during the winter of 1927 to 1928, officials of the federal government made a strange and secret investigation of certain conditions in the ancient Massachusetts seaport of Innsmouth. The public first learned of it in February when a series of raids and arrests occurred, followed by the deliberate burning and dynamiting, under suitable precautions, of an enormous number of crumbling, worm-eaten, and supposedly empty houses along the abandoned waterfront. Uninquiring souls let this occurrence pass as one of the major clashes in a spasmodic war on liquor. Keener news followers, however, wondered at the prodigious number of arrests, the abnormally large force of men used in making them, and the secrecy surrounding the disposal of prisoners. No trials or even definite charges were reported, nor were any of the captives seen thereafter in the regular goals of the nation. There were vague statements about disease and concentration camps, and later about dispersal in various naval and military prisons. But nothing positive ever developed. Innsmouth itself was left almost depopulated, and is even now only beginning to show signs of a sluggishly revived existence. That's from The Shadow over Innsmouth. So we're following up on that case here in June, and we're told what really happened. What really happened is that the federal government and the Bureau of Investigation took a large-scale operation to put an end to the Marsh family's control of Innsmouth and the threats from the depths below the sea, I guess. It was a success. It sounds like instead of deporting a large number of them, we neutralized them by introducing them to some inhabitants with a rather corrupt generic heritage, like they were eaten or something. But our other goal was to isolate Barnabas Mash, the leader of the genetically perverted community of Innsmouth, and a great priest of the Dagon, the esoteric order of the Dagon. Okay, and we caught him trying to escape, but he's in a boat with 4 other people that look exactly like him. And he's the high priest. Okay, so there's a little icon here. It says 1 of 55, so we've got 55 pages. And this, I think, is reminding us that they're double-sided pages. So we have to flip them over. Okay, so this very much looks like a cold case document that we're used to. But there is a huge stack here with, they all have huge amounts of writing. So we may be in for a serious case here. We've read the introduction. We have not gone any further. We're going to do our traditional little 5-minute break here, let everyone stretch and get ready, and let anyone in the channel who wants to play this now exit. But I'll tell you one thing we're also going to have to decide. I'm going to have to decide. This is the kind of case with all these heavy documents, 55 pages, that would benefit from writing and annotating. I have avoided marking up any of the documents of the game, and normally I just put a post-it on it, etc. But this seems like this might be the game that could use it the most. And I made a whole thing yesterday about just write on the cases. You can always buy another case, buy another box. Enjoy the experience and write on it. So my inclination is actually to annotate these documents as we read them. But I'll decide that in the break. And I will see you all in 5 minutes. For those who are going to leave us now, it was nice having you stop in. A reminder, this video will go offline after we finish playing it, and it'll come back and be public in a few weeks. This is with discussion with the author, Gregory Pravat, who doesn't want these videos to discourage people from playing the game themselves. So I'll see you in 5 minutes, and we'll get started. Okay, we're back. Here we go. We're about ready to start. I still haven't decided. I think I'll probably write on these if we have notes to take, which I assume we will. The chat is very curious about this game. Anne Marie says, I hope we'll have a real story. I'm not sure we're going to have too much of a story here. I think my gut suspects that we're going to have like 4 people saying basically the same thing, and we're going to be looking for differences in their state. That's my, if I had to guess, with 55 pages, with so much text, my gut is expecting that we're going to have like them saying almost the same thing, but we're going to be looking for little differences. But you can see there's actually some other stuff here. There's a couple pages that aren't 8.5 by 11s at the end. The pages are numbered, so we can put them back in order, but I do have paper clips, and I'm gonna need you guys to take good notes as we go through this. So let's just start here. All right, so this is continuing our first page here. It says, they were immediately, they've captured 5 people, all claimed to be Barnabas Marsh. They were immediately isolated from each other and from the rest of the camp's population. Based on the interviews, examinations, and research conducted since their incarceration, we were able to determine the identity of the 5 individuals who were on the boat. John Sargent, a bus driver, Bernice Douglas, a worker at the Marsh refinery, Amos Hill, the refinery foreman, Elbert Sullivan, a fisherman, and Barnabas Mash. But what we have not been able to determine who precisely is who. It has already taken too long. For reasons that cannot be communicated to you, it is imperative that we identify Marsh before June 19th, 1929, and today's the 15th, so we have 4 days. This is where you come in. I ask that you proceed immediately to Immigrant Valley. Before it was Emigrant Valley. I'm sure I read Emigrant Valley. You immigrate in and you emigrate out. So a little bit of a confusion there, not important. I asked you to proceed immediately to Immigrant Valley, Nevada, to the camp where the Innsmouth people are interned, and to isolate Marsh. You will have very little time to foil him. You can get familiarized with these documents and reports on your way there. Your analytic talents are our last chance. And Hoover has signed this. J. Edgar Hoover, 17 June 1929. All right, and here we go. We're starting to look at the documents. All right, so we've got 5 people: Joe Sargent, Bernice Douglas, Amos Hill, Albert Sullivan, and Barnabas Marsh. We'll probably need to make some note cards for each of those people, but let's just start playing first before we decide what to do. Let's get a feel for what we're dealing with here. 22nd December 1927. This is 2 years ago. So this is, we're looking at documents from the file. Let's see, maybe I can move this over so you can take off my picture in picture. So we're going to get historical documents from files as well as interviews of them currently. Report made by Howard P. Lovecraft, a subversion case, December 15th to 17th. This covers from Boston, Massachusetts, titled Transcript of Mr. Zadok Allen's Testimony. And then we've got a little thing here. The above information is to be held in confidence within the division and is not to be disclosed to any parties not connected officially with the division. Okay, synopsis of facts. In his depositions, Mr. Robert Olmsted refers at length to Zadok Allen. During an intelligence gathering mission that is the subject of the redacted report, we were able to contact Allen and record his testimony, which is transcribed below. All of these statements are currently being verified. Details. That thar's whar it begun. That cursed place of all wickedness whar the deep water starts. Gate of hell. Sheer drop down to a bottom no soundin' line can take. Old Cap'n Obed done it. Him that found that moorin' was good for him in the South Sea Islands. Everybody was in a bad way them days, trade falling off, Millis losing business, even the new ones, and the best of our men folks kilt, privateering in the war of 1812, or lost with the Elysee brig and the Ranger scow, both on 'em Gilman Venters. Obed Marsh, he had 3 ships afloat, Brigantine Columby, Brig Hefty, and bark Sumatri Queen. He was the only one and kept on with the East Indy and Pacific trade, though Idris Martin's Berkentine Malay bride made a venter as late as 28. Never was nobody like Cap'n Obed, old limb of Sentinel, heh. I can mind him a-tellin' about furrin parts and callin' all the folks stupid for goin' to Christian meetin' and bearin' their burdens meek and lowly. Says they'd orter git better gods like some of the folks in the Injies. Gods as'n bring 'em good fishin' in return for their sacrifices, and 'ud really answer folks' prayers. Matt Elliott, his first mate, talked a lot too, only he was again folks doing any heathen things. Told about an island east of Otaheite, where there was a lot of stone ruins, older'n anybody knew anything about, kind of like them on Ponape in the Carolines, but with carvings of faces that looked like the big statues on Easter Island. There was a little volcanic island near there, too, where they was other ruins with different carving ruins, all worn away like they'd been under the sea once, and with pictures of awful monsters all over 'em. Well, sir, Matt, he says the natives around that there had all the fish they could catch, and sported bracelets and armlets, and had rigs made about a queer kind of gold, and covered with pictures of monsters, just like the ones carved over the ruins on the little island. Sort of fish-like frogs, or frog-like fishes, that was drawed in all kinds of positions, like they was human beings. Nobody could get out about them what thar they got all that stuff, and all the other natives wondered how they managed to find fish in plenty, even when the very next island had lean pickings. Matt, he got to wondering too, and so did old Captain Obed. Obed, he notices, besides, that lots of the handsome young folks had dropped out of sight for good from year to year, and that they'd want many old folks around. They wasn't many old folks around. Also, he thinks some of the folks looked then queer, even for Kanaka. It took Obed to get the truth about them heathen. I don't know how he done it, but he begun by trading for the gold-like things they wore. Asked them what they come from, where they come from, and if they could get more, and finally wormed the story about the old chief, Spartacus, they called him. Nobody but Obed had ever believed the old yeller devil, but the captain could read folks like they was books. Ha, ha. Nobody never believes me now when I tell 'em, and I don't suppose you will, young feller. Though come to look at ye, ye have kind of got them sharp reading eyes like Obed had. Well, sir, Obed, he learnt that they things on this earth that most people never heard about, and wouldn't believe if they did hear. It seems these Kanakis were sacrificing heaps of their young men and maidens to some kind of god things that lived under the sea, and getting all kinds of favor in return. They met the things on the little islet with the queer ruins, and it seems these god-awful pictures of frogfish monsters was supposed to be pictures of these things. Maybe they was the kind of critters as got all the mermaid stories got started. They had all kinds of cities on the sea bottom, and this island was heaved up from that. Seems they was some of the things alive in the stone buildings when the islands come up sudden to the surface. That's how the Kanakis got wind they was down thar, made sign talk as soon as they got over being scared, and pieced up a bargain before long. Them things like human sacrifices. Had 'em ages before, but lost track of the upper world after a time. What they done to the victims it ain't for me to say. And I guess Obed wasn't none too sharp about asking. But it was all right with the heathens, because they'd been having a hard time and was desperate about everything. They gave a certain number of young folks to the sea things twice every year. May Eve and Halloween. Regular as could be. Also give 'em some of the carved knickknacks they made. What the things agreed to give in return was plenty of fish. They drove 'em from all over the sea, and a few gold things, like now and then. Well, as I says, the natives met the things on the little volcanic islet, going thar in canoes with the sacrifices and etc., and bringing back any of the gold-like jewels as was coming to 'em. First the things didn't never go into the main island, but after a time they come to want to. Seems they hankered after mixing with the folks and having gent ceremonies on the big days, May Eve and Halloween. You see, they was able to live both in and out of water. What they call amphibians, I guess. The Kanakis told them how folks from the other islands might want to wipe 'em out if they ever got wind of their being there. But they says they don't care much, because they could wipe out The whole brood of humans, if they was willing to bother. That is, any as didn't be certain signs, such as was used once by the lost old ones, whoever they was, but not wanting to bother, they lay low when anybody visited the island. When it comes to mating with them toad-looking fishes, the Kanakis kind of balked, but finally they learned something that's put a new face on the matter. Seems that human folk has got a kind of relation to each water beasts. That everything alive comes out of water once and only needs a little change to go back again. Them things told the Kanakis that if'n they mixed bloods, they'd be children as would look human at first, but later turn more and like the things, till finally they'd take to the water and join the main lot of things down there. And this is the important part, young feller. Them as turned into fish things and went into the water wouldn't never die. Them things never died, except when they was kilt violent. Well, sir, it seems by the time Obed knowed them islanders was all full of fish blood from the deep water things. When they got old and begun to show it, they was kept hid until they felt like taking to the water and quitting the place. Some was more teached than others, and some never did change quite enough to take to the water, but mostly they turned out just the way them things said. Them as was born more like the things changed early, but them as was nearly human sometimes stayed on the island till they was past 70, though they usually go down under for trial trips before that. Folks as had took to the water generally came back a good deal to visit, so as a man would often be talking to his own 5 times great-grandfather had left the dry land a couple 100 years or so before. Okay, so we got a lot of reading to do here, but this is quite a compelling little tale that this guy is giving us. So we've interviewed him in December of 27. This is all flavor background. This isn't going to be so significant for a case, probably, other than to give us the background of this fish people, and people might turn into fishes, etc. But it's giving us a background to Barnabas Marsh, right? Because we're talking to Robert Olmsted, who's talking depositions. Olmsted talks about Zadok Allen. Are we talking to Zadok or about Olmsted? This is a transcript of Zadok Allen's testimony. So we're talking to Zadok Allen, who was referred to by Robert Olmsted. Okay, so he's saying this is where it began. Zadok Allen. He's saying, I'm talking about these islands and this South Sea Islands where these islanders live, and there's the fish people live in the water trading with the islanders, and they mate with them, and then when they mate there's offspring that are some half fish, half human. Some are born looking more like fish, they go to live in the water earlier. Some look more human, they go to the water later, and once they go down to the water they live forever. But a couple things to note here is that Captain Obed, who started trading with these islanders, is Obed Marsh. So presumably this is a relative of Barnabas Marsh, an ancestor of Barnabas Marsh. So Captain Obed, and then Captain Obed has a first mate, Matt Elliott. Anything interesting in here that we need to care? Anything that wasn't clear about my crazy reading? I tried to do my best with this. Ruins on islands that raised up out of the sea, and that's where they made contact with the fish people. Pretty compelling little story here. Okay, it seems he's not done. We haven't finished with Zadok Allen. In fact, well, we got a couple pages more here to read in this guy's voice. I hope you can hear it. It's unfortunate when I have to look down and talk that the microphone has a harder time. I was thinking, would it be better if I read it? No, I guess I want you to be able to screenshot in case you have to get to it. In case you want to. I'll try to give a thing so you can follow along here. Okay, here we go. So we're continuing. Where did we left out? So he says, the people who go to live down at the sea, the half-blood, half-human, half-fish, they go down to the sea, and then they come back and visit people on the island every once in a while. Everybody got out about the idea of dying, except in canoe wars with the other islanders, or as sacrifices to the sea gods down below, or from snake bite or plague or sharp galloping ailments or something for they could take to the water, but simply looked forward to a kind of change that wasn't a bit horrible after a while. They thought that they'd got was well worth all they had to give up. And I guess Obed kind of come to think the same himself when he had chewed over the old Wallachia story a bit. Wallachia, though, was one of the few as hadn't got none of the fish blood, being of a royal line that intermarried with the royal lines of other islands. Wallachia, he showed Obed a lot of rites and incantations as had to do with the sea things, and let him see some of the folks in the village as had changed a lot from human shape. Somehow or another, though, he never would let him see one of the regular things from right out of the water. In the end, he gave him a funny kind of thingamajig made of lead or something that he said you'd bring up the fish things from any place in the water where they might be a nest of 'em. The idea was to drop it down with the right kind of prayers and such. Wallachia allowed as the things were scattered all over the world, so anybody that looked about could find a nest and bring 'em up as if they wanted. Matt, he didn't like all this business at all, and wanted Obed should keep away from the island. But the captain was sharp for gain, and found he could get them gold-like things so cheap that you'd pay him to make a specialty of 'em. Things went on that way for years, and Obed got enough of that gold-like stuff to make him start the refinery in Waite's old run-down Fullen mill. He didn't just sell the place. He didn't dare sell the pieces as they was, for folks you'd be all the times asking questions. All the same, his crews would get a piece and dispose of it now and then, even though they swore to keep quiet. And he let his women folks wear some of the pieces, as was more human-like than most. Well, come about 38, when I was 7 years old, Obed, he found the island people all wiped out between voyages. Seems the other islanders had got wind of what was going on, and had took matters into their own hands. Supposing they must have had, after all, them old magic signs as the sea things says was the only things they was afraid of. No tellin' what any of them Kanakis will chance to get a hold of when the sea bottom throws up some island with ruins older than the deluge. Pious cusses these was. They didn't leave nothing standing on either main island or the little volcanic islet, except what parts of the ruins was too big to knock down. In some places they was a little stones thrown about, like charms, with something on 'em like what you call a swastika nowadays. Probably them was the old ones' signs. Folks all wiped out, no trace of no gold-like things, and none of them nearby Kanakis you'd breathe a word about the matter. Wouldn't even admit they'd ever been any people on that island. That naturally hit Obed pretty hard, seeing as his normal trade was doing very poor. It hit the whole of Innsmouth, too, because in the seafaring days, what profited the master of a ship generally profited the crew proportionate. Most of the folks around the town took the hard times kind of like sheep-like and resigned, but They was in bad shape 'cause of the fishing was petering out and the mills wasn't doing none too well. Then's the time Obed he begun a cursin' at the folks for being dull sheep and prayin' to a Christian heathen as didn't help 'em none. He told 'em he'd knowed old folks as prayed to gods that give something you really need, and says of a bunch of good men you'd stand by 'em, 'cause maybe he got hold of some powers, certain powers, as you'd bring plenty of fish and quite a bit of gold. Course them as served on the Summitry Queen and said the island knowed what he meant. The island knowed what he meant and wasn't none too anxious to get close to see things like they'd heard tell on. But them as didn't know what 'twas all about got kind of swayed by what old Obed had to say, and begun to ask him what he could do to set 'em on the way to the faith as you'd bring 'em results. Poor Matt, Matt, he always was again it. He tried to line up folks on his side and had long talks with the preachers. No use. They run the Congregational parson out of town, and the Methodist feller quit. Never did see Resolved Babcock, the Baptist parson, again. Wrath o' Jehovah, I was a mighty little critter, but I heard what I heard and I seen what I seen. Dagon, Ashtoreth, Belial, Beelzebub, Golden Calf, and the idols of Canaan and the Philistines, Babylonish abominations, many Tekel, Upharsin. Don't believe me, hey? And just tell me, young feller, why Cap'n Obed and 20 other odd folks used to row about to Devil Reef in the dead of night and chant things so loud you could hear 'em all over town when the wind was right. Tell me that, eh? And tell me why Obed was allus dropping heavy things down into the deep water to the other side of the reef whar the bottom shoots down like a cliff lower'n ye can around. Loner ye can sound. Tell me what he done with that funny-shaped lead thingamajig as Wallachia gave him. Boy? What did they all howl on the May Eve and again the next Halloween? And why'd the new church parsons, fellers as used to be sailors, wear them queer robes and cover theirselves with them gold-like things Obed brung, eh? Beginning to see, eh? Maybe you'd like to been in them days when I seen things at night about out to sea from the cupola top of my house. Oh, I can tell ye little pitchers have big ears, and I wasn't missing nothing or what was gossiped about Cap'n Obed and the folks about to be out to the reef. How about the night I took my pa's ship glass up to the cupola, and I seed the reef a bristlin' thick with shapes that drove off quickly soon's the moon rise. Obed and the folks was in a dory, but them shapes dove off the far side into the deep water and never came up. How'd you like to be a little shaver alone up in a cupola watching shapes that weren't human shapes? Suppose one night you'd seen something heavy heaved off in Obed's dory beyond the reef, and then learned the next day a young feller was missing from home. Hey, did anybody ever see hide nor hair of Hiram Gilman again, did they? And Nick Pierce, and Lully Waite, and Adoniram Southwick, and Henry Garrison? Hey, shapes talking sign language with their hands, them as had real hands. Well, sir, that was the time Obed begun to get on his feet again. Folks see his 3 darters a-wearin' gold-like things, and nobody never seen 'em on afore. And smoke started comin' about the refinery chimney. Other folks was prosperin' too. Fish begun to swarm into the harbor, fit to kill, and heaven knows what sized cargoes we begun to ship out to Newport, Arkham, and Boston. 'Twas then Obed got the old branch railroad put through. Some Kingsport fishermen heard about the kitchen up and come up in slopes. But they was all lost. Nobody never see 'em again. And just then our folk organized the Esoteric Order of Dagon and bought Masonic Hall often cavalry commandery for it. Matt Elliott was a Mason and agent the sellin', but he dropped out about a sight just then. Remember, I ain't saying Obed was set on having things just like they was on that Kanaki Isle. I don't think he aimed at first to do no mixin', nor raise no young'uns to take to the water and turn into fishes with eternal life. He wanted them gold things and was willing to pay heavy, and I guess the others was satisfied for a while. Remember, I ain't saying Obed was setting having things just like they was on that Kanaki Isle. Duplicated paragraph here. Come in 46, the town done some looking and thinking for itself. Too many folks missing, too much wild preaching and meeting of a Sunday, too much talk about that reef. I guess I done a bit of telling Selectman Mowry what I seen from the cupola. They was a party one night as follered Obed's crowd out about to the reef, and I heard shots betwixt the dories. Next day Obed and 32 others was in gaol, with everybody wondering just what was afoot and just what charge agin him could he got hold. God, if anybody looked ahead. Couple weeks later, when nothing had been thrown into the sea for that long. That awful night I seed 'em. I was up in the cupola, hordes of 'em, swarms of 'em, all over the reef and swimming up the harbor into the Manuxet. God, what happened in the streets of Innsmouth that night? They rattled our door, but Pa wouldn't open. Then he clumb about the kitchen winder with his musket to find Selectman Mowry and see what he could do. Mounds of the dead and the dying, shots and screams, shouting in Old Square and Town Square and New Church Green. Gull throw open, proclamation, treason, called it the plague. Then folks came in and found off half our people missing. Nobody left but them as could join with the Obed and them things or else keep quiet. Never heard of my pa no more. Everything cleaned up in the morning, but there was traces. Obed he kinda takes charge of things, says things is gonna be changed. Others'll worship with us at the meetin' time. In certain houses he's got to entertain guests. They wanted to mix like they done with the Kanakis, and he for one didn't feel bound to stop 'em. Far gone was Obed, just like a crazy man on the subject. He says they brung us fish and treasures and should have what they hankered after. Nothing was to be different on the outside, only we was to keep shy as strangers if we know what was good for us. We all had to take the oath of Dagon, and later on they was secondin' and thirdin' oaths that some of us took. Them as 'ud be help special, it'd get special rewards, gold and such. No use balkin', for they was millions of 'em down there. They'd rather not start risin' and wipin' out humankind, but if they was gave away and forced to, they could do a lot toward just that. We didn't have them old charms to cut 'em off like the folks in the South Sea did, and them Kanakis wouldn't never give away their secrets. Yield up enough sacrifices and savage knickknacks and arborage in town when they wanted it, and they'd let well enough alone. Wouldn't bother no strangers as might bear tales outside. That is, without they get pryin'. All in the band of the faithful, the order of Dagon. And the children should never die, but go back to the mother Hydra and father Dagon, what we all come from, on account of Eel, Cthulhu, Fatakan, Cthulhu, Relay, Rattle, Fratham. God, when I seen sent when I was 15 years old, many tekel up Harzen. The folks as was missin', and them as kilt theirselves, them as told things in Arkham or Ipswich or such places, was all called crazy. Like you're calling me right now. But God, what I seen, they'd have kilt me long ago for what I know, only I took the first and second oaths of daggone off an Obed. So I was protected, unless in a jury of 'em proved I told things no and deliberate. But I wouldn't take the third oath. I died rather than take that. It was all around Civil War time, when children born since '46 begun to grow up, some of them, that is. I was afeard, never did go pryin' after that awful night, and never seen one of them close in all my life. That is, never no full-blooded one. I went to the war, and if I had any guts or sense, I'd never come back. But settled away from here. But folks wrote me that things wasn't so bad. That, I suppose, was because a government draftman was in town after '63. After the war, it was just as bad again. People begun to fall off. Millicent's shops shut down. Shipping stopped and the harbor choked up. Railroad give up. But they never stopped swimming in and about the river or from that cursed reef of Satan. And more attic winders got boarded up, and more noises was heard from the houses as wasn't supposed to have nobody in 'em. Folks outside had their stories about us. Suppose you heard plenty of them, seeing what questions they asked. Stories about things they seen now and then, about them queer jewelry as still comes from somewheres that ain't quite all melted up. But nothing never gets definite. Nobody'll believe nothing. They call them gold-like things pirate loot, and allow that Innsmouth folks has furrin blood or is distempered or something. Besides, them that lives here shoo off as many strangers as they can, and encourage the rest not to get very curious, especially around night time. Beasts balk at the critters, horses and mules, and when they got autos, that was all right. Oh, but when they got autos, that was all right. 46, Captain Obed took a second wife that nobody in town never seen. Some says he didn't want to, but was made to by them as he'd called in. Had 3 children by her. 2 was disappeared young, but one gal has looked like anybody else and was educated in Europe. Obed finally got her married off by a trick to an Arkham feller as didn't suspect nothing. But nobody outside'll have nothing to do with Innsmouth folks now. Barnabas Mash, that runs the refinery now, is Obed's grandson by his first wife. Son of Onesiphorus, his eldest son. But his mother was another of them as wasn't never seen outdoors. Right now, Barnabas is about changed. Can't shit his eyes no more, and is all out of shape. They say he still wears clothes, but he'll take to the water soon. Maybe he's tried it already. They do sometimes go down for little spells before they go down for good. Ain't been seen about in public for night on 10 year now. Don't know how his poor wife can feel. She come from Ipswich. And they near lynched Barnabas when he courted her 50-odd year ago. Obed, he died in '78, and all the next generation is gone now. The first wife's children dead, and the rest, God knows. Hey, you, why don't you say something? How'd you like to be living in a town like this, with everything a-rotting and dying and boarded up monsters crawling and bleating and barking and hopping around black cellars and attics every way you turn? Hey, how'd you like to hear the howling night after night from the churches in order of Dagon Hall, and know what's a doing part of the howlin'. How'd you like to hear what comes from that awful reef every May Eve and Hallow Mass? Huh? Think the old man's crazy, eh? Well, sir, let me tell you, that ain't the worst. That ain't the worst. Curse ye. Don't a set the staring at me with them eyes. I tell Obed Marsh he's in hell, and he's got to stay there. Ha, ha, in hell, I says. Can't get me. I ain't done nothing nor told nobody nothing. Oh, you, young feller? Well, even if I hadn't told nobody nothing yet, I'm going to now. You just set still and listen to me, boy. This is what I ain't never told nobody. I says I didn't get to do pryin' after that night, but I found things just the same. You want to know what the real horror is? Huh? Well, it's this. It ain't what them fish devils has done, but what they're a-goin' to do. They're a-bringin' things up about there came from into the town. They're bringing things up about where they came from into the town. Been doing it for years and slacking up lately. Them houses north of the river betwixt Water and Main Streets is full of 'em. Them devils and what they brung and what they get ready. I say when they get, ever hear tell of a Shoggoth? Here, do you hear me? Hey, hear me? I tell ye, I know what them things be. I seen them one night when, get out of here, they seen us. Get about for your life, don't wait for nothing, they know now. Run for it, quick, out of this town. Okay, that was his statement. It was a long one, a 40-minute statement. So basically, if we can remember, if we can cast our mind back to the start, he's telling about Captain Obed, who's discovered the South Sea Island, where one of the islets has risen up out of the sea, where the fish people, half frogs, half men, live under the sea. The islanders on this island make a deal to sacrifice things. They start trading with the fish. They make a deal to sacrifice things, and the fish people bring them fish and give them these gold. Eventually, a neighboring island gets word of this heathen activity and wipes out the islanders who were dealing with these fish people. But Captain Obed, who was a trader back and forth, he's got hold of this device that can bring these people, these sea creatures, out of the sea, and he eventually brings them to Innsmouth and revives the town by trading with these sea creatures, doing some sacrifices, and the sea creatures give them gold and bring them fish. The whole town was down on its luck, and he eventually convinced them to get rid of the Christian gods and start worshiping these fish gods or old ones in order to make this deal, which enriches Innsmouth. And Obed is the great-grandfather of Barnabas Marsh. Then he tells a story at some point how, I believe, you correct me if you could follow it, I believe what the story he tells is that eventually there's some people on Innsmouth or nearby that arrest Obed. And the sea creatures come out and come out of the land. I think they arrested Obed or whatever reason. Obed is making deals with them, but he's not interbreeding with them like they did on the island. But then the sea creatures come out of the ground. They either rescue Obed or they make it clear that they want to go back to the old ways of interbreeding with the humans. And the town that was starting to do bad when Obed was locked up now says, okay, we're going to do it. We're going to form the Order of Dagon. We're going to commit fully to interbreeding with these fish people. And that's what happens. And then the town is doing great. And then Obed takes a wife. He has some daughters, and let's see, they go back to the old ways of interbreeding, and then Obed takes a second wife. He has some daughters, 3 children, 2 disappeared young, 1 gal was educated in Europe, and then Obed got her married off. Barnabas Marsh runs the refinery, is Obed's grandson by his first wife, son of Onesiphorus, his eldest son. Okay, so now, and then it says Barnabas is he's almost changed into a fish creature. His body is morphing, and he may have been going down to the water already. And then this guy says that the fish people are planning something, and they've got a Shoggoth, which we know from H.P. Lovecraft stories is this big scary looking monster, and he's finally telling about it, and then at the end of his interview he's gone crazy and they're coming to get him because he broke the pact and told about it. All right, so that was our lead up introduction story. It set the stage for who Barnabas Marsh is and the history behind it and the people we're dealing with. Okay, so that was in December 1927. And we're told the raid by the federal officers that sets up our whole case here was the winter of 1927. So that interview with that guy is what led the Bureau to come in to the town and wipe it out. And that's where we find us on the aftermath of that federal operation. Now we're just trying to hunt down Barnabas Marsh. Okay. Let's continue here. Here we have April 1928, so the next year. Report made by Pasanello, Marsh Refinery Study Summary. This document summarizes the observations, circumstances, and conclusions presented in the master document recorded under number redacted. It is presented in 3 parts, reviewing the hierarchical structures, production, and working conditions within the Marsh Refinery in Innsmouth. Details. Alpha, the hierarchical structure within the Marsh Refinery. It results from our observations that the gathered testimonies, the hierarchical chain of command within the refinery was kept to a minimum. At the head of the refinery is Mr. Barnabas Marsh, grandson of Obed, who started gold production in 1910 to 1930. Reporting directly to him, Mr. Hill, the foreman, is de facto the one running the refinery on a day-to-day basis. In this regard, it is interesting to note that Mr. Marsh does not have an office within the refinery. Okay, so he's just the figurehead running it. All right. Copies of this report went to 2 people. Okay, so it's just telling us Mr. Hill is the foreman. I think we need to make cards for our 5 people before we get too far. I actually, I wonder if I'm going to start with making cards, but I have my laptop here. If we think it's more useful to take notes on a computer, we'll do that. So we've got Joe Sargent. These are the 5 people we captured, all claiming to be Barnabas Marsh. He's a bus driver. We've got Bernice Douglas. She's a Marsh refinery worker. We've got Amos Hill, refinery foreman. We've got Albert Sullivan, a fisherman. And then we've got Barnabas Marsh. Okay, so those are the 5 people that we've captured, and we want to figure out which one we need to interrogate to find Barnabas Marsh. Let's remember that the game doesn't tell us that we have to pick Barnabas Marsh, although that makes sense that that's who we would pick, but we have to pick someone to interrogate to discover which one is Barnabas Marsh. All right, let's go back now to where we left off. So we're told the hierarchical structure of the refinery, and the foreman is Mr. Hill. That's Amos Hill, the refinery foreman. So he's one of the people we captured, right? And Barnabas Marsh is the manager. Okay, so there's another side to this paper. The foreman manages with no intermediary, the refinery workers on the one hand and the technical team on the other. This absence of intermediate hierarchical levels should have adversely affected the refinery's operation, but the production records and the gathered information prove otherwise. Ultimately, the refinery's operation is close to that of certain religious production centers, such as redacted, in which all workers work together toward a common goal, to serve the religious community. Despite this first point demonstrated beyond any doubt, it appears that the workers have, on average, a significant number of various bone fractures and blow marks, 27% more than the rest of the Innsmouth population. Based on our study, it appears that most of the workers are regularly beaten, probably by the foreman, despite constant and optimal production and working to the best of their abilities. None of these workers agrees to testify to such. Bravo, the Marsh Refinery production mode. This is just alpha. I think it's just saying alpha. Part A is this diagram, part B is this diagram. The Marsh Refinery production mode. Okay, so this is telling us how they get out their gold. The Marsh Refinery is not a refinery. In fact, it is a foundry. The workers there transform large quantities of jewelry into gold. These pieces of jewelry are of a surprising fineness, yet frightening at times. Inside the refinery, there are 2 main lines. The first is for the processing of jewelry, which is transformed into ingots. The second, totally useless line is for circulation and processing of non-gold ore. The same ore is sometimes processed several times before being stored on adjacent land. I can't tell if they're saying like it's supposed to look like a refinery, but they're really taking the jewelry from the sea creatures and melting it down to gold that they can sell. And the ore refinery stuff is just to like create waste, just to look like they're busy, and then they just throw it on a nearby island. Or if there's something else that they're extracting that we don't, that's a waste byproduct. Charlie, this is part C, working conditions. The working conditions in the refinery are particularly harsh. Apart from the fact that a large proportion of workers are regularly beaten, as indicated under alpha, the workstations are not adequately fitted out. No place to rest, not even a cloakroom. The workers are on their feet all day long without breaks. The only furniture intended for sitting was found in the foreman's office. Conclusions. 36 workers have worked their entire lives in the refinery, 2/3 of them performing unnecessary tasks in a hostile environment. A more in-depth study of the indoctrination methods used within the esoteric order of Dagon is already underway in order to draw any useful insights. So it's almost like this is a religious operation that doesn't produce useful stuff. They're just being beaten and worked to death. All right. Next document, made by Martin Richard. Interview of Louis Simon. 5 of the detainees, okay, he's not one of our detainees, but 5 of the detainees apprehended on February 13th, 1928 in Innsmouth, Massachusetts, identified themselves as Barnabas Marsh. So as to assess who is who, we interrogate the witness, Mr. Louis Simon, who was fueling up the bus on the Newburyport Innsmouth Arkham line. Details. Mr. Louis Simon, son of Jack, was born March 11, 1905 in Arkham. He resides at 5 Walnut Street in Arkham. We hear the witness at his place of residence. He testifies to the following. I run a gas station in Arkham on behalf of my father. It is an interesting and nice job that allows meeting people who pass through the area. He's answering a question. Indeed, the Newburyport bus regularly fueled up at the gas station, but as the bus no longer stops there, we have a shortfall. The driver? Well, he never got off and was always paid through the window. He had a weird face. Toad-like somehow. To be honest, I avoided looking at him, especially toward the end, as he was getting uglier and uglier. They ended up replacing him. I think he was scaring the customers away. So the old bus driver was turning into a fish creature. We show the witness the photographs of detainees 377, 473, 579, 924, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 971. These are the 5 people. And ask him to identify the bus driver and the regular passengers. It's not really easy. First, the passengers. I could barely see them through the dirty windows. Well, and the driver, I avoided looking at him too much or getting too close to him. He smelled really bad, so telling you who he was, I wouldn't know. However, I don't think he was one of them. The witness points to the photographs of 377 and 971. And this isn't double pages, so let's see if we understand this. We've captured these 5 detainees on February 13th. On March, a month later, we've interviewed the guy who runs the gas station. A bus came by that's driven by the bus driver. We think one of our people, Joe Sargent, is the person who says he's the bus driver. We're asking him, I guess what's happening is saying this bus used to come by. So we're trying to see if he can identify, if the bus driver, the guy that we captured that claims to be a bus driver is really a bus driver. So we're asking this guy, I believe, about the bus he used to see come by here to his gas station. And he's saying they ended up firing eventually. He was scaring the customers because he was turning into a fish creature. So we're saying that bus driver you used to see, is he in any of these pictures? So we show him the pictures, and we ask if he can recognize the driver and any regular passengers. And he's saying, the passengers, I never see them, so I can't help you. And the driver, I never looked at him too much, so I don't think so. He looked pretty bad. I wouldn't know. I don't think he was one of them. But then he points to the photographs of 377 and 971. I'm not sure what this means here. Is this saying, like, telling you who he was, I wouldn't know. However, I don't think he was one of them. But then he points to 2 photographs. So, I'll make a little note. I'm not going to write on it yet, but I'll just make a little note here. So he points to 2. I think he's saying, like, I wish this person who took this down could be a little clearer, but I get the impression he's saying, like, these 2 look familiar, maybe? One of the 5 Barnabas, so we're trying to determine which one. He says the driver is not these 2. I see. However, I don't think he was one of them. So Anna Maria is saying these are 2 that he's not. So telling you who he was, I wouldn't know. However, I don't think he was one of them. I don't think he was one of them. So he's saying these 2 he's not. Okay. Okay, good, Anna Maria. Good, good, good. I think you're probably right. Jonathan, you agree with that in the chat? So he's saying, I can't really tell you who he was, but I know he's not these 2. These 2 look too good, maybe. That they can't have been the fish guy, bus driver. So not bus driver is what we think he's saying about these. I think that's a good, he's saying these 2, I don't look at him so I couldn't tell you. However, I don't think he was one of them. He was one of them. And points to these 2. Okay, I think that's probably right. All right. The next interview we have is Mary Sullivan. I think this would probably be a good time to take a little break, a little 8-minute break, a breather. Jonathan says, maybe make a card for each photo number to keep track of eliminations. Yes, okay, good idea. All right, so we're going to take an 8-minute break. I'm going to make some cards. I still don't know whether I should be taking notes on the computer or cards. I guess we'll try to do it on paper like the old days in the 1920s. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing Case 4 of Bureau of Investigation. And before we revisit, in the chat, Drunk Tiger was asking, does anyone play Arkham Horror? That game has some cool art applicable to the cases of Bureau of Investigation. And I thought what I'd show you here is I don't do that much painting of miniatures, but I did paint the set of miniatures for Mansions of Madness, a game set in the world of Arkham Horror. And I thought we would take a little diversion here to show off some of the painted stuff, and maybe we'll get out a Shoggoth and look at it. So these are the investigators. One of these would be us, I suppose. Kind of hard to see it this way, but we don't need to see the investigators. That's not really relevant for us. But what we do have is a bunch of creatures. And here, this, I believe, are the little water creatures. So maybe we'll keep out a couple of these guys. I believe, I don't remember their names, but I believe these might be the water creatures that we're dealing with here in Innsmouth. Got some serious teeth, so we'll put these aside. And then we've got more small creatures here with wings. And we've also got some of the cult people. Now one of these might be Barnabas Mash. This guy was from the story. Oh, that's the wizard guy. But one of these people is one of the Cult of Dagon groups. So maybe we'll take these three aside in case we need to refer to them. Okay. And now, for the big ones, the deep ones, that's right, the deep ones. Okay, so then here we have the big creatures. Okay, so there's the little Cthulhu type things. Now, the Shoggoth is gonna be this one. There's a tentacle thing here. It seems like that would be more appropriate to come from the deep, but I believe this is the Shoggoth. Can anyone confirm? Or is the Shoggoth? Yeah, I believe it's got to be these two little guys. So that's what he's afraid they're gonna summon through, but yeah, it's not that. I don't think it's that. I'm pretty sure it's this. Alright, so we'll just put that aside. That's who we're afraid is going to come out. Alright, now, let's get back to our game here. We've got these on the table if we need them for inspiration. If we need to indicate. In fact, I wonder if we shouldn't put our 5 different people that we've captured out as our suspects. All right, we can do that a little bit later. So, but as from a logistics standpoint, let's just talk for a second. We were talking in the chat about whether we should go through these documents in order or sort of scan through them quickly first, a preliminary scan, and reorganize them. Sometimes we, when we play these document games, Jonathan and I take a slightly different approach. Sometimes we try to organize them first into sections, like these are all documents about this person, these are documents about this person. Clearly, one of the challenges, one of the puzzles you have to unravel with these document games is you've got these documents in a random order or whatever, and you're trying to figure out which ones are relevant to which information. So sometimes you want to group them. And so Anna Maria and Jonathan seem to both be saying, like, let's go through the documents and look for things that jump out or whatever. I quickly looked through, especially these ones at the bottom, to see if they were like, here are the pictures of the 5 people, so that we would have faces to put to the names. I didn't see anything like that jump out. So I think my inclination, what I'd like to do is go through it in order to present more of a story, a novel thing, and then we'll reorganize things and maybe group things as we see, as we need to. I did go ahead and make cards for the 5 people. These are our 5 Barnabas suspects by number. We're eventually gonna combine these, presumably. Like, I don't think it's a secret what number refers to what people. It's just we haven't been given it yet. But so if we're keeping notes, we think he's saying that, we think he's saying that 377 and 971, we don't know which people they were. We think this is not the bus driver. And I'm going to make a note of what page we found this in. This is page 6, tells us this. Not bus driver. Page 6. So that's how we'll keep these notes for now. Eventually we'll want to connect these numbers with the suspects. Or I suppose, yeah. I don't know if we know. This is an interesting point. This is an interesting point we should think about for a second. So we're told they've arrested 5 people. He says, we've got the identity of the 5 individuals. Joe Sargent, the bus driver, whatever. I'm not clear if the game, if it's telling us that we've got these 5 people. This guy says he's the bus driver. This guy says well, obviously that's not the case, because Barnabas Marsh is not saying he's Barnabas Marsh. They're all saying they're Barnabas Marsh. So I guess what we've got is we can't match up the numbers to the people yet. That's not a given. In other words, they're saying this lady's number 473, this guy's 579, etc. And they're saying, we know that from this 5, here's how they divide up. One of them is Barnabas. But we don't know which person corresponds to, we don't know what role corresponds to each suspect. So that's what we're trying to figure out. So it does make sense we have 2 sets of cards, because we don't know what these are. What we do know now is that the bus driver is not 377 or 971. We have to figure out which one he is. Okay, good. That makes things a little more sensible now. So that's why we have to have both of these sets of cards, because we're going to be filling out information on both of them. And we don't know which. Okay, what else? Maybe I will get out some figures for... There's our... Let's take a closer look at these deep ones. Okay. All right. So anything else to look at? So before it scrolls up, John says, for cards, would the format be card head 377 line Lewis Simon cannot be John Sargent? For card 377 can't be the bus driver, aka John Sargent. Not the bus driver, meaning not John Sargent. So yeah, maybe I should have written the name John Sargent. And Jonathan is saying we should record where we learned it from Lewis Simon, the gas station owner. I just wrote down the page number. Instead as short, so we can refer back to it. It's very helpful in these games when you're taking notes to record where you discovered information, because you'll frequently want to go back and say, where did we learn that this happened? And so the important thing here is that now we've got the page number so we can quickly go back to it. Okay, and so far I'm not writing on it. I suspect we will start writing on these pages soon. I'm not against it. All right. Anything, I appreciate the pages are numbers. Anything else to do preliminary before we get started back into the case? Hearing no objection, we shall resume. I'm trying to do this so that my face doesn't get on top. I guess this is what we just need, one page at a time. Okay, so fine, we'll just keep this so you can see everything. Okay, interview of Mrs. Mary Sullivan. Synopsis effect. This is in March 14th, so a few months after the operation that wiped them out. 5 of the detainees apprehended on February 13th, 1928 in Innsmouth, Massachusetts, identified themselves as Barnabas Marsh. So as to assess who is who, we interrogate the witness, Miss Mary Sullivan, spouse of Mr. Elbert Sullivan. He's one of the people that we think is in this group. Elbert Sullivan, the fisherman, is in one of the 5. So we're interviewing the wife, Mary Sullivan, who proves to be unable to identify her husband on the photographs we show her. Details. Miss Mary Sullivan, her maiden name Matthew, daughter of Obadiah, was born on October 31st, 1897 in Ipswich, Massachusetts. She resides at 15 Independence Street in Ipswich, Massachusetts. We hear the witness at the registered office of her spouse, Elbert Sullivan. She testifies to the following. Elbert and I got married in Ipswich in June 1917. I moved to Innsmouth right after our wedding. At the time, he was normal. I soon noticed that the preaching at the Innsmouth church was different from anything I had heard elsewhere. Elbert was very religious and very involved in religious life. In fact, it was his faith that drew me to him at first. Don't we all dream of marrying a pious, hard-working man? He was all that, and handsome too, when I met him. Little by little, he got more and more involved in the life of the esoteric order of Dagon. He spent a lot of time there. It didn't bother me, all the more so it had no impact on our income. As a matter of fact, he was spending less and less time at sea fishing. But still, he kept bringing home more and more fish. It is then that we conceived Zachary. When I told him I was pregnant, he got upset. He kept saying that we shouldn't have conceived this child with the angels. He kept saying that we should have conceived this child with the angels. I didn't understand what he meant. It's also at that time that he began to change. Physically, the texture of his skin was changing, and his face, his eyes. My God, his eyes. And then he was moving up the order's hierarchy. He became a preacher. After our son was born, he set his mind on involving me more and more in the life of the order. He kept saying that I had to be ready for our second child. I attended ceremonies that lasted all night, and in the early hours of the morning, I wouldn't remember anything about them. I was only left with a feeling of unease and disgust. Ugh, this is a scary story. And then he decided that the time had come to conceive our second child. I was already thinking of running away. He became violent with me, but also our son. When the day came in the evening, as a matter of fact, he explained that our child had to be conceived in the middle of the waters, between earth and sea, On that evening, the moon was full. He was constantly looking toward the open sea as he spoke, towards the Devil's Reef. I wasn't sure I understood. He handed me a strong box that contained gold jewelry, some sort of a tiara and 2 bracelets, and a dress, a very simple, made of bluish see-through fabric. The jewelry was very delicate, finely crafted, but my God, what they represented. There were fish-headed demons that decency forbids me even to recall what they were doing. So little fertility fish sculptures in the jewelry, having sex and stuff. I went outside for a moment to get some fresh air before changing clothes in the see-through blue dress. He took my son to the temple of the esoteric order of Dagon to get him ready. For what, I don't know, and that's when I saw them on Devil's Reef, leaping under the moon, swarming, grotesque, the same demons as on the bracelets. And simultaneously, bits and pieces of those nocturnal ceremonies resurfaced. She's remembering things that she had forgotten during the nighttime church ceremonies. I had seen them. They had already touched me. I thought of my son for a moment, but I didn't know why. I assumed he took him away to get rid of him. What an awful mother I have been. And now you're telling me he's alive? He must hate me so much for leaving him behind, so she ran off. I was terrorized. So these were the angels he was talking about? It was under their watch, or worse, that we had to conceive our second child? I left with no luggage, with nothing, alone in the night. My God, that night they looked for me. All of Innsmouth was after me. And those leaping demons, too. I don't know how I managed to escape them. I was able to reach Ipswich and my family the next day. I tried several times to go and talk to the police, but they would have thought I was crazy. I myself still often doubt of my sanity. We asked the witness if she would agree to take her son back. Yes, of course I'm ready to take my son back. My God, the poor thing, how he must have suffered. We show the witness the photographs of the 5 detainees, but she is incapable of recognizing her spouse. Okay, so from this one, what we learned is he became a preacher. This is on page 7. And he's changing into a fish. So his wife tells us he became a preacher, get involved in the church, and he physically started changing. And then she tells a story about how he was like, you got to conceive of a fish creature. Yeah. Okay. Assuming she's telling the truth. And she can't recognize him. Probably because he's changed. We know one of the 5 is him. So the fact that she can't recognize him is just because he's changing. So what we know, I guess the other thing to know is he looks different now than he did, I guess. This was in March. We showed her the pictures. And now it's June. I guess the fact that it's June doesn't matter. We interviewed her in March, and in the month since he was apprehended, he does, or since she ran away, I guess he looks different. She doesn't say when that was. Anyway, he's changed since she ran away. That was creepy how she was involved in the religious ceremonies that she doesn't remember. And then when he brings her out to sea to mate, she's like, has flashbacks. Spooky. And then we've got a little couple jokes here by Anna Marie and Drunk Tiger. All right, here we go. Next interview. of Miss Yvette Harrison. Five of the suspects apprehended on February 3rd, 1928, identified themselves as Barnabas March. To assess who is who, we interrogate the witness, Yvette Harrison, a regular user of the bus line. Okay. Are there places we want to mark on these pages without writing on them here? So, she meets him. He was handsome. That's not very informative. But, let's see. I thought maybe we'd mark that he physically started changing. And he becomes a preacher. I don't know if it's relevant that he's becoming a preacher. Where does it say he became a preacher? I know it said it. He was handsome. Well, I suppose. Oh, that's right. It's all in this paragraph. Okay. All right. So now we're interviewing the bus driver. Miss Yvette Harrison, daughter of Isaac Roger, was born on December 15th, 1854, in Newbury, Massachusetts. She resides at 56 Independence Road. We hear the witness at her place of residence. She testifies to the finding. I don't know if we should be keeping an eye on where these people live in case they live right in the same house as one of our people. So this one lives in 15 Independence Street. This one lives in 56 Independence Road. She testifies to the following. I live in Newburyport, and I regularly use the local bus line between Newburyport and Arkham. I'd rather not, but I have no choice, as the train is too expensive. My old aunt lives in Arkham, and I try to visit her at least twice a month to prepare a few meals and keep her company. There are never many people on the bus, and most of them who use it have the mask. Some are very impressive. What mask? Most of them who use it have the mask. Some are very impressive. I don't know what that means. Around here, we say that the people from Innsmouth have the mask. It's not a mask per se. It's just that they all have the same face, with a large lipless mouth and big eyes that stare at you without blinking. I've heard that it's because they refrain from mixing, so they keep inbreeding. Well, you see what I mean. No, I've never been assaulted. Well, it's true that it doesn't smell very good. It smells like rotten fish. But no, they never hurt me. I must say I don't provoke them. I get in, take a seat in the third row behind the driver, and look down at my purse. I'm just going to mark this thing with the mask. So they all look a little bit similar, like fish people, is what she's saying. We show the witness the photographs of the detainees and ask her to identify the bus driver and the regular passengers. Now, the passengers I can't say. As I told you, I don't want any trouble, so I would avoid any eye contact. But the driver, yes, I'd see him, but he was getting uglier and uglier. It really became frightening in the summer of 1927 before a new guy replaced him the following December. He had the mask, but much less so. I think he's one of those three. They look a lot alike, so it's rather difficult to say. The witness points at the photographs of 473, 579, and 924. Maybe little Lewis will be able to assist you. He's the pump attendant at the Arkham gas station. So that's the guy we already talked to. All right, so let's see. She says a new guy replaced him, but I think he's one of the three. So she says 473, 579, and 924. She thinks one of these is the bus driver. So we're going to put that according to, it's a little hard to here. Okay, according to page 8, maybe he's bus driver, question mark. Page 8, bus driver, question mark. And according to page 8, bus driver, question mark. I'll just put a little note next to here. All right, so now that was good and that's done. This is a great time to remind us of our motto that the notes solve the case. So we're trying to take a good notes. Jonathan is saying just a passenger right. So we're talking about whether I'm misreading this. All of the fives were wearing preacher robes when captured, yes. Okay, the passengers I can't say. He's getting ugly and ugly. New guy replaced him. He had the mask, but much less so. I think he's one of those three. They look a lot alike, so it's difficult to say. All right, so these are the bus drivers we're asking her to identify, right? So she thinks one of these three is the bus driver. Correct me if I'm reading that wrong. All right, we've got another interview here. Interview of Mr. Redacted. 5 of the suspects apprehended on February 13th identified themselves as Barnabas Masters. To assess who is who, we interrogate the witness, Mr. Redacted, a former employee of First National Stores. I feel like I could almost see through that redaction. I mean, we certainly could see the length of that name, although it's longer here than here, so maybe it's not relevant for us. We show Mr. Blank several contact sheets so as to confirm the identities and occupations of the individuals arrested. Jonathan's just clarifying. When I first started reading testimony, he said it was from a fellow bus driver, but but it's just a passenger. Let's see, Yvette. Yeah, Yvette was just a fellow passenger. I don't know why. She's a regular user of the Newport Arkham bus line. Maybe I said regular driver. She was a regular rider on the bus. All right, so back we're next to the next guy, who's a former employee of the First National Stores Incorporated as manager of the grocery in Innsmouth. So this is an employee of the grocery store. We show Mr. Blank several contact sheets so as to confirm the identities and occupations of the individuals arrested during the night. So maybe the grocery store guy can identify some of these people. Mr. Redacted struggles to identify his customers and states, you know, the inhabitants of Innsmouth resemble each other a lot, and it's difficult to tell them apart. Further, most of them have this strange gaze almost impossible to bear. The mask. Usually, I just looked down. Most of them weren't buying much and would go elsewhere to spend their money on bootlegged alcohol. Mr. Redacted identifies 12 individuals on the first 2 contact sheets, but is incapable of naming them. However, he categorically states that the below detainees were employed at the refinery because they wore the workers' uniforms when they came by in the evenings. Ooh, there's new numbers here. These are not among our suspects. I don't know if they're going to be relevant people for us to identify, but it seems like they might be. That's my thing. So I don't know if we need new cards for these people. I guess we'll make them quickly. So he says 380, 382, 790, 929. These are, none of these people are our suspects. And 972. All according to page 9 are workers. These are workers that come by in the evening. So worker at the refinery. According to page 9, they're workers. Laptop might make this a little easier to track. But we'll stick with this for now. He further confirms that the following detainees were not employees. Wow. Okay. So 552, 592, 772. Again, none of these people are our suspects. 776, 780, 909, and now we got a hit finally. 971 is a hit on our list. He's not a refinery worker. So we got one hit. This is according to page 8. No other hits, right? According to my list here of our 5 suspects. Actually, I only have 4 suspects here. Where's my other one? Maybe we did get... Oh, yeah, here. Here's our other one. So we got a hit on him, but the others are not part of our list. Correct. Okay, so let's just write down. This is probably... These cards I'm writing down, I'm guessing we'll never see again, but maybe we will. If I was doing this on my own, I would probably use the computer. I don't know what's best for camera or for the spirit of the game. You can let me know in the chat if you have an opinion. I've been using this view, but I could also be using this view. Maybe this would be better. I always forget to use this split screen view. Okay, so I'm going to put a pile here of our other numbered people that were referred to. And in fact, I'm going to sort it. In case someone else refers to these people. I mean, this is part of the fun of this game, is testing your ability to keep notes. All right, Anna Maria says the witness was a passenger. We're still talking about the previous witness here. Okay. He confirms that the following detainees were not employees of the refinery. We show him the last series, but Mr. Redacted starts crying and stuttering, then refuses to continue. This is kind of important. a little subtle, but let's look at it. He identifies 12 individuals on the first 2 contact sheets. We show him the last series, but he starts crying and stuttering, then refuses to continue. That feels like a bit of a clue, maybe, that, like, in other words, he hasn't given his opinion about, he's told us some people were workers, some people weren't workers, but he hasn't looked at all of our photos. So we can't assume that the rest of our people have been judged to be workers or not workers. We know he told us this guy was not a worker, but these could be workers or they might not. Drunk Tiger says, first pass through the evidence note card is good. Maybe a tabular form with 1 row per photo and testimonies. Do the 5 Barnabys have a B or something with their numbers? It would be fatal to mix them with the other numbers. I did write them differently. So I wrote the 5 Barnabys as their full number, IN34, whatever. And the rest of these people, I just wrote their, because everything is Innsmouth case 34. So there is a way to tell the difference, but I think you're right. Let's just mark it on the side. This is a Barnaby subject. With a little B here. Okay. All right. Next interview. Interview of Tyrone Jackson. 5 of the suspects identified as Barnabas Marsh. We interrogate the witness, Mr. Tyrone Jackson, manager of Jackson's Fish Wholesaler. Okay. Let's quickly glance when we look at these to make sure there's nothing different here. These all look the same. Maybe at the end of the game we'll quickly scan, make sure nothing sneaky. Make sure Gregory Pravat didn't try to sneak anything by us. Okay, again, it's March. And again, it's Martin Richard. Mr. Tyrone Jackson, son of Joseph, was born on September 13, 1886 in Arkham, Massachusetts. He resides at 18 Powder Hill in Arkham. We hear the witness at the company's registered office, Jackson's Fish Wholesaler, seated at 256 Main Street in Arkham. He testifies to the following. The best fish in Massachusetts come from Innsmouth, that's for sure. Well, if you're talking about saltwater fish, of course. We have them brought in by the truckload. People love them. Well, it's true that production has significantly dropped in recent years, but it's holding up for the time being. Some 20 Innsmouth fishermen supply me. We show him the anthropomorphic photographs of detainees, 1, 2, 3, all of them, and ask him to identify Albert Sullivan, who's the fisherman. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Each of these guys is uglier than the next. To be honest, I avoid telling my customers that the fish come from these degenerates because I know they weren't buying them. They wouldn't buy them anymore. Still, fish are excellent. So, he can't help us. At first glance, that seems totally useless to us. Is there anything we can surmise from the fact that he says he can't help us? Gregory Pravat is, we cannot assume he won't trick us. So, like, it could be that this guy, Albert, is not even in this list. Always could be extra tricks. But right now he's giving us nothing. It's a little weird. Okay, here's an interview with Albert Allen. Again, it's in March. Where it's made at Ipswich. This one was made in Arkham. This one's made in Ipswich on the ground. 5 suspects. So as to assess who is who, we interrogate the witness, Albert Allen, manager of Ipswich Fish Company, so the local fish company. Mr. Albert Allen, son of Timothy, was born January 25, 1871 in Ipswich. He resides at 23 Church Street in Ipswich. We hear the witness at the company's registered office, Ipswich Fish Company, seated at 18 Arkham Street. He testifies to the following. We should keep in mind, if we can, assessing which witness might have a motive to lie about. Let's check in with the chat channel for a second. John says, what the previous report was set in, he cried when shown a third set of photographs after 971 or when seeing 971. Also, I think maybe the redacted name is Douglas and he recognized his wife and started crying. That's a very interesting question. That would be quite important, actually. Let's back up a bit. He's an employee of the fish store as manager. Our 5 people are a fisherman, Bernice, who's a refinery worker, Barnaby, John Sargent, and Amos Hill. So if Jonathan is right, with a very subtle pickup of a clue, we show in the last series, but Mr. Blank starts crying and stuttering, then refuses to continue. So the question we have is, did we show him a picture in that last lineup that made him cry, that he recognized? Now, Jonathan says, I think this might be Mr. Douglas, and that he recognized his wife in the last series. So what information would that, we're back on this one for a second, what information would that tell us if he did see his wife's photograph in the last set? It would provide us some information. Do you see what information it would provide us? If Jonathan is right, then it gives us one piece of information. It tells us that the wife isn't 971. Because he says he recognized 971 as not an employee. I guess we would already know she's not 971. So actually it doesn't provide us any information. That's a shame. I was going to say we would know she's not 971 because he didn't start crying until he sees the third set. But just by knowing that 971 was not an employee, we know it's not her because she's a worker. So that is a missed opportunity of the game, if Jonathan is right, because that's redundant clue. All right, we're back to this guy again. So he's in Arkham. Okay, so he's not a local. He's not local. He's Arkham fishmonger. Okay. Oh no, this one we did already. This was the non-local guy, and now here we're in Ipswich with the local. Oh, maybe he's also not local. Anyway, Albert Allen. Mr. Albert Allen, son of Timothy, born 25th in Ipswich. He's born from Ipswich. But I was saying before I get distracted by Jonathan's clever observation. In fact, sorry to do this, but I don't think there's any more information. But I did note that he started crying. Okay. Anyway, we should try to pay attention. Like if we come across a witness that we think is involved in this cult, we might doubt them, right? So we might want to mark people that are from Ipswich as possibly trying to throw us off the case. I'm going to add a new card to reminder for that. Reminder. Check for Innsmouth witnesses unreliable. Maybe we can do that at the end if we forget. Okay, so he's a witness at the company's registered office, Ipswich Fish Company, on Arkham Street, 18 Arkham Street, Massachusetts. He testifies fine. Yes, I do indeed obtain my supplies from various Innsmouth fishermen. These guys may be weird, but the fact remains that they are the ones who catch the most beautiful fish. We show him the anthropomorphic photographs and ask him to identify Albert Sullivan, just like we did with this guy. The people of Innsmouth all look alike. They all have the mask. As they say around here, I'm afraid I can't tell you which one he is. However, I can tell you that Mr. Sullivan was blinking all the time. That I noticed because the people of Innsmouth never blink. I can see we're going to have to make a second pass through this because our other witnesses talk about blinking. So he always blinks. He always blinks. We learned that on page 11. So Albert Sullivan always blinks, and let's mark that. And then one of our other people who was telling us about her bus rides with the mask was telling us the mask means they never blink. People have the mask. They get uglier. They stare at you without blinking. I heard it's because they refrain from mixing, so they keep inbreeding. He had the mask, but less so. That's the bus driver she's talking about. Okay. Was blinking all the time. He's changing into his fish, but he was blinking. Okay. All right. Interrogation of 377. We've got an interrogation of one of our people. I'm going to write a note here. Interrogated. Page 12. Okay, 377. All we know, we think he's not the bus driver. 5 suspects apprehended. One of them, detainee 377, is heard about his identity. He maintains his initial statements. The detainee maintains his initial statements and claims this was made right after he was arrested by Christopher Reddington. Okay, so soon after he's arrested, we take his statement. He claims his name is Barnabas Marsh. Barnabas Marsh. You let me know if you prefer the split screen or the other screen. He states he does not understand the violence of the intervention in Innsmouth. He adds that alcohol bootleggers in his city can under no circumstance be an excuse for the abuses perpetrated by the military and federal agents on the night of February 13 to 14. Per him, Innsmouth is no more affected by this issue than Ipswich or other harbors in the region, certainly less than Arkham or Boston. Do we need to start a timeline thing? I'm just going to make a page for timeline. February 13, 14 is the federal action in Innsmouth, in case we need it. Okay. When interrogated about the esoteric order of Dagon, the detainee states that it is a congregation of faithful servants and does not understand why the temple had been ransacked. He mentions a socialist conspiracy at the highest ranks of the federal government and the jealousy of neighboring towns over Innsmouth's flourishing industry during the time of crisis. Interrogated about redacted, found in several dwellings, he mentions the epidemic that ravaged the city in 1846 before falling silent. So interrogated about some deformities or whatever that the police are finding. When we show him the photographs of the other detainees who claim to be Barnabas Marsh as well, he states the following. He says 473 is Amos, 579 is Joe Sargent, drives the bus, 925 cross paths and doesn't know him, 971 cross paths and doesn't know him. Well, what is our... As this question is brought to an end, the detainee is held in solitary confinement, asked to see his daughter Esther. Faced with our refusal, he becomes violent, and despite his restraints, it requires the help of several soldiers to subdue him. Well, this is tricky. This is a lot of information, but we know this person has no motive to tell the truth, right? I mean, he might tell the truth, but he has no motive. Either he really is Barnabas Marsh, in which case, why would he tell us he doesn't want to be found, or he's someone trying to cover up for Barnabas Marsh. So it's kind of tricky to think. I'm not going to write down his information here because it feels like he could be a lie, but I will write down that he asks to see Esther. All right, now, what are we told about his, in the introduction, about his kids? Barnabas is about to be changed. He still wears clothes, but he's going to take to the water soon. I'm just going to make note here. This is where we talk about Barnabas Marsh. Where do we hear about Barnabas Marsh's children? We heard Captain Obed had his wives. 3 children, 2 disappeared young, 1 looked like anyone, went to Europe, married her off. Barnabas Marsh, that runs the refinery, is Obed's grandson by his first wife. Barnabas is almost changed. Maybe he's changed already. Probably went down for a trial, he says. And then he says, guess what? They got these Shoggoths. Shoggoth. All right. Did I miss anything? Does Barnabas have a daughter named Esther? That's a great question. I was thinking we might have read about that, but I don't see that we have information about Barnabas's children. Right? And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've got information about Barnabas's children. We've got information about Obed's children, but as of yet, no information about Barnabas's children. Let's see what the chat says. Sullivan's wife said they were going to have another baby when she escaped. Maybe he had a daughter anyway. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. So we do have lots of information. Maybe I'll lots of accusation. Does anyone have a different take on this fact that this evidence is that this information is completely untrustworthy? I mean, it could be true, but I don't know how he's completely an untrustworthy witness. For that matter, this could be asking to talk to his daughter Esther is useless too. All right, we can always come back to it. Okay, well, I've got another interrogation of witness 473 this time. We're going to see all interrogations? Yes. These are all interrogations here. Okay, so here are interrogations, then things change a bit. So these are the interviews. So after we interrogate these people, we leave interrogations for a while. One of them, 473, is heard about his identity. He maintains his initial statements. Upon arrival, the detainee refuses to sit down. However, two soldiers try to force him to do so until the officer so-and-so and something happened, redacted. In fact, the detainee has a protuberance on his back that prevents him from using a chair without experiencing severe pain. So he has a tail. He's growing into a fish. Let me remind you that these creatures have little tails. So that's what he's growing out his back. So he's turning into he's advanced in the fish stage. The chair in the interrogation room is replaced by a stool. During the interrogation, the detainee maintains his initial statements and asserts he's Barnabas Marsh. He states that he has always lived in Innsmouth and has no connection with the events which may have caused our intervention in his city. He says he's an honorable man who serves his community as mayor and as a religious representative in his capacity as pastor of the Esoteric Order of Dagon. He also claims to be an entrepreneur and owns the refinery that bears his name. When questioned about his family, he demands news of his daughter. So he asks about daughter. Doesn't mention her by name, though. He refuses to further respond to our questions on that subject, stating, "I won't help you find her." I won't help you find her. Yvette, I'm just looking at Yvette's thing. Who is Yvette? Yvette's not related to anyone, right? She's just a regular. Okay, so continuing here. He asks about his daughter. He says, "I won't help you find her." Interrogated about blank, found in several dwellings, he mentions the epidemic that ravaged the city, just like this person. The event that ravaged the city in 1846 before falling silent. Epidemic ravaged the city in 1846 before refusing to say more. We show him the photographs of the other detainees. We ask him. He says, one is Joe Sargent, one's the refinery foreman, one of the workers at his refinery, and one is a fisherman. So he says, details. Chat says, "We heard Mary Sullivan, fisherman's wife. Her husband wanted a new child with the Angels. I thought it could be Sullivan who wants to see his daughter." Okay. If he couldn't even sit down, he's far along. That's true. Also, the old man in the prologue said something about the children studying in Europe. Yeah, we heard that one of Obed's daughters studied in Europe. Can we think about this logically for a second? We've got all of the suspects who claim to be Marsh are telling us they're telling us who some of these people are. Joe Sargent's the bus driver. He tells us this guy's the bus driver, this guy's the refinery foreman, this guy's the workers. What I'm trying to think how to think about these statements. We know they have reason to lie. If we find a statement by one of these people that we know is a lie, does that give us any information? This almost feels a little bit like the Monty Hall door problem. This very vexing, weird, unintuitive statistics question. It's kind of like, if we catch them lying, does it provide information? They're all going to lie about someone being, they're all going to lie about Marsh. They all have an incentive to say, they're all members of the Order of Dagon, or at least are trying to protect Marsh, right? So you might expect that each of them might tell the truth, except when they get to Barnabas Marsh, say, he's the fisherman. And another one, when they point to Barnabas Marsh, say, he's the bus driver, trying to point us away from the real Barnabas Marsh. So you might guess, if you looked at multiple people saying, you might be looking for people that aren't consistent, right? The person they have to lie about, they wouldn't have agreed what to call Barnabas Marsh, right? Like, no one's agreeing, hey, tell them that the bus driver is Barnabas Marsh. We're pretending we're Barnabas Marsh. So if we find someone that they all lie about and say is a different person, would that make us think that that person is more likely to be Barnabas Marsh? So as an example, I'm going to get into the chat in a second, but this guy says 579 is Joe Sargent, the bus driver, and this guy also says 579 is Joe Sargent, the bus driver. That makes me think that he really is the bus driver, because if he's Barnabas Marsh, how did they both agree to call him the bus driver? It's possible, but unlikely. So from the interrogations, I'm just going to write down interrogation guesses. I'm going to say 579 bus driver, there's some agreement on. What about 377? Just one person says that. 924, okay. They both mention 924. One says he's a worker at my refinery. One says I don't know him. 971 says he's a fisherman. This guy says I don't know him. So 12 and 13 both agree about Joe Sargent. This guy says he's Barnabas Marsh and claims to know these people, who they are. I wonder if we could make another assumption. Okay. If we look at this page that says, hey, I'm Barnabas, they all say I'm Barnabas Marsh, right? This guy says, hey, 377 is my refinery foreman, and 924 is one of my workers. Now, if you say, hey, I claim to be the owner, 377 is my refinery foreman. Well, that's too specific a thing to make up out of whole cloth. Too easy to check on. So I think that suggests that 377 really must be the refinery foreman, right? Let's imagine you're the bus driver. You don't know who the refinery foreman is, right? But you're supposed to pretend you're Barnabas Marsh. Are you really going to say, you're going to pick a random person and be like, that guy's my foreman? So that makes me think that 377 is the refinery foreman, and that this person talking to us happens to know that, which would be another clue. Like somehow this detainee, 473, knows who the refinery foreman is. This person knows a lot if he's telling the truth. It's hard to lie about who people are, except for Marsh, in which case you're probably not going to say anything. It's quite psychologically interesting. Oh, these two people do disagree about the refinery foreman. Okay, so that's quite... Oh, that's interesting now. So this I have to revise my statement a little bit. These people disagree about who the refinery foreman is. There goes my theory that you wouldn't make something like that is about. Let's just put disagree. We might have to remake this card once we read all of them. But one of them says 377 is the refinery foreman. And another one says that 473 is the refinery foreman and mentions him by name, Amos. Interesting. So they agree about the bus driver. They disagree about the refinery foreman. It would be a pretty good, if you had to lie about someone's identity, picking them out to be someone close to them in the hierarchy would make sense, right? It's like when you want to hide the high up Nazi Himmler or whatever, you don't say he's a bus driver. You say, well, yeah, he did work in the SS, but he wasn't the boss, right? So, like, it would make sense that the safest lie to tell about Barnaby Marsh would be that he's still high up in this refinery operation. He's just not the guy you're looking for. You want to, like, Matt, he's an aristocrat. He's an office worker, right? He's management. You don't want to swap that because that might be too easy to tell. Anyway, just some fun stuff. Jonathan says the person knows Joe's name, but not the other. So it seems like he really might know Joe. Yes, that's a good point. There are 5 priests in the order, so they know each other well, don't they? You've picked up something that I didn't connect, and I think it's a good observation, Anna. This is why having more people play this is useful. So the game tells us in the introduction that they've picked up these 5 people claiming to be Barnabas Marsh, all in dark robes of the Order of Dagon. And when I read that, I was just like, oh, they're all pretending to be him. But I think Anna Maria has a better reading. Anna Maria is saying they really are priests in this order. And we know one of them is the fisherman or the bus driver, we're told by his wife, is a priest. So I think Anna Maria is more likely to be right, that they weren't picked up pretending to be him. They were picked up because they're all they are all priests in this thing. I think that's probably right. They fled aboard an old boat in the company of 4 other members of the Order of Dagon, it says. The 5 detainees are all dressed in the same outfit, a ceremonial dress of blue color. But they're all in a boat owned by the order in the company of 4 other members of the order. So yeah, I think it's likely that they're all high priests. And so Anna Maria was like, they may know each other quite well. Interesting. Okay, let's read our next interrogation. We'll get through these and then we'll take a break. So here is 473. Oh, we did that one. That's the one who says the bus driver, a fisherman, but doesn't know the name. You could also imagine that he knows the name of the fisherman, but doesn't say it. Okay, next interrogation is a 579. So interrogation, page 14. This person doesn't seem to want to say much. 5 suspects. One of them, detainee 579, is heard about his identity and maintains his initial statements. During the questioning, the detainee maintains his initial statements and claims to be Barnabas Marsh. Despite our efforts, he refuses to answer our subsequent questions. So this guy says nothing. Next detainee, 924. Page 15. This guy says nothing. Okay. Detainee 924 is heard about his identity. He maintains his initial statements. The detainee maintains his initial statements and claims to be Barnabas Marsh. As we interrogate him, he does not seem aware of our presence and stares at the walls or the ceiling as if in deep thought. He finally tells us that he is not interested in us and that he suffers for his people. When we interrogate him about the esoteric order of Dagon, he responds that all this is beyond our grasp, and thus we are unable to understand. Per him, we are no better than the inhabitants of Mu or Lemuria. Interrogated about the whatever deformities or whatever, he stares at us with the ghost of a disdainful smile before looking away and staring at a new imaginary horizon. What's going on here? Is he like he's like thinking about the fish world? He's above all the humans now. When presented with the photographs, he says 473 is the foreman. That's the second person who said 473. 971 and 377. I don't know all the inhabitants. I have other things on my mind. 579, he also agrees, is Joe Sargent, and he says, who doesn't know him around here? So he's saying everyone knows the bus driver. That would be very risky for them all to agree to say that Barnabas is the bus driver who everyone knows around here. When asked why these individuals pretend to be him, he said he asked them to. The detainee then fixes his attention on a crack in the wall from which we are unable to divert him. So he's gone crazy. All right. So I feel like at some point we might want to make a chart of who claims who in the interrogation to see all the agreements. But generally, everyone agrees about the bus driver. They disagree about the refinery foreman. One person says it's 377, and two people say it's 473. Let's see. Do we have any other information that I didn't write down? Yes. Okay. So fishermen. We had one person say it's 971. And a worker, someone said it's 924. And then, who doesn't know him? So everyone knows the bus driver 579. Did anyone say they don't know who 579 is? That guy says they all say bus driver, no comment, bus driver. Okay. Jonathan thinks 924 is Miss Douglas. Yes. Let's see. Let's catch up in the chat. Seems too weird to me to give the name of bus driver, but not the name of the foreman at your factory. Yes. Suffers would seem to indicate a worker at the factory. Oh, that's good. Also knows the name of the foreman and the bus driver. I really think this is the worker at the factory suffering in the factory. This one acted like someone who are about to leave the human world, and the first named his foreman, but could be a good actor. Yes, this person seems like they're ready to leave this world and become fish. That might make you think it's the fisherman who's far along. the person who's in pain let's read our last interview here. No, two more. Okay, this is the interview of 971. We'll come back to these. 971 has heard about his identity. He maintains his initial statements. The detainee maintains his initial statements and claims to be Barnabas Marsh. He is particularly feverish and punctuates his sentences with shrill little cries. He claims to be innocent and does not understand why brutality was used to bring him in for questioning. For him, our intervention would have no legitimacy. He states he can only be judged by God and his prophets Dagon and Cthulhu. He claims our intervention would only have been guided by the jealousies of Ipswich and Newburyport's people who are spreading lies about the honest Innsmouth citizens. Does the fact that he says Cthulhu instead of Cthulhu mean he's not he's not really high up priest because he refers to it differently? I'm not sure. When asked about the esoteric order of Dagon, the detainee states that his congregation is pacifist and only aims at spreading the word of the sole true God and his prophets. He regrets our lack of piety and says that miscreants of our kind will be met with eternal demise when the stars come into alignment. Just as a quick aside before we continue, in the story of Spartacus, Spartacus is the first one to admit, hey, I'm Spartacus. And then his other people come up and say, no, I'm Spartacus, to defend him. So are we thinking that the real Marsh might be completely honest with us about everything? Is that possible? That the actual Marsh is going to be telling the truth on all his answers, and it's just like, hey, this is what's up. This is who I am. This is what I'm doing. It's all above you. You guys don't understand. It's an interesting possibility to consider that Barnabas Marsh could be the only one telling us the truth about everything. Jonathan Warner says that Sullivan was very religious like this guy. Sullivan, the fisherman, was very religious. Yes, it's true. All right, let's see. He says the congregation is pacifist. It's just spreading the word of the sole true God and his prophets. He regrets our lack of piety. Says miscreants of our kind will be met with eternal demise when the stars come into alignment. So, yes, he does seem like a pious, true believer. He bursts into laughter when we ask him about the deformities and stuff and the weird bodies or whatever we find that other people have said it's a plague. He bursts into laughter. Yikes. When presented with the photographs, he states he rarely goes out and that his foreman handles his day-to-day business. When pressed, he agrees to identify the following persons. He says 377 is probably a worker. He forgot the name. He says 473 is the fisherman. Who owns a boat with which he tried to flee. 579 is the bus driver. That's another agreement of who the bus driver is known in the region. He's the bus driver. 924 is Amos Hill, the faithful foreman who manages his refinery. That's a third different person identified as the refinery. One person said it was 377, two people said it was 473, one person said 924. We'll have to come back and take better records for some of this again. Well, I asked why these individuals are pretending to be him. He states they are true believers and are trying to protect him. He adds, unlike you, may the Shagas devour you. Starts to laugh and groan, ceasing to answer any of our questions. He's got info. Okay, here we go. Last one. Oh, this is not one of our suspects. So we've done our suspects. Now we've got Raphael Keller being interviewed. 5 of the suspects identify themselves as Barnabas Marsh. So we interrogate the witness, Raphael Keller, manager of the Newburyport Smoked Fish Company, another fish company. Mr. Raphael Keller, son of Jonas, was born June 12, 1872 in Newburyport, Massachusetts. He resides at 11 River Street in Newburyport. We hear the witness at the company's registered office, Newburyport Smoked Fish, seated at 9 River Street in Newburyport, Massachusetts. He testifies to the following. It's been a few years now that fishing is no longer what it used to be. While in Innsmouth, they have more and more fish. Actually, there were a few guys who tried fishing in their waters, but they got in trouble. So I have no other choice than to buy their fish. There are a few of them in Innsmouth who sell to me. We show him the anthropomorphic photographs of detainees and ask him to identify Albert Sullivan. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you which one he is. He generally comes by later in the evening, and frankly, I do my best. We don't spend too much time together. If I remember anything, I'll let you know. No information. And now we're on to medical forms. So, I think it's time for us to take another little break. So we read a bunch of statements from the suspects that gave us physical descriptions of them, and they each had some information to give about each other. We don't know whether to breathe them or not. The chat is busy talking about those interrogations. The whiny one could be suffering worker, could be a she, don't know. We'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll get back to it. All right, we're back. The chat is talking about the interrogations. And Maria says it's interesting that there was just one that couldn't sit on a normal chair because of the spikes, so they're the most advanced along. John says, part of me wants to try to come up with early guesses now, like suspects, just to see if we get any right. Drunk Tiger says, we have to look at the interrogation dates, though. They might have left the stool there after that interview so others didn't complain about the discomfort. That's thinking quite subtly. So the one that couldn't sit was interviewed on February 18th, and then the others were February 19th, February 19th. There's another February 18th. So it's a very subtle thing that Drunk Tiger said. It's true that the stool got replaced on the 18th, and then we had 2 other investigations on the 19th. So it's possible that one came first. We don't have a timestamp, and then the stool was there the whole time. Interesting theory. It's also interesting that we've got a woman in our set of 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One is a woman, Bernice Douglas. And in all 5 interrogation interviews, they're referred to as him. He is feverish. He states. He. His. Can we figure out which one is a woman? Just by what they say? John says, I like Drunk Tiger's idea about the interrogation date. So maybe the chair was a red herring that we can't really know about. I wonder if the comment about the Shugas mean that they have some high up information, but maybe these are all priests, so they would know. I wonder if does any of them betray that they're actually women and not men? Well, this person says, I'm an honorable man. I mean, they're pretending to be Barnabas Marsh, so maybe they would say that. The one who was speaking like someone who's leaving this world said he spoke was the foreman. We heard that only the foreman had a chair in the refinery. I'd say the spiked one is Barnabas, and the weirdly speaking one is the foreman, and he's very good at pretending. Don says, I'm curious if they all would know each other's name. It makes sense that they would since they're all in the order, but it's weird that some actually name people and others don't. Okay, here's what let's do Jonathan Warner's idea. Let's all make our guesses based on these interrogations, who's who, just for the hell of it. These are going to be our early guesses. So get out your note paper and guess who's who. So I'm going to go through these interrogation things, and we'll see what our guesses are. This guy says he's not interested in us, and he suffers for his people. All of this is beyond our grasp. We're unable to understand. For him, they are no better than inhabitants. When we asked about the infections, he has a disdainful smile and he laughs. He says, so-and-so is my foreman. I don't know of all the inhabitants. I have other things on my mind. Everyone knows who Joe Sargent is. I'm going to think that everyone agreed about Joe Sargent. So I'm going to say 579 is really Joe Sargent, the bus driver. They all agreed about him, and he seems to be known well around town. The guy who says everything is beyond our grasp. Okay, the one who sits down, you were pointing out that he can't have a chair because of his back, but that's not necessarily true. This could all be new, right? He's an honorable man who serves his community as mayor and as religious representative. He claims to be an entrepreneur who owns the refinery that bears his name. I think we should be able to pick out the woman. This guy mentions the socialist federal government. He asked to see his daughter Esther. This one here, he states he rarely goes out. His foreman handles his day-to-day business. Unlike you, may the Shagas devour you. His congregation is pacifist. His foreman handles his day-to-day business. I'm going to say he's the foreman because other people might not know that the foreman handles all the business. So I'm going to say 971 is the foreman. So I've identified 971, and I've chosen who I think is 579. Who doesn't? 579 is the guy, he doesn't speak. I think that's still going to be the bus driver. Oh, look who's here. Gregory is here. Gregory Pravat is here. Gregory, we are just finished reading to the interrogations, and now we're making some initial guesses, getting them on the record so that when we get to the end, we see how early we predicted it. All right. I still feel like we should be able to identify the woman who's here. Jonathan has his guesses. Anna Maria, did Anna Maria have her guesses in? An honorable man who serves his community as mayor and as a religious representative, pastor. He also claims to be an entrepreneur. guess if I had to guess, I would say that the fisherman is the crazy one who doesn't care about his people. He's far along. So I'm going to say, if I had to guess, that 924 is the fisherman. So I've got the refinery foreman, the fisherman, and Joe Sargent. So all I've got left is Bernice, the worker, and Barnabas Marsh. Nine 924. I'm going to say that if I had to guess, I would guess that 377 is Bernice, and then that would make 473 Barnabas. I'm not sure on what basis I'm doing this. 924, that would make Barnabas lying about well, that's my guesses. Just for the hell of it. So I guess 579 Joe Sargent, the bus driver, 971 the foreman, 924 the fisherman, 377 Bernice Douglas, and 473 Barnabas, although I couldn't really tell you why. All right, but we've gotten those on the record just for fun when we get to the end. And now we can continue. This was our early guesses. If someone wants to record the time in the video in case we want to look at it, it looks like we're about 3 hours, 20 minutes in. If we want to check on this, but I assume you guys have written down. All right. Did Gregory see that we've got our little painted figurines from Mansions of Madness to help us set the tone here for the deep ones coming up out of the water? I thought Gregory was going to still be outside the sorcerer's house, outside the window, and I think we're all inside the sorcerer's house imagining all this. There's our... That's the Shoggoth, right? I think that's the Shoggoth. All right, here we go. We read this one. We talked to the fish guy. So we were thinking that these type yours in the chat. All right, I don't have I can't type them in the chat channel, but someone could type in for me. Could someone type in for me? My guesses were, because I don't have the chat channel near me. My guesses were 579 is the bus driver. 971 is foreman, 924 is fisherman, 377 is worker, 473 is Barnabas. That's my guesses. Okay. So we've talked to 3 fishermen people, fisher sellers, and none of them can identify our guy, Albert Sullivan, the fish person, the fisherman. I think we have to consider 2 possibilities. One is that he's just so far transformed that no one can recognize him. That would be a natural conclusion. But another conclusion is we've already seen Gregory is willing to be sneaky. And we should not rule out the possibility that the police are wrong about what 5 they've corralled. And that the fisherman is not among these 5. Let's at least keep that in mind. Okay, let's proceed. We've got new stuff here. It seems like we're done with interrogations. There's a lot of interesting documents here with photographs and diagrams. So it seems like they're organized by type. So that's kind of fun. So now we've got medical reports. These are autopsy reports here. Let's see what we've got. So it's June 17th. So we're a couple months past the interviews. Lieutenant Curtis Bridges, United States Department of the Navy, Bureau of Medicine and Surgery, second into the Bureau of Investigation. We are performing an autopsy on the creature, singular, found at 53 Harbor Street in Innsmouth on the night of February 13 to 14, when the federal raids were. Now, note we've got an address here. I wonder if we don't really need to start keeping track of addresses. Because what if this is the address of where one of our people lives? 53, it doesn't ring a bell. There were a bunch of them on Independence Street. Okay, the body exhibits numerous gunshot wounds, burn marks, and countless open injuries when presented to us. So probably shot by the federal officers who were doing a raid on town. The body is constituted of a shapeless mass of sprawling limbs. Through our examination, we discover humanoid limbs, and despite our presumption that we are examining a cephalopod, we discover in its center a bone structure resembling a rib cage. Internal examination confirms the presence of a rib cage and humanoid organs coexisting with an atrophied gill system. Someone killed who was turning half fish. The humanoid limbs, 2 arms and 1 leg, are not connected to the creature's nervous system. The thorax and lymphatic system are reinforced by a material resembling coral. Each tentacle ends with a hook and a venom gland. The creature is obviously a hybrid, both human and cephalopod, or the consequence of a mutation. Answering these questions requires further analysis and investigation. The body and the samples we have taken are sealed and sent to so-and-so. Okay, another autopsy report by Curtis Bridges, same day. Assisted by nurses, redacted, we performed the autopsy on Private Michael Griffin, born December 26 in Dallas, Texas. When the body is presented to us, we observe that it is severed into 2 parts. At the abdomen, the upper part has numerous gunshot wounds and burn marks in addition to various open wounds. The body displays a complete absence of consciousness and spontaneous motor activity. Yeah, you'd think so. We observe a complete absence of conscious and spontaneous motor activity, suppression of all reflexes of the brainstem, a complete absence of spontaneous ventilation, breathing, I guess, hypercapnia test. An examination of the wound to the abdomen reveals crush marks and numerous microperforations. A traumatic blow crushed and severed the spinal cord. Why is he so surprised that it's not conscious? I don't understand that. The purple traces on the overall cutting area lead us to perform a toxicology examination, which reveals the presence of an unknown poison similar to that secreted by some jellyfish. We also note 28 wounds caused by bullets of various calibers, as well as 8 wounds sustained from hand grenade shards. The ammunition and shrapnel that we were able to remove are sealed under normals. All of these injuries are concurrent with the death of Private Griffin. All happened at the same time, so again, killed on the raid, I assume. So we don't have a date of death here. The lower part of the body displays only a few traces of injury. The absence of wounds caused by weapons, burning, or shrapnel leads us to deduce that the death is probably due to 1. The wound that caused the severing of the body into 2 parts, the fracture of the spine, the violent and immediate hemorrhage, the metabolic shock. Also, the gunshot wounds appear to have been inflicted post-mortem, only occurring after the body was severed into 2 parts. The body's injuries are described under Annex 1. Toxicology is under Annex 2. Those may come later in our documents, or they may just be references that we're not meant to see. So this guy's severed in half and bullets came afterwards, and the cutting area has purple traces of like a poison from jellyfish. All right. Here's again 17 June. More medical report. ID number IN34634. Was that one of our people mentioned in our previous reports? No. So let's make a new card for this person. The detainee, whose clinical examination determined that he is approximately 10 years of age, does not exhibit any of the characteristics associated with Innsmouth mask syndrome. That's the sort of inbreeding or fish breeding. He's malnourished, dehydrated, and has great difficulty expressing himself. This is child. He has no mask appearance. He's malnourished. We don't know why we're being told about this. These are people maybe they picked up after the raid. He suffers from the after effects of aggravated abuse, numerous injuries caused by blows rendered by straps and blunt objects. A worker, possibly, at the refinery. Zachary Sullivan. We have an ID. This is Zachary Sullivan. Zachary Sullivan is the son of the fisherman. Yes. Zachary Sullivan is the son of the fisherman. Remember, the wife ran away when she was going to be breeded with the fish people. And we asked her if she would if she wants her son back. And her son is not a fish baby. That's right. The child that Mary left behind. Mary was the wife. Okay, so he's the son of the fisherman. Let's see what it says. He suffers from after effects of aggravated abuse, numerous injuries caused by blows rendered by straps and blunt objects. So either abused as a kid or a worker in the factory, that's my guess. He's refused to answer our questions. The detainee has repeatedly expressed to the healthcare personnel his wish to be reunited with his mother. So he's loyal to the mother, not the father. That's important. In our opinion, he's unrelated to the Innsmouth case and more specifically to the mask syndrome. Therefore, we see no reason to keep him in detention. We recommend his reintegration into his maternal family. Okay, so he misses his mother. I'll just put. So he might be able to tell on his father or give us some extra information. I really am starting to suspect that the fisherman is not in this group and that maybe the son knows that the fisherman died or something. Just a theory. Just a theory. Okay. I should write down what page we got this from. I almost forgot. Page 20 of 55. So we're not quite halfway through the documents. Look at this one. It's a report made at Innsmouth, Date when made today. Is this going to be the kid talking? Period last night. Sergeant Hijosa. Staff Sergeant died that way in Mr. Marsh's house. Staff Sergeant was the first to hear a clicking sound in the cellar. I wasn't supposed to, but when they came in there and ran away, devoured in one go, and Mike would show us the color that was in the clicking sound located in the cellar. Do it, do it. Okay. Report made by Sergeant Hijosa, but this is obviously not a police officer writing this. Well, I don't know what to make of this one. We'll have to come back to this one. Someone went crazy. Clicking sound located in the cellar. Show us the color. This reminds me of that recent movie. There's a movie, a sort of H.P. Lovecraft type movie called like Sound of Color, Color Out of Sound, something like that. Does everyone know the movie I'm talking about? Sound out of color, color out of sound. Someone must know. We've got enough people in this channel that someone must know this movie. Quite recent. Definitely has a Lovecraft feel with Nicolas Cage. What is the name of the movie? Color Out of Space. That's right. Color Out of Space. That's exactly it. Okay. And we return, and we've got more weird documents. The title is Assault on Sector 8. Lieutenant Michael DeCamp, U.S. Navy. Sorry, Mitchell DeCamp from the U.S. Navy. It says, in Cthulhu, Dagon is his prophet and Hydra is his priestess. Shame on us, what have we done? Just crazy people writing reports. People have lost their mind. It's filed after this attack. And more crazy reports. Date when made, never. Period which made, never. Report made by M.E., by me. Again, assault on sector blank. This is about the assault that they made on Innsmouth. Character of case Doom. I have the honor to report that is not dead which can eternally lie, and with strange aeons be, even death may die. I have the honor to report that it is not dead which can eternally lie, and with strange eons even death may die. This is Sergeant Wilson's report, in charge of the search conducted in Sector Blank, where Joe Sargent's house was situated. Mr. Sargent's place of residence was destroyed during the military operations on the night of 13th through the 14th. So this is all related to the same house that they found? And is this the same thing that we're asking these people about? Remember when we interrogate them, we says, when asked about we keep asking them about this stuff, right? Interrogated about redacted, found in several dwellings. This is like this stuff, the severed body, the weird half-fish people. Okay. This is Sergeant Wilson's report in charge of the search conducted in Sector Blank, where Joe Sargent's house was situated. Mr. Sargent's place of residence was destroyed during the military operations. Okay. Here's a medical report from, again, Curtis Bridges, 17 June. Stamped on 17 June, but the actual report is from February 20th, a week after the raid. Patient Private Jackson. At the time of his admission, the patient was already showing signs of severe dehydration and a weight loss of 17% compared to his last checkup. The patient, unconscious, may be awakened for short periods of time, but he is no longer capable of communicating in any way. The patient is subject to fits of delirium, during which he keeps repeating, Ya Ya Cthulhu Ftang, Fengli Migwalnaf, Cthulhu Relai, Waganahai Fatagan. Clinical signs: persistence of the skin fold, dryness of buccal mucous membrane. They talk about a buccal swab police. That's when they go in their mouth. So that must to take a DNA test or something. So it must be they're talking about the, I don't know if buccal swabs are always mouth, but mucous membrane, nose, mouth. Flattened venous system, hypertension, hypovolemia, decreased blood volume, fever, polyps, decreased muscle tone, hip tone in eyeballs, constipation, hypertremia. He's turning into a fish, it seems. I don't know these details here. Altered levels of consciousness, confusion, cognitive and functional decline, acute kidney failure, numerous bed sores, 3 coronaries to date. Prevention of abnormal liquid loss, fluid supply. Despite the administered treatment and the cause being indeterminable, the patient's dehydration level continues to increase. After days, the patient remains in critical condition. Private Jackson. We don't quite know what to make of these last reports we've just seen. Drunk Tiger says, we just encountered a spell we have no idea about. We are halfway through. Yes, we're now at the halfway mark. All right, so we don't really know how to use the last set of documents we've recovered about bodies and autopsies and crazy people reports that happened after the raid. But we'll come back to it, apparently. Okay, so here's another report made days after the raid. Search of Building 18 in plot AB 43. We've got a little diagram here. On February 13th in Innsmouth at 10 p.m. as group leader, I led the Special Investigation Group number 12, whose mission is to invest, secure, and search Building 18 on plot INAB 43. I led the Special Investigation Group 12. We went to invest, secure, and search Building 18. This dwelling, a stone building with a ground floor, another floor, and a cellar, is located in the immediate vicinity of the Marsh Refinery. It is the official residence of the foreman who runs the refinery, Amos Hill. Aha, okay. So, what have we got here? Where is our Amos Hill card? Amos Hill. So we've got on page 25 a map of his house, which is Building 18 on INAB 43. Okay. What does this, and this is page 25. Okay, what can we make out of this? So we know he lives on the refinery, in the immediate vicinity of the refinery. There's his house. You've got 3 entries into the house. This way, this way, this way. Remember, we believe he's escaped, but because he's been caught with these 5. He lives next to the Monnoxet River. Let's put a little mark on this page. So we know this is detailed information. There's the refinery. He can come in and out to the courtyard. He's got access to the train, and then 2 other dwellings nearby, 5 and 8. He lives on the Manuxet River, but we don't have a street address. Maybe I should put this up here. The relevant part is that this is Amos Hill's house. Okay, so search of the building. This is Hansen is doing this report. Okay. His job was to secure it. All right, well, what went wrong? Whoa, look at this. More diagrams. Holy cow, this is detailed. All right, so what have we got here? Here's still building 18. Look what they found. A stash of illegal alcohol in a storeroom, and then the 2 cells. 1, 2, 3. There's our entrance and exits. 1, 2, 3. So it lines up. He's got cells. And then here, he's got a big dining room, bedroom, living room. Upper floor. This will be ground floor. Ground floor's got 2 cells. Why do they have cells in his house? There's the toilet, sink and toilet. So he's got cells in his house. Upper floor is normal, bottom floor is full of alcohol and jail cells. Okay. And here we have it continuing. Here's the cellar. He's got another big cell. Look, he's got a secret tunnel toward the sewers, which was destroyed by an explosive charge, presumably during the attack, and another tunnel toward the sewers that wasn't destroyed. This has been redacted. Is this where they found this body we saw? Let's read. This building, comprising 3 identical axes of entry, including one overlooking the refinery's courtyard, an element is placed at the level of entry 3, while the main assault is carried out on entry 1 in coordination with groups 14, 15, and 16, all of which have been missioned to capture the refinery. Group 16 was tasked with positioning an element at entry 2 in order to prevent any exfiltration. So they're just saying the main attack was carried out from the back, from the railway, and they positioned groups at the other 2 entries to make sure no one could escape. Of course, now we know there was a tunnel that they could escape for. Maybe they didn't know about these tunnels. Then there's a whole set of redacted stuff that you can kind of see a little bit of. A question is whether we should be trying to read that. I don't think so. My gut tells me that we're not meant to do this, although I'll give you a close-up so you can see what I see. That you can kind of see some of these letters, but not much. And then this is redacted, what they found. There's a little letter C here. I think the scrolled note acted like they accidentally let something out of the basement. Wow, look at these photographs of real things. That's so cool. Jonathan was saying, let me look at this for a second. Jonathan was saying, I think the scrolled note acted like they accidentally let something out of the basement. The staff sergeant was first to hear a clicking sound in the cellar. I wasn't supposed to, but when the thing they came in there, but ran away, devoured in one go, and Mike would show us the color that was in the clicking sound located in the cellar. These are all happening on that night, so it does sort of make sense that this is all related to this. I want to see about this. The creature found at 53 Harbor Street. That's a different location. That's not where we are, right? Harbor Street. Maybe it is at 53 Harbor Street. But let's worry about that in a second. So, Private Michael Griffin was the one cut in half. And then this report here is about the cellar. So, Joe Sargent's house was located. Oh, I see. This is related to our bus guy. I didn't make that connection. Let me just do this for a second. So we've got one of these documents on page 23 that we just read was Joe Sargent's house destroyed during the February 13 attack. Okay. Sergeant Wilson reported that. Private Jackson is turning into thing. We don't know about him. But here's this one. Okay, so you think that the seller, that crazy note about the person who's gone crazy is probably talking about this seller. I think that makes some sense. Is there anything more that confirms that to us? Not that we really need to, but he's hearing some creature down here. Maybe a Shoggoth. Maybe one of these creatures was down there in the cellar. They ran away, devoured it, yeah. Mr. Marsh's house. Staff Sergeant died that way in Mr. Marsh's house. Very interesting, though, that this thing is about Mr. Marsh's house, not about the foreman's house. That's interesting. It's a little clue. All right, let's continue this reading about Amos Hill's house. Apparently Amos Hill's house. Particular points. The ground floor, presence of many whiskey cases, presence of 2 rooms with doors locking from the outside. This point, as well as the rings sealed into the walls, suggests that these were cells. They were all found empty. A trapdoor in the storeroom provides access to the cellar. In the cellar, 2 tunnels exit from the cellar. The first, less than 15 feet long, discreetly leads to the Manuxet. So to the river where fish creatures can get out, I suppose. The other, much longer, over 80 feet, leads to other tunnels and the city's sewer system. We had to obstruct it by causing a landslide with a demolition charge to hold the whatever. The main room is cluttered with various crates. The markings on the crates and their contents indicate that they originate from various shipwrecks. Remember, there were things that could keep the deep ones under control that the old islanders had. Came from various shipwrecks. They have been sealed by the customs service agent. Presence of a third cell similar to those on the ground floor. The upper floor living areas in the bedroom. In a drawer of the small writing desk, we find correspondence between Barnabas Marsh and Amos Hill. Consisting of 50 letters, it deals mainly with organizing the cult within the esoteric order of Dagon, and to a lesser extent with Marsh refinery production. As ordered, all letters were handed over to the something representative. In the nightstand drawer, we also find a photograph of Esther Marsh. This is one of the detainees, says, "Where's my daughter, Esther?" And the other one just says, "Where's my daughter?" This says target number 8. So let's make a new card for Esther Marsh. So this is our first confirmation that Esther Marsh is the name of the daughter of Marsh. We're also told she's called target number 8. Sealed under user or under INAB 43 18 10. Interesting. 43 and 18 are the building. Innsmouth building 4318. I don't know what the 10 refers to. The photograph is smeared with a brownish gooey liquid. Hidden under the floorboard, we find in a wooden case 2 crowns, 7 crafted bracelets made of heavy yellow metal, which we know is going to be gold. CF contact sheet under Annex 1, jewelry sealed under numbers. Okay, this is, I guess the 10 is probably the evidence number. But in case we need this, jewelry is -1 and -9. On February 14th at 2 a.m., we seal off the 3 main access to the building as well as the tunnel overlooking the river before arriving at the headquarters of Area 4. Now, here is the jewelry they found. And I think we should note something got written in here on the side we won't want to miss. Okay, detailed view of seals on these pieces of evidence. This says, 1812 189. 1812-9. So 9 pieces of evidence with that number was found. Okay, so let's see. Here's a couple of them. Let's get a close-up of these scary golden amulet things hidden under the floorboard. All right, let's see. What does this little side thing says? It says contact sheet 18.1 to 18.9. All right, it says identical craftsmanship to SC INAB 43-19-1 to 73. So other evidence. So similar to 43-19-1 to 43-19-73. Now let me point out that if 43 is the, remember, they attack building 18 on plot 43, right? So we're now in building 18 where they found these, and it's saying they're identical to the things found in building 19. So we might want to try to find what building 19 is. Like, do Amos and Barbarous live like right next door? They seem like, I don't know, but it might be interesting to know what building 19 is, where they found more of these. And look at this. Here's 3 to 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Come on, how cool is that? How cool is that? That this is evidence numbering, and this is a view of 3 to 9. This is -1, -2. So the police gave each of these their own identification, and that's why these numberings go to 9. Okay. And that looks like all we have here. I can't make anything else from left to right and top to bottom. I don't see anything special about them. There they are in there. In one, they were all found in one box. Here's these two. Nothing jumps out at me, but maybe we can, I'll just note found in building 18, which we think is Amos Hill, the foreman, his house. And I'm going to write down, this is all from page 27. Okay, well, look at this one. Anna Marie says maybe the photographs are at the end. Okay, so before we look at that one, the photographs of the thing that referred to the annex, is that what you're saying? Okay, so all right, Anna, this is back to our discussion of should we go through this book in order. So just to be clear here, I'm gonna mark, let me do a couple more bookkeeping. So for our 5 Barnabas subjects, we wrote them here and identified with a B, right? And then we've got our 5 people that we think are with Barnabas. I'm going to identify these as B. Okay, then we've got a bunch of other people that were mentioned that we think are irrelevant, but we wrote down their information just by number. But then we've also got sort of side characters. I'm going to call these S for side characters. This is Zachary Sullivan, the child of Mary Sullivan, one of our people, and Esther Marsh, the daughter. So we'll put those aside. Okay, so going back, we discussed about whether we should proceed through this document set in order or whether we should skim it and look for things. And I think Anna Marie is saying, we came across this that said, body's injuries are described under Annex 1, toxicology under Annex 2. And Anna was saying, do we think at the end we should sneak and look for whether one of these is Annex 1 and Annex 2? It doesn't seem to be. Now, I do see something. Okay, let's separate these aside. We've got photographs here. Found in the building, found in building, found in building, found in building. Okay, so did you just see a mention to a photograph that I missed? Upper 4, we find correspondence. We find a photograph of Esther Marsh, target 8, sealed under 10. Photograph is smeared with a brownish gooey liquid. So here it is, as you predicted, as Anna Marie guessed. Yes, okay. So we found a photograph of Esther Marsh, smeared with brownish gooey liquid. We find in a wooden box the 2 crowns and bracelets, which we just looked at. Okay, so here it is. Here's Esther Marsh. Let's get a close-up of it and look at it together. So here it is. Photograph of target number 8. Miss Esther Marsh. And I'm going to make a note. See photo. All right. Now, what can you make of this? There's the brown gooey stuff. She looks kind of fish-like. That's all there is to it. So, she looks fish-like, does she not? She's not wearing any of the bracelets. She's wearing a little shroud. Now, why would it be found at Amos Hill's house, is the question. Either it is Amos Hill's house and he's having a relationship with Esther, or this is really Barnabas Mash's house. Marsh. All right. Let's keep our photographs separate over here somewhere. Can you see those on the top cam? Yes, okay. What's this? Oh, those are more photographs we haven't looked at yet. Okay. We'll look at them when we find them. That's a good way to do it. Is one of those number 1, number 2 artifacts on her head? Are they? You think this is... Maybe you're right. Maybe this is this. So Drunk Tiger was saying this thing here, sorry, this thing here is one of these. I think you're right. Yes, I think you're right. These might be the special things that help you control the fish people or mark you as safe from the fish people. I think you're probably right. Doesn't look like those are the bracelets she's wearing though. All right, what have we got here? On February 31st, February 31st, that doesn't exist. There's no such thing as February 31st, and it's completely unsigned, so another person's gone mad. I led the assault on Mr. Marsh's place of residence. It is a dwelling with rooms and cellars which are underground and occupied by... Like, you can almost read through this. Mr. Marsh is away, but the house is not empty, and its inhabitants killed many of my soldiers. I managed to get out with some of my men, but not many, certainly not all of them. Before leaving, I took some papers, Annex 1, and looked at books that I should not have looked at. But it is too late. Oh my God, that's great. I hope you will forgive me, but I have no choice. And now he's talking to his wife, maybe. Adelaide, take good care of the little ones and tell them that their dad will always love them, that they should not worry when looking at the stars at night, and that Dad has burned down Mr. Marsh's house. Captain Jeff Boonis. And then he like blew his head up. Looks like he committed suicide maybe. And then, yes, you can see on the side, Captain Boone ended his life after writing this report. He managed to get out with some of my men. He looked at books he should not have. Mr. Marsh is away. The house is not empty. He took some papers, Annex 1. Are we gonna see those papers? I see more report. Let's worry about it later. He took some papers and he went crazy from reading the books he shouldn't have. Anna Maria says, weren't they corresponding about her or something? There were letters there also in the foreman's house. Looks like he was taking care of Barnabas's personal stuff as well, not just the refinery. Maybe the two asked about Esther during the interrogation, Amos and Marsh. Those were photos of the detainees. Yes, these are photos discovered, but we haven't discovered them yet. Okay, Anna Marie was making a good point that we found letters. So they find letters between Marsh and Amos, consisting 50 letters, deals mainly with organizing the cult, and to a lesser extent with Marsh refinery production. That's it. So they're not writing letters about the daughter. They're writing letters about organizing the cult, but it does seem like Marsh is away. And we're told this is Amos's house. Building 18, the official residence of the foreman who runs the refinery. Just for what it's worth. Let's continue. Oh wait, look, something written on the back. Annex 1. Annex 1. That's weird. Annex 1 and Annex 2. It looks like Annex 1. We can't read. Can't see through it, can we? No. So a little odd that Annex 1, it looks like it was on the back here. We can't see it. So he took some papers, Annex 1, and looked at books he shouldn't have. All right. Here's Annex 2. Oh, sorry. So here's this thing that he shot after he says he took some papers, Annex 1, and then here's Annex 1. It looks like it's just a photocopy of the back of it, of the papers he took. So we don't have access to it. But we do have access to Annex 2. Dear Sir, this is October 22nd, 1926, so several years ago, Salem High School. I regret to inform you, despite a series of 3 warnings, your daughter Esther's personal hygiene has not improved. The school governing board convened a special meeting on October 21st and decided to expel Esther. Even though we would have preferred a different outcome, this decision remains irrevocable. Robert Phillips, the director. So basically, daughter Esther is in high school and is smelling like fish because she's turning into a fish, and they expelled her. Okay, and these were papers found at the Marsh's residence. I think we need to take a break here. So we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. It's 3:20. We still got plenty of time. We'll come back and continue through these documents, which are fascinating in their variety. It seems like we still got some fun stuff ahead. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back, continuing our playthrough of Case 4 in Bureau of Investigation, the Spartacus case. We are at document page 30 of 55. Okay, more reports from the police officers. This one is made by S. Miller, who did the raid on Innsmouth. So here's a guy, this is a report of the search of Building 7 in Plot C22. On February 13th, 928 in Innsmouth, Massachusetts at 10 p.m. as group leaders. Is there anything more in the chat that we should talk about before I start? Let's see. It says, we're talking about this game being a cold case game. John says, is there going to be some bonus points if we can reason the location of the Shoggoth? And Anna Maria says, now we have to figure out how to use these documents to find Marsh. The only thing I want to make sure we all keep in mind is to not trust Gregory, that these are the 5 people here. In the back of my mind, I'm wary that there may be, like, Barnabas Marsh may not even be among these 5, or the fisherman's dead and is not here. So let's just keep that in mind. Okay, they search Building 7. I'd love to see a larger photo, a large diagram of where these different buildings are. We've been told about the search of Building 18. We're told in a very offhand way that Building 19 also had these jewelry in it, which makes me think it might be where Marsh is hiding. Building 19, or maybe Marsh's house. But now we have, I'm going to make a note. In fact, on our unresolved issues, I'm going to say Building 19, question mark. Because we were told that the jewelry matches jewelry. And a little sidebar, matches the jewelry found in 18 was also found in 19, and then we never heard again about Building 19. So we'll put that in our list. Okay, so here we've got, and maybe, in fact, let's do this. Let us make location cards. So we've got Building 18. We're told this is Amos Hill residence. Then we have a little offhand mention in the side notes of Building 18 jewelry that Building 19 had similar jewelry found. And now we're hearing about Building number 7, which was found on Plot C22. It'd be great if we could see if we're going to see a map at some point. And this is page 30. And maybe for our records, I'll just note that Building 18 stuff was mainly page 25. And then to remind you all that it was in the side comment of page 27, it says identical craftsmanship to those found in these evidence. It doesn't even say Building 19. It just says evidence tags, but we know how to read the evidence tags, and that means Building 19. In fact, you could go a little deeper and say, look at this. Identical craftsmanship to 43-19-1 to 43-19-73. That means they found 73 pieces of evidence in Building 19 that they cataloged. That were jewelry. So they found a huge collection of jewelry there. Now, in the past, when I think I've stumbled upon some great insight clue like that, it's usually the case that we're just going to get told it later. We're going to get the information about building 19. But I hope we don't, and I hope it's critical, and I hope that I've spotted and figured out something important, but probably not. All right, let us return. Does it pay when we do these playthroughs to do like an intermission discussion of the game? I normally try to avoid that. Occasionally when Greg and I would be playing a game, there's a big temptation like to pause in the middle and say, let's talk about this game and how cool it is or whatever. And then I often say, well, maybe we should wait till the game's over. But I don't know if it pays to talk about these things in the middle and capture your experiences live. But okay. Okay, so February 13th at 11 p.m., as head of the 5th Special Investigation Group, I enter Building 7 on plot C22, the presumed place of residence of Bernice Douglas. So Building 7 was Bernice Douglas residence. Supposedly. Like the other buildings in the neighborhood, see reports on buildings 1 through 6 on plot in C22. The house is filthy and reeks of rotten fish. On the ground floor, we do not meet a living soul. There is a bedroom furnished with a recently used double bed and an older bassinet, whose inner lining is torn on all sides and whose wooden parts are marked with laceration and bite marks. A creature was being kept in the baby's bassinet. There are also a kitchen and a living room. These rooms are poorly furnished, and the floors are strewn with garbage and excrement. In the kitchen, we discover a trapdoor that leads to the underground sewer system. All the buildings lead to the sewers. In the living room, pinned to the wall, we see several photographs. We're going to look at those in a second. See photographs. These are the Building 7 photographs, which I know we have here. We're going to look at in a second. So we see several photographs. These are the Building 7 photographs. Okay, so here they are here. The first depicts 3 men visibly affected by the Innsmouth mask. Bam. Let's get a close-up. Photograph discovered in the living room of Building 7. Here they are. They look very similar because that's what the people with the mask look. They're dressed identically. And they've all got the fish-like mask. They're sitting in front of some water with a sailboat or something behind them. Brick. Okay. INC 2271. So sealed as evidence. Plot 22, Building 7, evidence number 1. Signed by the same guy who did this report. The first depicts 3 men visibly affected by the Innsmouth mask. The second shows a man and a woman on either side of a cradle. The photograph was obviously taken in front of the residence door we've been tasked to search. The man's face has been erased. The woman, with tired features and a vacant look, has no visible anomaly. So she doesn't have the mask, we're told. Is that going to be Barnabas Marsh? That's the bassinet. That's the house we're at. The third photograph is of the woman in the second photograph, but taken at an earlier date. So there she is. I guess there's no good way for me to show you both. Okay. Taken at an earlier date as the woman being visibly younger. The photograph was taken in front of a building that Officer Carlson identifies as the Ipswich Town Hall. Upstairs, 2 unoccupied bedrooms of no interest and a landing. From the landing, a ladder leads to a trapdoor providing access to the attic. I order Private Griffin to go first to the attic. Halfway through the trapdoor, a terrible sucking sound is heard, and he's literally cut in half as his legs and abdomen tumble down the ladder. Private Zima and Fox immediately open fire toward the ceiling. On my orders, Corporal Hillman, using the M1918 Browning automatic, joins the suppressive fire, and Private Willem prepares a defensive grenade. I position myself at the level of the ladder to lead the assault. After Private Willem's grenade is deployed and detonated, I lead the assault with Privates William and Zima. Corporal Hillman and Private Fox remain upstairs and cease fire on my order, but are instructed to resume support fire if necessary. In the attic, we meet no resistance. The upper part of Private Griffin's body has been dragged to a crib from which numerous lifeless tentacles emerge, littering the attic floor. After firing several times at the crib, I position my men for cover fire before approaching it. In the crib lies a shapeless and sprawling mass. Contact sheet under Annex 1. I immediately report these events to Charlie CP and finalize the search of the attic. We find nothing except fish remains and a few bones. After Private Griffin's remains are evacuated by health services and those of the Thing by some secret division, we mark and seal the access to the sewers and entrance to the house before going to Building 8, which is the subject of a separate report. Okay, so this is the person's autopsy that we read earlier. We read the whole autopsy about the body cut in half, and now we're hearing about how it happened and why his body was riddled with bullets and stuff. I just want to make sure I understand this part about the creature. So his body was cut in half. Then they find it in the crib. His body's been dragged to the crib, from which numerous lifeless tentacles emerge, littering the attic floor. And in the crib lies a shapeless and sprawling mass. Presumably, I see, it was killed by the grenade that they threw up there. So a creature killed him, cut him in half, and then they threw up the grenade in there and killed it. And they gave the mask, they turned it in. Okay, so going back to this photograph, though, these two photographs here, I want to catch up in the chat with our theories here. So, let's see. No one, might be Mr. Douglas, whose face is burned out. Okay, assuming this is Bernice Douglas, who's quite a looker, maybe we should write in Bernice's page here. See photo. I'm going to say she's hot. I'm going to write, the photo was in Town Hall. And then father of child, face scratched out. It's not clear why she would scratch out that face. And I'm going to put a page number here. Page. We're learning about her. We learned about her on page 30. I'm assuming this is Bernice Douglas. It's her house. Those are probably photographs of her. She's got a baby. The baby's now been killed, I believe. Oh, and now we're going to see the photos of the scene here. I wonder, though, if the father of Bernice Douglas is not Marsh. Could be Mr. Douglas, but do we know if there's a Mr. Douglas? She was at Town Hall in her earlier days. What does that tell us? I don't see anything special about that photograph. But we know someone's having fish babies with her. All right, are we ready? In the chat, John says, maybe her child turned early and father freaked out and left, so she burned out his face of anger. Yes, it's possible. Okay, so he read about the report and he says, okay. And here's some photographs. Let's look at this. Contact sheet, the thing in the attic. General view of the attic after the fighting. So here it is. They shot up into the attic. There's bullet holes all through it. There's the bassinet baby crib. There's his body cut in half. It's been dragged over to the bassinet. There's the general view of the thing. And while I'm showing you this, let me give us a little visual aid. I believe this is what we're dealing with. Here it is, the tentacled creature in the crib. There it is, right? All right, so the tentacled creature has been killed. You can see it's got arms and legs melded into it. So this once was a, I don't know, does that mean it once was a person? No, surely that's the baby. It's just got some human forms in it or something. I don't know, this one doesn't have any human forms, so that's a little strange. There's its teeth. How did it cut the person in half, though? I guess these suckers, there's little teeth on these, each tentacle, too. All right. So let's continue on. We'll just add this to our little menagerie of creatures here. All right, continuing reports by police. Arrest for questioning of the Relay Princess Crew by De Silva. On February 13th in 1928 in Innsmouth, at 10:35 p.m. as group leader, I lead group number 27, whose mission is to secure the port area. We spot a few individuals trying to escape the combat zone and intercept them. All these individuals claim to be target number 1. This is the report of the capture of the people who claim to be Barnabas Marsh. As we patrol, we see 2 rough silhouettes dressed in blue robes and carrying a big crate heading toward one of the docks. Still moored at the same dock, the Relay Princess, a fishing vessel, is about to set sail. Aboard, 3 other silhouettes bustle, also dressed in blue dresses. There's our 5 people found on the boat, dressed in priestly robes. One of the individuals is at the helm and, starting the boat engines, instructs the others to operate the hoist, obviously preparing to load the heavy crate transported by the first 2, who are now making their way to the boat with the crate. Both individuals operating the hoist swear incessantly and seem to disagree on how to fulfill their task. Taking advantage of the explosion sounds in the city and the disorganization of the 5 individuals, we managed to get closer without being seen. We first arrest the 2 who had been carrying the crate for questioning, subsequently registered under 579 and 377. So let's write down that these 2 arrested were carrying the crate. That's page 32. Let's mark this. Then those aboard the boat, subsequently registered as 473, 924, and 971. 971, 924. Okay, so these were... So one of these people was driving the boat. I'm just going to put on boat. So one of these people was captaining the boat, and then 2 of them didn't seem to know what they were doing, right? Operating the hoist mechanism. So it's kind of like one is a boat driver, expert, and 2 are totally novice to the boat. Regarding the last 3, the clash preceding their arrest and their almost identical outfits prevent us from determining who was at the helm before the assault. So one of these 3 knows how to drive a boat. The fisherman would be someone who would know how to drive a boat, right? So maybe one of those 3 is the fisherman. When we interrogate the detainees about their identity, they all claim to be target number 1. On board the vessel, we discover another crate. Both crates contain antique works, clay tablets, statuettes, and other items whose function we are unable to determine. See the list of items under Annex 1, contact sheet under Annex 2. Contact sheet's going to be photographs, I suppose. Okay. Fishing vessel relay princess. Okay, so one of these 3 are going to be the fisherman, probably. So I'm just going to put a question mark. Fisherman, question mark. Fisherman, question mark. Fisherman, question mark. This guy we have that he's not the bus driver, he's not the refinery worker. So that would make this guy the fisherman, the pious, feverish guy. So if you look at this, if we say that one of these 3 was found on the boat, one of which was the captain, and then we look at the other information we have about these 3, what we see is that the first 2 were in our previous things we learned they could be the bus driver. This one had a tail protuberance, asked about Marcia's daughter. Not much information. But now look at 971. We're told they're not the bus driver and they're not the refinery worker. In the interrogation, we notice they're feverish and pious. So if they're not the bus driver and they're not the refinery worker, that means what's left is Marsh, Bernice, and Amos Hill, the refinery foreman. If it's Marsh, Amos, not the bus driver, not the refinery worker, not Bernice. So that means it's Marsh, Amos, or the fisherman. So have I confused myself now? Why am I so sure this is... One of these guys has to be the captain. Why was I so sure it was him now? If this is the fisherman... I don't know. I don't know why I was so sure that this was the fisherman now. Someone remind me. My brain is getting scrambled. One of these has to be the fisherman, but why can't it be either of these two? All right, we'll come back to that then. They're not carrying the shoggoth in the crate. They're carrying the special jewelry that maybe can control the fish creatures. Both contain, they looked at both crates, both contain antique works, clay tablets, statuettes, other items whose functions we are unable to determine. We're going to look at them in a second. I'm not sure. Why can't 5 be capable of operating a boat? Okay, well, the first thing is we know 2 are trying to operate the hoist and they're disagreeing how to do it. So I think that suggests that the 3 on the boat, one is driving the boat, right? One is at the helm. So of the 3 people prior on the boat, 1 was driving it and 2 don't know what they're doing. So I think that tells us that running the fishing boat, the one at the helm, is the fisherman. I don't know why I was so sure about why it couldn't be. One of these 3 have to be the fisherman, but why can't it be the others? I'm not sure now. Not the bus driver, not the refinery worker. Amos, Marsh, or fisherman. If it's not an Amos and it's not Marsh, then it would have to be the fisherman. That would be the only thing you could say. If the people on the boat, if it's Amos and Marsh bringing the crate from their house, then that would make, I think that is a logical probability that these 2 are carrying the crate could be Marsh and Amos. And then these 3 would be the others, which would make this have to be the fisherman. But it's not necessarily true that the 2 people carrying the crate are Amos and Marsh. In fact, I still suspect a trick being played on us. Okay, let's take a look at these. Annex missing. Investigation in progress. So the statuettes, these were the things they found in the crate. It's missing and someone stole the photograph and has redacted it. It's like too sensitive to be left in the records. All right. Search of building 23. On February 13th, 1928, At 11 p.m., group leader I lead Special Investigation Group 17, whose mission is to investigate, secure, and search Building 23 in Plot D8. There is no number or plate we can use to identify the unusual occupant of the accommodation. We force open the main door. The dwelling is in an advanced state of decay. Lying on a straw mattress, we find a child who must be around 10 years old. The child offers no resistance to his arrest and appears dazed. At 11 p.m., after registering him under group number 634, this is Zachary. We've already got a card for him. We're going to say, see page 34. He's found at building 23 in D8. He is handed over to Sanitary Group 3. At 11 p.m. we seal and mark the front door before moving on to the next building. And he's found at Harbor Street. There's the harbor. Now, I know we've seen Harbor Street before, but is that just because we've seen it from our previous information about finding Zachary? I don't see it mentioned here. So I know we saw Harbor Street before, but I don't know where, so I'm going to put it on our unresolved issue. I'm going to write down that Harbor Street, Zachary was found. That's on page 34. I'm just going to write down where else Harbor Street mentioned prior to page 34. If someone remembers, let me know. Otherwise, I'll put it in the unresolved pile. All right, that's Zachary. He's in our pile of helper people, accessories. But also, we should make a new page for a new location. This is building 23 in D8, which is at page 34. And Zachary was found, the son of Mary. And we'll put this in our building documents. Harbor Street. We don't know why Zachary was taken, or if maybe he escaped. Oh, look at this map of his house. Always look at the back sides of sheets. Our investigation led us to find in the dwelling a large quantity of fish in various stages of putrefaction, clothing, fishing clothing in a large size, a female clothing, patched and worn, as well as child's clothing in deplorable condition. Pieces of rope, driftwood, and netting, most of which are in poor condition, a title deed for a motorboat, see Annex 1, and several invoices, see Annex 2. Presumably we're going to see these now. Okay, large bed, small bed, pile of clothes, fish stashed all around. Fish, fish, fish. If you'll remember, Zachary was the son of Mary, who ran away from the fisherman who wanted to bring her out to mate with the fish. Isn't this the Sullivan's house now, then? Albert Sullivan, the fisherman. Is that what it is? Is that the fisherman's house where he lives with his son. That makes a lot of sense. So let's just put house number 23, question mark, page 30. It was here, page 34. So this very well could be the house of the Albert Sullivan, the fisherman whose wife ran away, and we know he has a son. We know Zachary is his son, so Zachary was found. So either Zachary is found in his house. I think this makes sense that this is his house where he lives, and that this is the father's living here, sleeping here, the son is sleeping here. He's got clothing from the female, his wife, who's been gone for a while. Makes sense. Well, here it is, and this just confirms what we thought. So we found deeds for a motorboat and index, and look, here we've got confirmation. Here is Sullivan Incorporated, a corporation duly organized under the laws of the state of Massachusetts, having its annual place of business in Innsmouth. So this is Albert Sullivan. This is his fishing registry for his boat, the Relay Princess. So he owns the Princess. That's what they were found on, the 5 people escaping. And it's a deed to Albert. Permanent register number 2, issued at New Bedford the 20th day of October. It's a ship. 51 feet, 13 feet wide, depth 10 feet, 46 ton, capacity, crew space 469. I don't know what that means. If it's 400, no, clearly not. Anyway, net tonnage, Port of New Bedford, November of 1927. Okay, so we found Albert Sullivan's house, and we've recovered the child. And we've also got some invoices here. So let's see. He sold to the 3 different fish companies. Remember, we took interviews of them. He sold 5,000 pounds of tuna. To this guy, he sent 500 of cod. And this guy he sold haddock and plaice. So he sold different fish to different people. Okay, I don't know what's significant to us. 18 Arkham Street plus 1 fish company. I don't see anything significant. We interviewed these 3 people. They all said they couldn't recognize him. I wonder if that makes us suspicious that he's not on the boat, but certainly it seems like he was on the boat from the idea that he was captaining it. So I don't know. That's not all that important. Here we go, Building 19. This was the thing where I thought I had that insight into a mystery Building 19. Well, here it is. It was not needed. My insight was not needed because it's going to be given to us here. All right, let's see what we've got here. Building 19. Patterson is the officer here. On February 14th in Innsmouth, Massachusetts at 10 a.m. So this is the morning after the big raids. I lead the Special Investigation Group 2, whose mission is to search Building 19. After the premises had been secured by Groups 14, 15, and 16, with the reinforcements of Groups 6, 18, and 23, as well as the demining team, and the wounded has been extracted by health units 1, 2, and 3. We enter the refinery. So building 19 is the refinery next door. And this is a report from the people who came in the next morning after it had been secured to investigate it. Let's look at what we've got here. We've got the main building. We've got dwellings. Remember, we think this is building 18 from our previous map, where Amos Hill is supposed to live, the foreman. Here's the building. Trucks, cars, docks, gold reserve, ores, big gate, chimneys, warehouse. Detailed view of the main building. There's the foreman's office. That's going to be where jewelry is found. Lots of footprints. Water circuit to the river. Rubble due to combat. Ore waste. Furnaces. Okay, let's read. The refinery is in a large building. See the topographic survey. Most of the building is dedicated to the 2 production lines. There's production line 1, production line 2. Traces of combat are visible in several spots. 75mm gunshots. Whoa, those are some serious guns. Bullets fired by Assault Group 23 partly destroyed the southeast wall. Here. I don't know why they're all located here, but they are. A wooden, slightly raised building that the foreman, in quotes, uses an office, occupies the building's eastern corner. Furnace 2, destroyed by Group 6 mortar fire during the assault, partially collapsed on the building, destroying a portion of the roof and making the whole unit unstable. Okay, there's the foreman's office upstairs, where we're told he has a chair. And then here's more information. Production line 1 was used to melt jewelry and make ingots. At the start of the production line, a crate containing 73 gilded jewelry, numbered from 1 to 73. Nearby, several crates containing 23 gilded metal ingots. So they found jewelry, which they melted down in line 1. So jewelry from the fish, they're melting it down to get gold to sell. And then nearby, several crates contain the actual metal ingots that they've created and that are ready for trade or whatever. Line 2 was used to process ore. We were told that that's all, say, a sort of fake, useless stuff, we think. Near the start of the line, a pile of charred soil. Upon its arrival under the rubble caused by the collapse of Furnace 2 is similar soil. A sample was taken from each of the piles to be sent to the Boston laboratory. We don't know if the ore processing is completely fake or for purposes we don't know. In the foreman's office, we see 8 ledger books. There's their evidence seals, covering the years 1836 through 1928. So nearly 90 years, over 90 years of operation. We also see 12 cult books written in various languages, including Latin, Greek, English, German, and other unidentified languages. These books are inventoried under Annex 2 and have been forwarded to the appropriate authority as per the protocol. In the office itself, we find a letter from Mr. Marsh addressed to the foreman mentioning the thefts within the factory. And I believe we've got that letter. Yes, here it is. 19119, and here it is. Letter from Amos Hill to Barnabas Mash, found in Amos Hill's office. Hill. This says letter from Amos Hill to Barnabas Mash, but here it's vice versa. It's to Hill from Barnabas Mash. So we've got an issue here now where this looks like a mistake to me. This looks like this description here is wrong. from Mr. Marsh to the foreman. So yeah, I think this description is just wrong. I think the text tells us it's from Marsh to Hill, and here it is from Marsh to Hill. This description says it's from Hill to Marsh. So let's just read it with a little bit of concern, but let's read it. To Hill, I noticed several anomalies in the latest production reports that you sent me, suggesting that Barnabas is somewhere out of Innsmouth. I do not see any other explanation for these anomalies than theft, and therefore negligence on your part. I will not tolerate these thefts nor your failures. They both constitute a threat to our community's financial autonomy and a very serious crime on a religious level. Come to my house tonight before the service. I want a thorough report regarding your shortcomings and the measures you will implement to find, punish, and eliminate the culprits. Dagon. B. Marsh. Okay, so he says, come to my house. So I guess he does live in Innsmouth. He just doesn't... He's not in the day-to-day operations, so he writes him a letter. I'd like to see the address if it's postmarked, but that might help us. But his house has to be nearby, right? If he's saying, come to my house. And it's written on letterhead, a Marsh letterhead. I just wanted to look. There was one other place we saw letterhead, and that was the daughter's school. I just wanted to make sure it was different letterhead that I wasn't remembering. Okay, it is different. It's not the high school letterhead. But it's the Marsh letterhead with sort of crown thing. Okay, come to my house. So his house has to be nearby. Before the service, before the church service that they're all part. I believe it said early, Marsh has not been seen in public for a while, says Jonathan. So he's hiding. He doesn't leave his house. That's why he has to write. He doesn't leave his house. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, let's put this back with our evidence. So he's upset about thefts. Whoa, look at this. Here's the next page of that is... This is evidence report of what was discovered. Necklaces, bracelets, rings, pendants, and miscellany. I don't think there's anything there for us to worry about. It's evidence items 1 through 73. We know there's some theft going on, but I don't see any evidence here that we should worry about that. Oh, except we found the stolen things in the house. I think that might be, he might be stealing them because we found them in his house. Right? So we can see the kinds of things that are in these crates are bracelets, pendants, necklaces, and he's accusing him of theft. And I think, remember, in Amos's house under the floorboards, we found a box of those. So I think maybe Amos has been stealing them. That's how I read it. And then there's a bunch of extra stuff that they... Oh, seized books, which are all redacted because they're too sensitive. If you read them, you go crazy. All right, what have we got here? Contact sheets, photos. Okay, look at that. So there's the Marsh refinery. The southeast wall got blown open by gunfire, we're told. Don't see anything else interesting about this photo. Here are the police officers near the two processing lines. Remember, one of these here is melting down the jewelry, and one of them is processing ore for reasons unknown or just as decoy, just to make people suffer. All right, more photograph from the Marsh refinery. This one got torn up. What was Annex 3 supposed to be? Eight ledger books, 12 cult books. I don't say what Annex 3 was supposed to be. It's a little weird. Just another image of the area. Another photograph. For some reason it was removed though. Like, why was this photograph too sensitive? Why was this photograph of the refinery too sensitive? Here's the foreman's office. Anything jump out at you as being important about this? I don't think so. Not to me. There's some dead bodies that were killed in the refinery, but still, it doesn't seem relevant to us. More photographs. Okay, so here's his office. Papers everywhere. This is nice leather chair. Typewriter. Amos Hill, that's his office door. Okay, so there's the ingots that were made in the refinery by the plant, melting down the jewelry. All right, 40 of 55. What's this last one? Not ready for it yet, though. Guess I'll put it over here when we need it. Okay, let's continue. Medical report. Examination on admission to prison. Here's Curtis Bridges again. After having physically examined Barnabas Marsh, detainee 377, let's just read how this... I guess this person identifies as Barnabas Marsh. They all do, but his real ID is 377. So one of their people looks like he got checked in. The detainee receives continuous hydration via a saline solution administered at a rate of 80 ml per hour. The detainee refuses any form of treatment. So let's just write this down. We heard someone else with this same exact symptoms, right? This is, I'm just going to write down medical dehydration report on page 40. Refuses any form of treatment except for hydration. The injection of foreign substances into his unknown metabolism could have unmanageable consequence. I guess we shouldn't skip over this stuff. Immunization records, no. Contraindication to vaccines, yes. Refusal of vaccine, yes. He says he doesn't want any treatment because he doesn't know about his fish metabolism. Anna says the one who couldn't sit down on a chair with the back couldn't be the foreman. I suppose that's probably true, given that the interviews were taking place very soon after this guy worked at the factory, right? Like, we just need to make sure, but yeah, if he had that chair, he couldn't be the foreman. Okay, so what, where's our notes? Let's make a note of that before we forget. Tail protuberance was 473. So we're going to say can't be foreman because chair and tail. And the chair is going to be page 39, I guess. All right. So one of the people, 377, we don't know who that is, got brought in. Detainee exhibits all the characteristics of the Innsmouth mask syndrome with a mutation index of 8.7 out of 10, so highly mutated. Height 5'8". I guess we should write this stuff down. This is all about person 377. We've got their height, their weight, and their abdominal perimeter. Height 5.8. Weight, they're quite heavy, 256 pounds. Abdominal is 53, whatever. Similar to their spine is similar to that of a man of the same corpulence. The abdominal muscles are stretched due to significant obesity. Does that mean it's one of these three? These people that were photographed. Is this the fisherman's? Can't remember what this was. Where we found this. Was this part of Bernice? Found in building 7. This is the same building with Douglas's. Notice that Bernice Douglas has a thin husband. But in the same house, we find this photograph. And these are heavy-set men. I'm just going to make a note. Overweight. See photo. Presence of active functional gills. Detainee has both a human respiratory system and a gill-based oxygen absorption system. Immersed in a pool of salt water, the detainee is able to maintain normal oxygenation. Heart rate 70 beats per minute. Heart rate increases and decreases with inhalation and exhalation. It continues. There's their blood pressure. Clinical examination. Auscultation confirms an irregular heartbeat. Heart sounds are normal. We were told someone had 3 heart attacks. Am I remembering that from yesterday's game or today's game? I want to make a note of this. This is page 40. I kind of remember being told about 3 heart attacks. Kind of sounds like that might be this person. Am I misremembering something? Someone had 3 heart attacks? Are you remembering? Is anyone else remembering that we saw that early? Did we read about someone early? I'm going to put that on our unresolved section. One of the dehydrated soldiers? Yes, I think that's right. This may be a report related to that. Let's come back to it later. Numerous prominent venous loops over the entire surface of the body. Capillary refill time after compression is difficult to assess due to skin changes. Palpitation of the abdomen is difficult, increased gastrointestinal noise. Normal reflexes, poor vision, superficial and deep sensitivity seem to be preserved even if the patient's state of stress does not allow the test to be performed under good conditions. No additional examination. Oral condition is deficient. Multiple tooth decay. This is person 377. Okay, let's write down here. We've got tooth decay. So we're getting a whole bunch of information about this person 377, which should help us identify. Certainly, this woman looks well cared for. She doesn't really look like a tooth decay kind of person. Clinical examination, human male reproductive system. Low urine density, whatever that means. Okay, I think we know 377 is a male. No reason why you would have human male reproduction organs if you were female. So we know this is not Bernice, I believe. So if we go to Bernice, I think we know it's not number 377. Okay. Poor vision. Does that rule out the bus driver and the fisherman? It's a very interesting idea. I was thinking the poor vision could be just because they're changing into a fish, but I think you've got a good point. Let us make a note. Teeth decay, poor vision. That might rule out the bus driver for sure. I don't know if it would rule out the fisherman. So I'm just going to put not bus. We already know this person is not the bus driver. Someone told us on page 6 he's not the bus driver. So let's say it's a redundant information. A little bit unfortunate. Okay. Palpable of accessible lymph nodes, cervical, popliteal, inguinal is normal. The spleen is accessible. Still continuing here with this medical report. Presence of mucous membrane secreting a brown, slightly acidic liquid over the entire ventral surface. Secretion is approximately 8 cl per hour when the detainee is calm. If he's agitated and when electrical stimuli are applied, secretion increases with an impulse energy. So we're told, remember where the brown liquid secretes brown mucus under stress. See photo, right? Because the photo of Esther found in Amos Hill's house has the brown gluey liquid all over it, as if looking at this photo has made him scared or nervous. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, let's continue. Upper limbs NTR, nothing to report. Lower limbs, muscular atrophy throughout the lower limbs. The detainee can move around but slowly, can't stand for more than 15 minutes. Hint, I don't know what that means. Blepharospasm of the right eyelid, probably due to compression of the branching controlling the orbicularis oculi muscles compressed by frontal anterior loops. So something's wrong with the eyes. This might tell us that explains the poor vision, though. That something weird is happening in their eyes. I'm not sure. And here's the actual explanation of their eye. So I think this is probably going to be left and right. Without correction, 4 out of 10. With correction, 9 out of 10. Nothing to report. Nothing to report. Nothing to report. chromatic capacity not satisfactory, so they can't tell colors, maybe. Okay, bad eyesight. I think that is a clue about bad eyesight, but I wouldn't swear to you that it didn't occur because something's wrong with them, rather than it being the case when they were human. Was Esther's photos found in the foreman's house? Yes, it was. Yes, it absolutely was, along with the stolen stuff. Oh, look at this. There's a photo of the person. Ears and hearing. Nothing to report wrong with the ears. Addictive behavior. I guess we have to continue this on the other side. Addicted alcohol. This is looking like Hill, the foreman. Alcohol withdrawal symptoms. Aggressiveness, tremors, anxiety. They get stressed when they don't drink alcohol. It is my assessment that this person, who claims to be Marsh Barnabas, has no apparent affliction contraindicating his or her incarceration. They need special permanent care, and here they are. And here's a little summary. Obese. Occupation, that's irrelevant for us. Eyes black, weight 256, height 5'8". Okay. It looks like that's what these final, the final documents are all medical reports. So let's take another 8-minute break and we'll come back and do our final reading of our documents, our medical reports, and then try to put together our theory of the case. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are nearing the end of Case 4 of Bureau of Investigation, the Spartacus case. I was just making a note to myself in our unresolved issue pile. Why is there a photo of Esther in the foreman's office, and why does it have his nervousness brown liquid on it? Like, why is he having an affair? Is he scared of her? I don't know. And we should point out that the nervous brown mucus, just because it's described for him, if that's a characteristic of all of these evolving fish people, it doesn't mean it's his brown, right? Although it was found in that office. But what I mean is, just we think this guy that we just read about is the foreman, but we shouldn't assume that because it describes his brown mucusy stuff when he gets nervous, we shouldn't assume that he's the only one that has the brown mucus when he gets nervous. All right, let us continue with the next medical report. The next medical report is on Barnabas Marsh, but this time number 473. So the person we just did, we think he's not the bus driver. He asks to see his daughter Esther. He's seen carrying the crate, and then we've got all his medical report. He's got tooth decay. I mean, you wouldn't think of that as a foreman, but maybe from alcohol abuse. He's male. It would make sense that he's the foreman, though. So that could be the foreman. Who guessed that he was the foreman? Not me. Not my initial guess of 377. Okay, next up is 473. What do we know about 473 so far? We think this could be the bus driver. This guy is with the tail protuberance. He also asks about his daughter, but not by name. He is found on the boat, which means he's either the fisherman or knows nothing about boats. And we think he can't be the foreman because of his tail. So let's read what we've got about him. All right. Allergies, none. Current treatment, hydration. They're all getting hydration because why? They're turning into fish creatures. They need water. Contraindication to vaccine? No, he's like, whatever, you gonna give me a vaccine? Go ahead, give it to me. But no, he's refusing vaccine. It says detainee only accepts salt water. The detainee exhibits all the characteristics of the Innsmouth-Mask syndrome with a mutation index of 8.4 out of 10. Same thing as our other guy, mutation index 8.4. They're all very highly evolved into fish. We've got his height and weight. He's again he's heavy. Maybe they're all turning heavy. He's got about the same height as the other guy. 5'7", weight 247. Abdominal perimeter 50. Abdominal wall distended. They're all getting fat for some reason. You know why? Because they've got human body parts inside them or something, right? Weren't they described as having both human and unfunctional body parts inside them? That's why they're so big. Presence of passive functional gills. Detainee appears to have both a human respiratory system and a respiratory system similar to that of large sharks. Immersed in a pool of salt water, the detainee is able to breathe normally as long as he remains in motion. Immobilized, the detainee suffocates. He's got 70 beats per minute in open air, a regular pulse that seems to accelerate during inhalation. Same as our other guy, except was our other guy same exact heart rate. But his heart is normal compared to the other guy who had a bad heart. Palpable organs, increased gastrointestinal noise. He's got diarrhea. No analysis performed this day. Reflexes to threat and persecution. Nothing to report. Acute skin sensitivity. Nothing to report. Sensitivity to exacerbated spinal pain. No blinking. No blinking, whereas most people with masks have blinking. So you know who this is, right? No blinking was our fisherman. No, sorry. Our fisherman always blinks. According to our records on page 11, way back on page 11, this is where our notes come in. Way back on page 11, that's not page 11. Way back on page 11, he says, that's page 10. Page 11, we're talking to Albert Allen, one of the fish sellers. He says, they all look alike. They have the mask. I can't tell you which one he is. However, I can tell you that Mr. Sullivan was blinking all the time. That I noticed because the people of Innsmouth never blink. So this person from our medical exam $377. Did I skip back? What did I do? I lost my place here. 377 was the one we did before. 473 is the one we're working on. Okay. So $377 we did. 473 we're on. No blinking. And sensitivity to spinal pain. Does that mean that's going to be the worker woman? Possibly. Okay, so what we need to remark down for 473, no blinking. So not fisherman. And on the fisherman's page, we know he's not 473 because of blinking. So we're going to write down that was page 42. Sorry about that. Didn't go as smooth as it could have gone. Let's check in with the chat. Yes, okay, everyone's correcting me about the blinking. No blinking. When they're ready to go to the water, they can't close their eyes anymore. Okay, let's see. No blinking, spinal pain. I don't know if that's related to changing, but let's write it down. I'm gonna make sure I'm writing on the backs of these. We make a note. He's got spinal pain. Question mark. Worker, maybe? The workers had the broken bones. Okay, look at this though. Deficient multiple tooth decay. This person also has tooth decay. That may just come from turning into a fish. Treatment required, yes. It doesn't seem like it though. Human male. Okay, so we think that for Bernice is also not 473, unless there's something we don't understand. Page 42. do again. Normal thyroid, palpitation complicated by skin modifications, spleen, unfeasible palpitation, lymph nodes, nothing to report. Okay, continuing. Numerous squamae, scaly patches on back and upper limbs, numerous necrotic patches, hands, skin cali. Upper limbs, human appearance except for the skin, normal reflexes, lower limbs, human appearance. It's interesting, the other person had really degenerate lower limbs. No blinking, third eyelid. Visual acuity, again, really bad. With correction, a little bit better. This is bad eyes again. I don't know, they may all have bad eyes. Limited color vision. It may just be because they're changing, they've got messed up things with their eyes. Okay. And there's our photograph, looks identical to the others. Again, obese and green-white, but we've got some more information here. Twitching eyes, normal otoscopy. They're addicted to alcohol again. Another alcohol-addicted person. Anxiety when trying to unplug the IV. So anxiety when you threaten to withhold salt water from them. Alcohol withdrawal symptoms, difficult withdrawal. So this is another person, 2 in a row. The other guys also. That complicates things a little bit. And then difficult withdrawal, has no apparent reason they can't be put in jail, but they're going to require special care in jail. Now let's look at this. Miscellaneous observations. Severe and multifocal scoliosis in C3, C4, and various calcifications. The traverse process in T1 is prolonged by a dorsal spine forming an angle of approximately 30 inches with the posterior part of the spine column at a length of 32.28 inches. This dorsal spine is particularly sensitive and the detainee experiences severe pain during examination. So this is the person who couldn't sit right. I guess we know this isn't the foreman because of that. So it doesn't matter that they're alcohol addicted, which we think the foreman might be, because we know they can't be the foreman. But we don't know much else. Oh, there's no blinking. That means they're not the fisherman, maybe. And didn't we say that it was human male? Why didn't I not write that down on this card? Human male. Oh, I did on the other side. Human male. All right. Next up is $5.79. Okay. $5.79, our third of 5 people. Anna Maria says, I read spinal pain, growing spikes on his back, transforming last stage. Salt water wasn't mentioned before, just hydration. Maybe that's just because he's further along in the transformation. Okay, $5.79. We're doing his medical report, which is page 44. By the way, it's 44 of 55, but our photographs were at the end 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. So we actually don't have much left. All right. Allergies, none. Detainee receives continuous hydration, 80 ml an hour. Immunization records, no. Contraindication to vaccine, yes. Refusal of vaccine, yes. It's interesting that the last guy had the same thing. No contraindications, but he still doesn't want it. But then this person, 377, had contraindication to vaccine. I'm going to write this down on 377. 377, contraindication to vaccine. I don't know if that's relevant. It's just, it's weird that their other two didn't have that. All right. No contradiction. No, wait, hold on. This one is contradiction to vaccine. Contraindication to vaccine, no, for 473. For 373, it was yes. And then again, for 579, it was contraindication, yes. I don't know why that would be relevant or what that would mean. But they all still refuse the vaccine. They refuse any form of treatment except for hydration. All characteristics of Innsmouth-Mask syndrome with mutation index of 8.5 out of 10. Again, they're all far along. They're all overweight. They're all getting big because they're absorbing their human limbs. It seems like they're the same height and weight, 5'8", 243 pounds, 51 waist. I guess our first guy was bigger, right? Our first person we looked at, our first person was 250, was 53 circumference. I didn't even write it down for our second one. I guess I should. Yeah, our second guy is 50 circumference. So one of them was a little fatter. Spine, similar to that of a man of the same corpulence. Abdominal muscles are stretched out due to significant obesity. I'll just put obese, but I don't know if it's because they're turning into these fish people. Presence of passive functional gills. Detainee is both the human respiratory system and an aquatic respiratory system. If they're in a pool of salt water, they can maintain normal oxygenation. As long as they're in motion. If they're not in motion, they suffocate like a shark, I guess. 70 beats per minute. Irregular heartbeat that seems to speed up while exhaling. I guess that was all of them. Heart is normal. Everything else is normal. Palpable organs normal. No pain when they palpate them like the other people. No gastrointestinal problem. Reflexes to threaten persecution. Nothing to report. Acute skin sensitivity, nothing to report. No blinking. That's normal, right? They don't normally blink. But this means it's not our Albert. So 579, not our fisherman blinking. Page 44. Normal thyroid palpation complicated by skin thickness. Spleen, nothing to report. Numerous squamate, scaly patches. Numerous necrotic patches, all the same. Upper limbs are normal, except for the skin. Lower limbs are normal. No blinking third eyelid. same as the other people. Visual acuity, this guy is not so bad, 5 out of 10. This would suggest, I guess, that the acuity is their human, like they maintain their acuity, right? Because this guy's got reasonable acuity, but our other guy has got terrible vision. So it looks like the vision is not directly a result of them becoming fish. So we may be able to infer something about their human lives by looking at their vision. Okay, and here we have a summary here. Various deformities of the eardrum of the left hearing system. The eardrum of the right hearing system cannot be examined due to the ear canal being blocked by cali, whose structure shows growth lines similar to those seen on a seashell. An attempt at removing the structure caused an increased heart rate and severe distress. Also addicted to alcohol. What did I do with 579? So this person also alcohol addicted. And now this person has got deformity in their ear. Does that strike a bell about anyone else? I don't remember anything, any mention of eardrum problems. Like a seashell in ear. What do we... What would that mean? It feels like we should have some information about one of our people having seashell, like a growth in their ear. Let's continue here. A summary again, they look the same. Need salt water, alcohol withdrawal, aggressiveness, tremors, anxiety. I guess they're all need salt water, so they're withdrawing from alcohol. Oh, it's very weird, this ear deformity, though. I don't know what that means to us. Does anyone remember anyone having... I guess we should be thinking about not just does someone mention any ear problem, but would an ear problem tell us anything about them? Like, was there a thing they did? Is it the bus driver, because gas station and only saw a side of him, but wouldn't passengers who are on the bus see it? We did... Let's make a note to check bus driver gas interview for ear side of face mention. It does strike me that we did hear him say something about I only see one side of his face. And maybe if we reread that, we'll realize he purposely only had one side of his face to him. Maybe he could only hear out of one side. That would be, if Jonathan, that would be an answer to that. Okay, here we go. Next person. 924. Again, Curtis Bridges. Detainee receives continuous hydration, 80 ml an hour. Contraindication to vaccine. Yes. Medical, page 46. Contra 2 vaccine. I'm not sure why the one person was not contraindicated for vaccine. He also refuses, detainee refuses any form of treatment except for hydration. Detainee exhibits all the characteristics of Innsmouth-Mask syndrome with a mutation index of 7.9. So a little less mutated than the others. 5'7", 269 pounds. They're all the same. 51 waist. They're all very similar. Abdominal muscles are stretched due to significant obesity. Presence of active functional gills. Detainee is both a human respiratory system. I'm gonna make an unresolved note here. Check wastes and obesity. Compare. I just think, well, maybe we'll recheck how they differ in those aspects for the different people eventually. Presence of active functional gills. Detainee is both a human respiratory system and respiratory system adapted to the aquatic environment. Immersed in a pool of salt water, detainee cannot maintain normal oxygenation. The detainee also has difficulty breathing. Any relation to the green substance? This is new. Difficulty breathing. What green substance? Are we going to read about it now? Yes. Blood pressure is 205. EKG, heart is normal. Normal digestive system. The detainee regularly spits out some kind of sticky green jelly-like substance that seems to interfere with his breathing. I have a theory. Do you have a theory? Oh, Jonathan came up with something clever. Let me write this down. Green substance jelly. Who has a theory about the jelly? Because I think me asking that might give you the clue. But I have a theory. My theory is it might be a female thing. Like the female fish have sacs or whatever jelliness. I was thinking that might be a difference between the sexes. And let me see. Well, it says human male reproductive. So maybe I'm wrong. Just to confirm, was this person, yeah, this one, 579 was male also. Okay, well, that could be a trick. Okay, John says, was the guy deaf in both ears? Let's look at this. Various deformities of the eardrum of the left hearing system. The right eardrum can't even be examined due to ear canal being blocked. So, yes, it looks like maybe both ears are messed up. So, Jonathan had a theory. Maybe it was the guy who didn't answer any questions. And Anna Maria reminds us there are frogs that can change their sex. Yeah, but would they change their male reproductive organs? That's the question. Possibly, possibly. Okay, so Jonathan's theory is it the guy who wouldn't answer questions? Who is that person? The person who wouldn't answer questions was this one, right? Was 579. Yep, that's it. I mean, we already knew, Jonathan, that 579 was the guy who wouldn't answer questions. So now we know why. Yes, that's the guy who wouldn't answer questions because his hearing is bad. Okay, unfortunately, that doesn't help us know who it is because we already knew 579 was the guy who didn't answer a question, but that's clever. That's what it was. Why? Okay, so continuing with 924, human male, sticky green jelly, spits out sticky green jelly. Okay, let's see. Human male, oral condition, again, tooth decay. No bowel movements. It's listed a pH for the sticky green jelly, a pH of 2.7. I can't remember if that's that's alkaline or acidic. I don't know where 2.7 is. I think it's low. I think it's alkaline, but I don't know. Okay, so everything else, let's not skip over something important that's trying to sneak by. No bowel movements, tooth decay, human male, normal thyroid, spleen, they can't palpitate. The skin is numerous squamate, scaly patches, back and upper limbs, numerous necrotic patches, skin cali, lower and upper, nothing to report. No blinking, which is normal. And they've got medium eyesight. And chromatic is okay in this one. All right. Ears and hearing, nothing to report. Again, alcohol. They're all addicted to alcohol. Request for specialist advice for endoscopy and monitoring of bowel movements. What is that all about? I'm just going to write down bowel issues. That's because of the jelly problem. There's a long description here, long extra information. Let's see what this says. The detainee has a fish-like dorsal fin composed of a main sting in the extension of T1 and two secondary stings in the extension of T2 and T3 respectively, as well as a membrane connecting the stings to each other in the back. The stings measure 31, 26, and 21 inches respectively. The resting angles of the sting with respect to the axis of the spine are 50, 43, and 34. The fin has iridescent patterns across its entire surface and an eye-like shape between the second and third sting. Although partially mobile and fully insensitive, this fin cannot be completely pressed against the patient's back and constitutes a significant discomfort. Each of the stings has a gland at its extremity that continuously secretes a brown oil-like substance with pH 3.2. An additional toxicological examination indicates that this oil-like substance is a poison, very similar to that secreted by the pituitary antenna. I'm just going to write down secretes poison from dorsal fin. And it says also, this makes me think it's a woman with different body type, even though she's got male stuff. 924. I'm going to put a question mark here. But yeah, this still makes me think it's a woman. But now, it said something else, right? It said... fully insensitive, cannot be completely pressed against the patient's back, and constitutes a significant discomfort. I think we're told now that this also wouldn't be the person, this can't be the foreman, probably, sitting in that chair. We're assuming the chair of the foreman is also sensitive because we're assuming that impacts that, because we're assuming that whatever condition they're in now, he would have had to change his office recently. I think that's a pretty safe assessment. And Jonathan Warner is again talking about the jelly. The jelly is regurgitated food for the child. I think this all makes sense. It makes us think this is the woman. And so I'm going to, even though it's got male reproductive organs. Okay. Here is our last medical report. And then we've got one more little thing here. I guess we could have seen that before, maybe. Okay, here's the last medical report for person 971. Hydration. Do they get different amounts of hydration? No, it's the same hydration. Contraindication to vaccine? No. This one has no contraindication. What does that mean? Why do some have contraindication to vaccine and some don't? Like, what is that telling us? I don't really get it. But they still all refuse it. A contraindication to vaccine. Detainee exhibits all the characteristics of the Innsmouth-Mask syndrome with a mutation index of 8.2 out of 10. So again, almost the same. We've got 5.7 height, weight 240 on the low side of the rest of these, and waist 52, about standard. Abdominal wall is distension, but not, the comment wasn't the same way the others were. That's a little odd. It didn't say like stretching of the abdominal muscles. Okay, let's see. We've got extra information here. Presence of active functional gills. Detainee has both a human respiratory system and a respiratory system adapted to the aquatic environment. Immersed in a pool of salt water, detainee is able to breathe normally. His human respiratory system is deficient. The detainee experiences difficulty in breathing, and the difficulty increases when under stress. Tissue and mucous membrane sampling with no anesthesia and electric shocks to the genitourinary system from 3 joules and up. 75 beats per minute and irregular pulses. So irregular heartbeat. Is that going to be confirmed over here on the next page with heart? Yes. No, it says normal auscultation. That's weird. Normal heart, but weird heartbeats. I don't know how to make sense of that. Diarrhea, waiting for analysis results. I think we need to also, when we compare their medicals, if we need to, some of them have bowels, diarrhea, like some of them have diarrhea, some of them don't. Neurological, see miscellaneous observations. Oral condition, tooth decay. They all have tooth decay. This says, the genitourinary system continuously produces a brown, slightly acidic liquid, pH 7. 7 is acidic. The production is 3 cl per hour, remains constant over the entire ventral surface. Secretion is approximately 3 cl per hour, regardless of the detainee's state of stress. So this is a second person who excretes they're acidic. The genitourinary system. What is genitouria? Is that gastrointestinal? The spleen, unfeasible palpitation, lymph nodes, nothing to report. Regardless of stress. So no effect of stress on their brown excretion. Constant over the entire ventral surface. On their stomach, I guess. Or if someone could look up genitourinary, mean genitourinary. Genitourinary. Jonathan says, looks like contraindication of vaccine means if they think the person will have an adverse reaction to the vaccine. Okay, I don't know why they think some people will and some people won't, but so be it. Continuing, numerous squamate, scaly patches all over the body. Human appearance except for the skin, normal reflexes. Human appearance for the lower limbs. This person has nictation in their right eye, symptomatic of Tourette's. Okay, so we found our blinker. That's an attempt to sneak it by us, right? Nictation in the right eye, Tourette's, is our blinking eye person. So this is going to be our fisherman. Nine, 7, 1 blinks. Okay. Oh, genitals. So genitourinary is genitals. Let's see, is that where the others? Yes, the others say human male reproductive system under genitourinary. Okay. So this one says genitourinary system continuously produces brown, slightly acidic liquid. I see. So we have no genital information, is what we're told. Maybe it's trying to trick us into thinking it's the female by having that. Very clever. Okay. So, but that could be a reason why it's the female. Spleen, unfeasible palpitation. Okay, visual acuity is normal, except for the blinking, right? And here's the final thing. Functional disorders is twitching, normal eardrums, needs salt water, that's alcohol again. Anxiety when trying to unplug the IV. Difficult withdrawal. Specific care. Okay. They've got, let's see, I just want to see. Eye color black, eye color black, eye color black. They all have black eyes, so eye color is black on all of them, so that doesn't help us. Okay, let's read this miscellaneous observations. The patient suffers from motor tics, head and jaw muscle contractions, and nictation. He presents vocal tics, sniffles, vocalizations, yeah, and screams, dagon. All of these symptoms characterize advanced Tourette's syndrome. These tics are exacerbated when the patient is exposed to stress. Tissue with mucous membrane sampling with no anesthesia. And electric shocks from the genitourinary system from 5 joules and up. So we were shocking this guy's genitals to test him. Normal reflexes to sensitivity and pain. These tics are exacerbated when the patient is exposed to stress. So one thing that occurs to me, just as just throwing it out there, would be the idea that you could question him and you could tell when he's lying based on his tics reaction. And he might be more likely to cough up truthful statements by accident. Just throwing that there. Okay, so our last document is something that probably we should have seen when we examined Zachary, which was page 34. Let's just get it out and see if it is, in fact, relevant. I wrote down page 34, but I'm not sure now. He misses his mother. What it is, it says, okay, on this date we ordered the discharge from prison of Zachary Sullivan, and him being underage is surrendered to the care of Miss Mary Sullivan, his natural mother. And I forget what Matthew in Ipswich, Massachusetts. No, now named Matthew. She's remarried to Matthew. October 30th, 1st, 1897, who expressly waives any and all actions and countersigns 2 original copies of this document, of which she retains 1 original copy. So we find Zachary. I'm just going to write down page 50 is his release. Is that of any importance to us? So if you look at where we recovered him, let's read this. There's his number. Detainee, 10 years of age, does not exhibit any of the characteristics with mask syndrome. He's malnourished, dehydrated, and has difficulty expressing himself. He's been abused. He refuses to answer questions. He's expressed that he wants to go with his mother in Ipswich. He's, in our opinion, he's unrelated to the case and doesn't have a mask. We recommend his reintegration into his family. And then here it is with the report releasing him to his family. The mother has now married Matthew. Is that... I feel like we saw a Matthew as one of our police officers, but surely that's not important. I'm going to make a card, an unresolved card here, though. Question mark here. Okay, so we do have these weird things that we didn't... We do have a couple of things in our documents that seemed weird to us at the time. But let us see what we've got here. So here's our people. All right, let's go with the people that we feel pretty good about. The nictation on the eyes feels like that's probably Albert Sullivan, the blinker. So if we say he is not 791. All right. It was very strange that someone blinked. This makes sense. Maybe I shouldn't. Let's go this way. Okay, Albert Sullivan, 971, the blinker. We can reread their interviews to see if it makes sense. This guy who's got the deformity in his ear, that does not help us know what person it is. But we thought we identified the woman, right? With the jelly. So there's the jelly. That would be Bernice. With her jelly for her baby. Yes, I like it. And her different anatomy. Then, even though it has male reproductive organs. Then, the brown mucus under stress. Well, remember there was someone we really thought was the foreman, but the reasons we were like alcohol poisoning and whatever, so we have to be a little more questionable about that now. But the brown mucus under stress, we thought was probably the foreman, Amos Hill, because he's got the photo of Esther that's filled with brown mucus on it that we think he might have been stressed out when he was holding, though we don't know why. Now, next. We've got someone with their tail protuberance who wouldn't sit down. Who do we think that is? I mean, if you're the bus driver, they fired the bus driver. Wait, did they fire the bus driver? Is that because he can't sit down? Or did they fire someone else? Let's read the gas station report. It was one of our earliest reports. I run a gas station. Oops. Okay, let's see this. The driver never got off, always paid through the window. He has a weird face, toad-like somehow. I avoided looking at him. They ended up replacing him. I think he was scaring the customers away. Or did they replace him because he can't sit? Not tail, spine. Okay, yeah, spine. But he still can't sit down, right? So I wonder if that's why they replaced him, because of he couldn't sit. I don't see anything about his hearing, though. He was marked as one of our three people that could be the bus driver. He's on the boat. We know he can't be the foreman. I'm going to guess, for now, temporarily, that this guy is our bus driver. that would leave Barnabas as being our last person. 579. He was seen carrying the crate. He's got a deformity of his eardrum. Is there a reason why it would make sense? The one with the better eyes might be the bus driver. Does it make sense that the one with the bad ears is Barnabas, and that's why he's writing letters and staying in his house because he's got this deformity in his ears? You're saying you think he might be the bus driver. Asks about his daughter. The three we're pretty confident of are the fisher, the mother, and the foreman. So the two left are Barnabas and the bus driver. One is carrying a crate. On boat. Okay, so the two people on the boat don't have any skills at the boat. That's fine. Carrying the crate would make sense if it was Barnabas, I think. Oh, I don't know now. One has terrible hearing. Let's go over it. The two that we don't know. One, they're both possible bus drivers, according to our person. One is carrying a crate. One is carrying a crate and has the deformed ears. The other one has the tail protuberance. Ask about the daughter. Is on the boat. That's it. Both could be the bus driver. One is carrying a crate. Deformed ears. I'm just going to write it on the front. Deformed ears. The other has the tail. Asks about the daughter. One has tail. One's carrying the crate. Only two asked about the daughter. Could be wrong. Yes, two asked about the daughter. One asking about Esther. That's the one we think is the foreman who's got a picture of Esther. So it makes sense that the person who asked specifically about Esther is the person who's had some affair with Esther. It sounds like you guys are that we're disagreeing about it. I think he got fired from his bus ride because of the spines. But on the other hand, maybe that's why he can't go outside, because of his spines. That ear thing feels like that's like a clue. That ear has to be someone mentioned a hearing problem at some point. Let's look at these two's medical reports again. In fact, let's look at their medical reports. So we've got 473 and 579. So 579. What about the bad heart? Does one of them have a bad heart? Where did we hear about someone having a bad heart? Let me look at my histories here. Albert Sullivan, Bernice. I don't have anyone marked as having a bad heart. All right, let's see again. So 579. Abdominal muscles are stretched due to significant obesity. Irregular heartbeat, speeds up while exhaling, but otherwise his heart is normal. He's got medium eyesight, 579. I'll just put medium eyesight. Corrective, fine, once it's corrective. And no secret comments except for his deformed ears. Okay. Now, 473 says... .473 says he's got terrible eyesight. That's what makes you think that he can't be the bus driver, huh? His eyesight is terrible. Let's look at this together, because this makes some sense that you couldn't be the bus driver if you had such bad eyes. But it says with no correction. Maybe he just wore glasses. It says Staline lens, spherical aberration. Multifocal scoliosis, that's in his spine. Dorsal spine is sensitive. So, I mean, your guy's theory is he's got bad vision. He can't be the bus driver. But can you be a bus driver if you just wear glasses? I mean, doesn't that solve that? Witness would have said, Anna Maria makes a very nice point. The witness would have said if the driver wore glasses. I like your thinking. I really like your thinking. That would be something that a witness would recognize. So if he's got terrible eyes, he can't be the bus driver. I really do like that way of thinking. That's like, I mean, witnesses are fallible, but let's, for fun now, I think we've got some more to research before we have to spend a little more time before we make our guesses and read the question that it wants us to answer. But I like where we're going. I like our theories. So let's just lock in our current theories. I'm just going to write down the numbers of who we think everyone is for now. We'll come back to this. Before I forget, though, what I wanted to have us do before we go answer, I want us to look at who they each implicated and see which ones are lying about what. I think that will be interesting for us. Jonathan says, it will work out better for me if 473 was the bus driver. That would mean my original guess was right, but I think the fact asks for daughter means it must be Marsh. Asks about daughter. He's got bad eyes. 470, yes. Let's see. How do my guesses turn out? I said 479 was the bus driver. I said 579 was the bus driver. That's according to our guess. I said 971 was the foreman. That's wrong, according to our guess. I said 924 was the fisherman. That's wrong. I said 473 was Barnabas. That is consistent with our guess. And 377 was Bernice. I got those wrong. So I got the bus driver and the Barnabas according to our thing. But okay, we've got some more time before we actually guess. We're going to review some stuff. We're going to review the questions, but I also want us to look at how the interrogation blame, who they identify. Who they identify and see if that's thing. And then I really feel like somewhere we should have gotten a clue about the deafness. Of the bus driver. It is weird. That's like everyone recognizes the bus driver. So you realize that you guys, with your theory that the bus driver is the deformed ears guys, they're like, everyone knows the bus driver, it's him. And they're pointing to a guy. Well, I don't know who they're pointing to. I guess we should check that out. All right, so we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back, and in the next section, we'll be reading our answer. But before we do that, we'll go over some stuff. 473 didn't lie. Barnabas, yes. Well, none of them. They all said they're Barnabas, so. All right, so I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We've finished reading everything. We've made some initial assignments of people who we think is who. And but we've got some work to do before we do our submit any final thing. So we're going to take our time here. We're not going to make the mistake of jumping to the answer, even though it's been 7 hours. I think we've all had a lot of fun here, and we want to get this right. So let's organize our stuff a little bit here. We maybe in order of how convinced we are of stuff. I think we feel pretty good about the fisherman, Bernice, and the refinery foreman. And it's the last two, the bus driver and Barnabas Marsh, we're a tiny bit unsure on. And it's coming down to one has bad eyes and one has ear problems, ear deformity. But we'd like to see if there's any contradictions. We want to revisit their interrogations. I think we should look through everything. And we want to definitely reread the questions again. But let's catch up in the chat for a little bit first. John says, a little unclear to me if you can tell the ear is deformed from outside or just when you actually look in it, there's this weird thing. One ear is deformed, one ear has the shell growing out of it. Anna Maria says, everyone who is not Barnabas has to lie about someone. Only the real Barnabas can tell the truth about everyone. And then one didn't say anything, but he's deaf. The bus driver, we're saying, didn't say anything. All right, well, let's look. First, here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to reread the assignment, the rules of this game, of this case, to understand exactly what we're being asked to do. So let's look. We're going to take our time here. This case has no investigation section. Included in the Spartacus case is an envelope. In this envelope is a set of documents. No, sorry, in the larger envelope here that we've opened is a set of documents assembled for you to review. Before using your only lead to interrogate one and only one of the detainees, you will need to thoroughly analyze each of these written materials. It does say you have to interrogate one of the detainees. That is important because I was actually considering the possibility that we could pick Esther Marsh or Zachary Sullivan. But it says one of the detainees, so presumably it has to be one of these 5. There should be no doubt in your mind as to who you must question to successfully identify Barnabas Marsh. When you are ready, note the ID number of the individual you wish to interrogate and take the final interrogation document from the envelope. After this interrogation, when there is no further doubt as to the identity of Barnabas Marsh, you can verify the accuracy of your deductions. That is a little bit subtle here. So this feels like there's some weight to it. Not a huge amount, but like it's more than one folded over sheet. So let's be really clear we understand what this is saying. You should be clear in your mind who you must question in order to successfully identify Barnabas Marsh. It's not saying pick Barnabas Marsh. It's saying pick the person to interrogate in order to figure out who Marsh is. You should know who to question in order to determine who Marsh is. Not necessarily pick Marsh and interrogate them, but maybe you pick Marsh, you interrogate them, and you find out that they are Marsh. But maybe you're supposed to pick someone else who will reveal to you who Marsh is. Once we pick that number, we open this thing, and I think it might Let us interrogate any of those 5. So it's possible in this envelope is like a section for each person. If you choose to interrogate number 971 as your final interrogation, you get to read their summary of their interrogation. It doesn't feel like there are 5 sheets in here, but there could be 5 sections. So then, after this final interrogation, when there is no further doubt as to the identity of Barnabas, then you verify the accuracy of your deductions. So it feels like there's a 2-step thing going on. There should be no doubt who to question. Then we read the final interrogation, and then after you do that, when you're ready to identify Barnabas Marsh, you check the accuracy of your deduction. So that is scary. So Jonathan is already saying, if I had to pick someone else, I would pick Amos, since he was stealing from Marsh, so he might fold on him. That's an interesting thing. Okay, so we don't know if we're supposed to pick Marsh or not. So let's write a little note to ourselves. Our first final question is, should we pick Marsh? Otherwise, who? We might have more questions after we read the final report. I think we should look through our stuff again, but before we do, let me just put some of this out of the way here. Let's look at our list of unresolved stuff before I start going through this again. Here's my list of unresolved stuff. Anna Maria says, I don't want to interrogate anyone, just arrest Marsh already. John says, is there anything in the medical reports that indicate a form of CIA torture interrogation? Yeah, they're shocking people. They're using electric shock on people. Let's look at my unresolved question list. You guys see if you can help me answer some of these if I've forgotten already. Here's a question. Who were the 3 people, fishermen in the photo? What's the significance of that? So if you remember, we got this photo found in Bernice's home. There's Bernice. Remember, we found these photos in her home. There she is with the baby, an unknown husband who's quite thin. 3 fat-looking identical men. And there she is at town hall in earlier days. We don't really understand the significance of these. I think maybe we'll reread that section and see if we can make sense of it. But that was one of my unresolved issues. I want us to look at the interrogations and see who blames who, and see if there's any note of deafness. There was an interesting thing about Mary changing her name to Matthews. I don't think that's relevant. There was interesting differences in some people having diarrhea, some people not. Their waist sizes, waist and obesity, I was wondering if there was that. The gas station guy, I thought maybe we'd check to see if he mentions someone having ear issues or if he only looked at one side of his face, etc. Why does the foreman have a photo of Esther? Why was he secreting brown liquid on it? Was he nervous about her? We don't know why. Here's another question. Why are they worried about Esther? Is that just something outside of the scope of our story? There was a mention of a heart irregularity. Someone had 3 heart attacks, I thought. There was a mention about Zachary found in Harbor Street. I thought I saw Harbor Street mentioned earlier. Only 19 we solved. And this was a reminder in the beginning that people who were witnesses for us who lived in Innsmouth might be unreliable. Just a reminder. All right, let's put these aside for a second. Jonathan says, my theory is that the photo of her at Ipswich Town Hall is showing she married an out-of-towner. I think the photo of the burnt man shows she broke up after the baby turned. I still think her husband is the store manager who cried when looking at a photo. So, good. I like that theory a lot. Let's see if that... Was that true? Is that how we matched... Is that how we matched Bernice? Good. I want to... That's a good thing to check. Jonathan, do you remember if when we... Is Bernice wife of the store manager? So, Jonathan, you had an early theory that the store manager was crying about when he saw Bernice, right? So let's see. There's the gas station. Mary Sullivan, maiden name Matthew, yes. Daughter of Obadiah. Okay, grocery store. This was the guy. Maybe Mr. Douglas was one of the free. Okay, let's do one thing at a time here. I want to see if Jonathan's interesting theory about Bernice is consistent with this. So, this is the store owner. We show him the photos. When he gets to the last photo, he starts crying. Okay, so when we looked at this, 971, he said very calmly, is not an employee of the refinery. So is that consistent so far? Well, we've got 971 being the fisherman, not an employee of the refinery. So that's consistent with his statement. And the last series, he starts crying. So no reason that can't be a photo of Bernice. I guess what would have made this inconsistent? Just if she was 971. So because we haven't assigned her to 971, this assignment is consistent with Jonathan's theory, although it's 1 out of 4 chance. Okay, so there's that. I like Jonathan's theory, though. All right. So that one is resolved. I think... Let's look at the interrogations now and see how they reconcile with our assignments. So, going to the theories. Okay, 473 was investigated. We're going to take our time here. Feel free, if you're bored out of your mind by this, to take a walk, get something stretched, get some tea, whatever. I'm going to be methodical about this for the hell of it. Okay, so 473 is the bad eyesight guy. that we are guessing is Barnabas Marsh. So let's look at his interrogation again and see if that's consistent, if that makes sense. He refuses to sit down. We know that he's got a tail protuberance. That's what 473 is. He insists he's Barnabas Marsh. He's always lived in Innsmouth and has no connection with the events which may have caused our intervention in this city. So he's lying about that, right? He says he's an honorable man who serves his community as mayor and as a religious representative in his capacity as pastor of the Esoteric Order of Dagon. He claims to be an entrepreneur and owns the refinery that bears his name. Interrogated about the tentacle creatures found in several dwellings, he mentions the epidemic that ravaged the city in 1848 and refuses to say more. When we show him the photographs, he states these individuals are members of his congregation or are trying to protect him or maybe obtain preferential treatment. Let's see. He says 579 is Joe Sargent, the bus driver. That agrees with us. 377 is his refinery foreman, Amos Hill. That agrees with us. 924 is a worker. That's Bernice Douglas. That is consistent. And 971 is the fisherman. So this is my original theory that he's telling the truth about everything. And this is what Anna Marie was saying here. One is not lying about anything. That's got to be Marsh. Okay. So he's completely consistent with everything. And he's told us about all the people. Next up, 924, the refinery worker, the woman who has a baby, a fish baby tentacle creature. It's not really a fish baby, but whatever it is, the tentacle creature. Let's see what she says. She says 473 is her foreman. That is a lie. She's identified Marsh as the foreman. So she's given Marsh, she's pointed to the person that we're hunting for and says, he's the foreman, he's not involved. And it was a smart thing. She identified a person in the refinery. She says, the fisherman I don't know, and the foreman I don't know. It makes sense that she'd have to say, I don't know the foreman, if she's going to say Marsh is the foreman and cover up from that way. And she says 579 is the bus driver, which we agree with. And she says everyone knows him. That makes sense. It makes sense that the person, she's like, that's obviously the bus driver. Everyone would recognize him. You can't lie about the one that everyone would recognize. Okay, so her lying makes sense. 579, who's the bus driver, who we claim can't hear. He refuses to answer our subsequent questions. We think that's consistent with him being deaf. Right? So that makes some sense. Next, 971. That's our fisherman. Let's see what he says. He's quite talkative here. He's particularly feverish and punctuates his sentences with shrill little cries. We know that's because he's got Tourette's, right? Right. That's why he's got the cries. That's not a clue we've connected. We were told that 971 has Tourette's. So this is just an explanation why it's Tourette's. According to him, our intervention would have no legitimacy. He states he can only be judged by God and his prophets. This is in line, though, with what we've learned about the fishermen being pious and religious. He says we're pacifists, spreading the word of the sole true God. He regrets our lack of piety. Okay. He bursts into laughter about the creatures in the dwellings. When presented with the photographs, here's what he says. He says 377 is probably one of the workers from his refinery. He forgets his name. So that's Amos Hill. He says he doesn't know that. He says the fisherman, who he is, we think, he thinks Barnabas Marsh is the fisherman. So he's picked Barnabas and given him the alibi of being the actual fisherman. It makes sense. If you're claiming to be Barnabas, then Barnabas must be the fisherman. Very logical. Very logical thing to lie, way to lie. He says the bus driver is the bus driver. Everyone's saying, hey, everyone knows him. He's known, so I'm not going to lie about him. Completely consistent. And he says 924 is Amos Hill, the faithful foreman, who he doesn't really know. So he's just picked Bernice as the foreman. He's just guessing. I like that. I like that theory. Okay, next up is the foreman. Let's see what the foreman says. He doesn't understand the violence of the intervention in Innsmouth. He adds, alcohol bootleggers in the city can under no circumstance be as an excuse for the abuses. According to him, Innsmouth is no more affected by this issue than Ipswich. When interrogated about the Order of Dagon, he states it is a congregation of faithful servants and does not understand why the temple had been ransacked. He mentions a socialist conspiracy at the highest ranks of the federal government and the jealousy of neighboring towns over Innsmouth's flourishing industry during this time of crisis. That doesn't mean that much to me, although it makes sense. The fisherman's sort of a poor, pious guy, and this guy's more of a business man's mentality, so that's consistent. Okay. He says, yeah, this makes complete sense now. So look, he says, hey, that guy over there, pointing to Barnabas, he's the foreman. It's the same thing as before. He's saying if I'm claiming to be Barnabas, then I should say Barnabas is me. So that's what he's done. He's saying that guy is Amos Hill. He's lying about himself. Completely makes sense. He's properly identifying the bus driver. Everyone knows him, so he doesn't lie about him. He says 924 across 924, 971. I don't know him. That's the refinery worker and the fisherman. Makes complete sense. Okay, so those are the three interrogations. I feel much better about our guesses now, having gone over those. They make complete sense. And now, I want to reread this again. Does everyone feel better now that if you were still hanging around for that? I feel much better about our guesses now. It makes much more sense logically who would claim to be who, and who would identify Barnabas as who. Okay, so just going back over this quickly. They captured 5 people. All captured in the same spot. We saw the scene of them. Reasons cannot be communicated to you. It's imperative that we identify Marsh before June 19th. This is where you come in. I ask that you proceed immediately. You have very little time to foil him. You can get familiarized with these documents. Your analytic talents are our last chance. Okay, so he tells us the long story about Captain Obed. It is interesting, isn't it, that this is Captain Obed who went into all this, and his first officer is Matt Elliott. Okay. It's interesting that Mary, the wife who ran away, wasn't her father Obadiah? It's a little weird, huh? I'm just looking through this quickly. Obed comes to town. He creates this Order of Dagon. I just want to read again about Barnabas here.
He took a second wife. Nobody in the town never saw her. Some say he didn't want to, but he was made to by them he called in. He had 3 children by her. 2 disappeared when they were young. 1 gal looked as anybody else, was educated in Europe. Got her married off to an Arkham fella. And then he had Barnabas Marsh. Is Obed's grandson by his first wife. His mother was never seen outdoors. Barnabas is about changed. He can't shut his eyes no more. He's all out of shape. He still wears clothes, but he'll take to the water soon. Maybe he already tried it. He ain't been seen in public for 10 years. His wife comes from Ipswich, and they nearly lynched him when he courted her 50 odd years ago. Obed died in 78. Then he tells us about the Shoggoth, okay? Then we've got the organization of Barnabas Marsh and his workers, what they're doing. Working conditions are harsh. They work without breaks. It's kind of like a religious thing. Okay. Then this guy talks about, here's the guy who fills up the bus at the gas station. He says, the driver never got off, always paid through the window, had a weird face, toad-like somehow, to be honest. I avoided looking at him. They fired him. He smelled bad. Okay. I don't need that anymore. Mary Sullivan, the wife of the fisherman. Very religious, confirming. Little by little, he got more involved. He got his fish. They conceived Zachary. Son was born. He wanted to get more. He wanted a fish baby. She ran away. What were these angels? So he's fully involved, religious. It makes sense. She left. Would you take your son back? She's incapable of recognizing any of them. Okay. Jonathan is proposing that there's a trick involved with investigating if we picked Barnabas. Okay, Miss Yvette Harrison, daughter of Isaac Roger, was born. Okay, so here's Yvette Harrison, who used to go on the bus line. Let's see. Never many people on the bus. Everyone's got the mask. She's never been assaulted. We show her photographs. Can you identify the bus driver? She says, I can't identify the passengers. The driver, I'd see him, but he was getting uglier and uglier. Became frightening in the summer of 1927. He's one of them 3. They look a lot alike, so it's rather difficult to say. Okay, that was just the person that she said some of these people might be the bus driver, and we assigned him as one of those 3. Okay. This is the store guy that we think may have cried when he saw Bernice. Then a fish wholesaler. It was weird. We got evidence of the fish selling reports, invoices, but we never really found got any evidence from these people. Right? It's kind of weird that there was a lot of evidence about fish selling, but none of these people can help us. saltwater fish. '18 Arkham Street, Main Street. I do obtain my supplies from various fishermen. We ask him to identify. He says they all look alike. They have the mask. Can't tell you which one he is. Mr. Sullivan was blinking all the time. Ah, okay, so that was the key. That was what was hidden in here, that he was the blinker. Okay, fine. Okay, then we interrogate the 3 people. We reread the 5 people. We reread those already. All right, Raphael Keller. This is another guy who sells to fish. He can't recognize. He comes by later in the evening. Okay. Then we got some interesting autopsy that we kind of skimmed over this because we didn't know how to make sense. But this was the guy who got cut in half, right? Severed in 2 parts. This was just the cop that got cut in half. But now that we look at this, we can see it's poison, similar to secreted by jellyfish. This does sort of suggest that the woman might be sort of related to this. Like she had the weird anatomy, like jelly stuff, so it makes a little bit of a connection. Okay, then we got the 10-year-old boy. This says he's unrelated. Give him back to his mother. All right. And then we've got these weird things. The staff sergeant was the first to hear a clicking sound in the cellar. Wasn't supposed to. The thing came in, ran away, devoured. Mike would show us the color that was the clicking sound. So this was a little weird that it said Mr. Marsh's house when it seemed to be happening in the house of the foreman. These are the people going crazy. We don't know much of interest here. More people who kind of went crazy. I don't know if we're skipping over stuff that's important. Patient was showing signs of dehydration prior to his checkup. The patient fits in fits of delirium. Who is this? Private Jackson. Is this one of the guys who read the books he shouldn't have read? Is that what it is? Griffin was the guy who was cut in half. 53 Harbor Street was where we found 53 Harbor Street. Was 53 Harbor Street Zachary's residence or Mary's residence? Should have been Mary, right? Harbor Street, Zachary was found. Was Jackson the guy who shot himself? Let's look that up in a second. But this is the place. I asked myself, where did we hear Harbor Street before? And here is 53 Harbor Street on page 18, just to make sure we don't miss that. So 53 Harbor Street was the creature upstairs with tentacles. Hybrid, okay. All right, so back to this Private Jackson. Let's see, is Jackson the guy who killed himself with the blood? Let's see. Captain Boone was the guy who shot himself. Private Jackson. So Private Jackson is dehydrated and he's crazy. So let's just keep an eye as I guess I'm going to make a new card for unresolved. Who is Private Jackson? You would be completely forgiven for thinking that we are over analyzing all this when we feel very confident of our answers. But I think that's part of the fun, is to see if there's other stuff we could still have missed. Private Jackson. Michael DeCamp, Sergeant Hidjosa. I don't think we've encountered a Private Jackson yet. Martin Richard, Christopher Reddington. These are just cops that are writing these reports. But maybe we're going to encounter him soon. Okay, that's all right. We've marked it to return to. All right, so here's Building 18. They search. They break into the building next to the refinery, who they say is supposed to be the official residence of the foreman. At least so they say. The ground floor is whiskey, trapdoor, tunnels that they can go in and out of. Okay, let's read this again. 50 letters about organizing the cult and about the refinery. All letters were handed to the representative. We also find a photograph of Esther smeared with brownish gooey liquid. Then hidden under the floorboard, we find in a wooden case 2 crowns and 7 crafted bracelets, as if he's stealing them. Okay. Okay, and then there's the weird thing they found. Okay, there's the jewelry, similar to the jewelry found in the refinery, so that's why we think he's probably stealing it. Then here's Boone, who took some papers and killed himself. Here's the daughter, Esther, who got kicked out of school by Robert Phillips because she's a fish person. Don't know why that's so... Where was this found? Where was this found? Upper floor, they find letters. They find a photograph of Esther. The assault on Mr. Marsh's place of residence. Aha. It is a dwelling with rooms and cellars which are underground and occupied by blah, 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 blah. Mr. Marsh is away, but the house is not empty, and its inhabitants killed many of my soldiers. So Mr. Marsh's house was filled with creatures. And he takes some papers, including the daughter who got kicked out of school. Now, where is the house? It's not, we don't have a location for it. I led the assault on Mr. Marsh's place of residence. Occupied by creatures. Okay. So we don't know where he lives, but it is a separate location. And in that location is the letter to his daughter. So this confirms, at least for us, that he's not living in Amos Hill's supposed house. That's good to know. Okay. Then they went to building 7, which is where we found the photos of these photos. Okay, so building 7, Bernice, We don't meet a living soul. A bedroom. The bassinet. Trapdoor. Several photographs pinned to the wall. The first depicts 3 men visibly affected by Innsmouth mask. The second shows a man and woman on either side of a cradle. The third photograph is the same woman. Taken at an earlier date in front of Town Hall. Upstairs, 2 unoccupied bedrooms and a landing. They go to the attic and the guy gets killed. Griffin's body gets torn in half. Fine. That's when they killed this thing. But I'll note, this is not the location where this happened. We are performing an autopsy on the creature found at 53 Harbor Street. That was a shapeless mass of sprawling limbs. Another creature like this, but at a different house. Obviously a hybrid. So that happened at 53 Harbor Street. Unless we think this building 7 is at 53 Harbor Street. Let's continue on. So this is when they see the people loading into the boat. 2 silhouettes carrying a crate heading to the docks. To the Roulette Princess, which we know the fisherman owns. They see 3 people on the boat. 2 don't know what they're doing. 1's helming the boat. That's consistent with our identification of the captain. We arrest them. Okay, so the 2 who had been carrying the crate are 579 and 377. That's the refinery foreman and the bus driver. They're carrying the crate. Bus driver and refinery foreman. The others are in the boat. So if the others are in the boat, that means Barnabas Marsh. The other 3 were in the boat. That's Albert, Marsh, and Bernice. So according to this, it's Marsh and Bernice who are arguing. Operating the hoist, swear incessantly and seem to disagree on how to fulfill their task. Isn't that a little weird? That Barnabas Marsh is arguing with the worker about how to do the hoist? Jonathan says, are you sure Miss Douglas' house is not 53 Harbor Street and Sullivan lived in another house on Harbor Street? Let me just see something. Let me see if we can answer Jonathan's question. This has got to be frustrating for those of you who think just answer it already. But we like to do these properly. I want to see so we don't know the person, the store owner. That's fine. We don't know where he lives. But Jonathan is asking, is Bernice, does she live at 53 Harbor Street, where the baby is? Okay, so here they find on 53 Harbor Street the body that seems like it's the body that was upstairs with the person who was cut in half. That makes complete sense. But the interesting thing is that when we get to the description of that scene, that is described to us as a search of Building 7 on plot C22. Maybe actually the maps will show us. Not really, but hold on. We'll just put it off for a second. The home of Bernice is Building 7. That's all we know for now. We don't know what street it's on. It could still be 53 Harbor Street. It makes sense that it's the same place, but let's just... Okay, so let's look at this now. Search of Building 23 in plot D8. So this is completely different from where Bernice lived. Right? So look, the weird creature upstairs in the attic is Building 7 in plot C22. Here's Building 23 in plot D8, completely different area. They search Building 23. At 11 p.m. we force the door and we find a child who's 10 years old. They give him a name, they seal the first door, and look, that's on Harbor Street. It doesn't say 53 Harbor Street, though. But it is weird that on Harbor Street we find Zachary. And we think that's the house of the fisherman, right? Okay, and then maybe in another neighborhood, but down on Harbor Street is where Bernice lived. I guess it makes sense that they live near the harbor. Okay. But you can see why when we were playing, why the Harbor Street threw flags up. So Jonathan is just confirming. I think it makes sense. Both houses are on Harbor Street. They're in different neighborhoods. That Harbor Street spans the entire harbor. And it just threw me off because I knew Zachary was recovered from Harbor Street. I knew that the creature upstairs was found on Harbor Street. But when you read the description of Bernice's home, it just says Building 7 and doesn't say Harbor Street. So the two explicit references to Harbor Street seem to be about two different places. That's threw us off, but I think that makes sense to me. So then we think this is the fisherman's house. Okay, and let's see. Does the fisherman's registry confirm that he lives on? I guess this is in his house. We find his note about his fishing, that he owns that boat. Okay. No addresses, but all right. Here's Building 9, back to the refinery. This is where we describe this whole scene. Nothing seems out of the ordinary or particularly important to us, just more story of what's been going on. We know that the foreman's office has a chair he can sit in. Books that show he's deeply involved, and a letter from Marsh about the thefts, which we have right here. And Marsh says, hey, someone's stealing from the factory. Sorry, someone's stealing. Here's the letters of that there's theft. Here's the letter. He's saying, I'm not going to tolerate this. They institute a threat to our community's financial and a crime on a religious level. Come to my house tonight before the service. Was this dated? No. It doesn't say it's dated here either. Okay, so no date. And then we've just got a list of the evidence that they've recovered, which makes us think they match what was found in Hill's apartment. Some photographs that we don't think are particularly relevant. There's his chair showing how he couldn't have sat there with his thing, assuming he had it. And then we're at the last piece of evidence, which is the medical stuff. So if we just want to be careful about this, 377 we said was Amos Hill, the refinery foreman. Is there anything interesting here in his report? Irregular heartbeat. That's neither here nor there. We don't know anyone who's got a heart issue, it seems. I couldn't find any mention of heart from before. Poor vision. Low urine density, whatever that means. Brown acidic liquid when he gets nervous. It says blepharospasm of the right eyelid. Doesn't say anything about him blinking here. Is it possible he's blinking because of a blepharospasm? Blepharospasm. Nothing else, but that sounds like that might make you blink too. Right eyelid. Compression by the branching controlling the orbicularis oculi muscles compressed by frontal arterial loops. Looks like that could be blinking. I suppose we should note on here possible blinking. I think that's a red herring. I still feel good about this being Amos Hill, the refinery foreman, but still, it's mostly because of the brown mucus that we think that. All right, but I think that's still okay. But it does make you second guess. He could have a blinking thing too. Irregular pulse heartbeat is this next guy. Next one is 473. We think this is Marsh, so let's pay attention to this. He's got a mutation index of 8.4, so heavily mutated. Everything is normal. Increased gastrointestinal noise, and he's got diarrhea. No blinking, no pupillary reflex. Acute sin sensitivity. Sensitivity to exacerbated spinal pain. No blinking. Normal everything. He's got terrible eyesight. He can't see at all. He's got twitching, normal hearing, and it says multifocal scoliosis in his spine, calcifications, prolonged by a dorsal spine forming an angle of approximately 30 inches with the posterior part of the spinal column. Length of 32. Dorsal spine is particularly sensitive, and the detainee experiences severe pain during examination. So he thinks that's the guy who can't sit, but told the truth, okay? $579. We're just about done here. $579 is the bus driver, we think. 8.4, he's actually a little bit further along than the others. Irregular heartbeat, but normal heart. What was the guy who had weird lower limbs? Upper limbs are human appearance, lower limbs human appearance. Lower limbs, muscular atrophy. Detainee can move around but slowly and cannot stand for more than 30 minutes. Let's just, did we make a note of this? 377 can barely walk. Which one is 377? That's the guy who has the special chair. But he's carrying a crate. The guy who we see carrying a crate has got muscular atrophy throughout the lower limbs. He can move around, but slowly, can't stand for more than 15 minutes. But I guess there's no doubt that he was seen carrying the crate, so that's not a question of whether what identity you are. That's just a weird inconsistency with facts, but okay. Then we've got 579, who we think is the bus driver having bad ears with seashell. The last one, 924, who we think is Bernice. She's the one who itself says has male reproductive, but has all the weird stuff coming out of her. And then 971, who we said is the fisherman, is the guy who's got diarrhea, and he's the guy whose reproductive system is leaving out brown acidic liquid. So are we comfortable that the one person who doesn't have human male anatomy, we are not saying is the woman? That's a little bit troubling. That's a little bit scary. Don't you think? Jonathan says about the carrying the crate, I guess if you're getting rated, you have to try to keep walking. The biggest thing that's giving me a concern is the blinking is giving me a little concern. The fact that they all have human reproductive stuff except for 971 is really concerning to me. That's very odd. Her house did have feces. Anna Marie says, question remaining. Who do you want to interrogate? I was convinced by Jonathan. We have dirt on Amos. Ask him in Mount Marsh. That's a question. I think it's almost time. I just want to resolve this one last thing about the one person without male reproductive organs we are not saying is the woman. That troubles me. That troubles me. So 971 is no male. It's not quite true. It didn't say that person doesn't have male. It just didn't say anything about the reproduction. What would happen if we switch these? What breaks? If we switch the fisherman, if we switch these two places, we break the part about the refinery worker because we're told she was a refinery worker. So that gets completely invalidated. In fact, that would break Jonathan's theory of him crying when he sees her. So we really can't switch it. And in fact, we need him to be on the boat. Well, they were both on the boat, so that would be consistent. But feverish and pious, that matched fisherman. And Tourette's, we need him to have Tourette's. All right, so I'm okay with living with the weird. I guess we got to say that Bernice has male reproductive organs. I don't know how you explain that. Jonathan says, could we switch Douglas and Amos? Why would it be her in the running for being male? Not sure I understand Anna Maria, but my point is that it's 971 is the only one that we weren't told has male. So we would have to give 971 to Bernice. That's the only way to fix and give Bernice the person who's the only one who's not described as male. But we can't really do that if we want to preserve the witness who said that 971 wasn't a worker. And ticking. So if we gave this to her, if we gave her the one that doesn't say it's male, it would make her have ticks. It would make her have ticks. And then we'd have to either give the fisherman something that doesn't make sense. The one reason we don't, they would know, we probably had it right, I guess. The thing that's a little scary is it possible, Jonathan, that your guy who you think is her husband is lying? Do we need to consider that the shop owner is lying to protect his wife and is then crying after he lies? Let's just look at this. I don't really think it's likely, but he's a manager in Innsmouth, though, so that means he could have a reason to lie. He's been redacted. He struggles to identify his customers and state, the inhabitants of Innsmouth resemble each other a lot. Difficult to tell them apart. Many of them weren't buying much and would go elsewhere to spend their money. He identifies 12 individuals on the first two, but is incapable of naming them. However, he categorically states that the below detainees were employed at the refinery because they wore the workers' uniform. He further confirms the following detainees were not employees of the refinery. So that's why we can't assign 971 to Bernice. 971 is the ambiguous sexuality one. We'd like to give to Bernice, maybe. But we can't because he says she's not an employee.
Is it possible she's lying?
He's lying? We show him the last series, but he starts crying and stuttering, then refuses to continue. If he's lying about that, then we could give 971 to Bernice. Then she'd have Tourette's, and we wouldn't know how the fisherman was blinking. What was the other blinking person? Why didn't I write down about the blasphemous? But it wasn't 924 that's blinking, right? Difficulty breathing, green substance. That's why I want to give it to Bernice. Yeah, we can't swap 924 to the fisherman because this person 924 doesn't blink. So we'd have to swap more stuff around, which I think doesn't work. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I think we're settled in. We all agree with our original things. We just spent an hour or so going through everything to just make sure we were comfortable. It's been an hour and 8 minutes confirming everything. I'm sure you must be frustrated by that, but it had to be done. And we're going to take another little break, but we need to decide who to pick. All right, we're going to take a break. I'm really pushing you guys, I know, but we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll decide how to answer this question. I think we've got some debate about that, but I think we won't spend an hour on that, don't worry. But we need to take a little break here. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we are back and we are ready to try to solve this case. We were talking in the channel a little bit, in the chat channel, about how to answer the question that the game poses us. When we have no doubt as who you must question in order to successfully identify Barnabas Marsh, note the ID of the person you want to interrogate, and then read the final document. Very scary the way that's phrased. We're talking in the chat about how if we think we've identified Barnabas Marsh, should we be interrogating him? He always tells the truth. And then Jonathan is making the case continuing for Amos. We have dirt on stealing, and he's interested in Esther's whereabouts. Yeah, it's the Esther photo that makes me think we want to talk to him. If the game said we need to arrest Marsh, so get evidence on him, then it would make sense that we would now pick Amos and say, hey, we know this is Marsh. We know who you are. We know you were stealing. Now tell us give us dirt on Marsh, or we'll tell Marsh that you were stealing from him and you know where the daughter is. So that would make completely sense. It's just weird that it's saying the goal is to identify him and now decide who to do a final interrogation. If I were just reading this as it is, I would think that at this point at the end, the game is saying that you're not going to have enough information to decide maybe between these two people. And so you have to pick someone who will give you the information that will let you solve it. But because we think we've solved it, it's very weird to answer that question. But we're going to give ourselves we're going to decide after we read the solution how happy we are with this. But I am on board with trying to leverage Amos and pretend that the game is asking us get evidence on Marsh somehow. So Anna Maria says, either we're completely wrong or we're way too smart. Jonathan says, if Marsh tells the truth, nothing will have changed from his first interview. All right, so it sounds to me, Anna Maria, is everyone picking Amos, who we think is the refinery foreman? And he's who we're going to give our final query. I'll tell you what I think the guess is going to be. Boy, we don't have that much evidence about why. I don't have that much evidence why we think 377 is the foreman. He's got the brown mucus. Someone else had brown mucus, though. Who else was the brown mucus person? Oh, but that was from their, genital region. Okay, so Anna Maria says Amos Hill. Jonathan has been consistent about Amos Hill, and I also agree that it should be Amos Hill that we question. If I had to guess what's in here, if I had to guess, I'm going to guess that you're going to pick someone and get a little bit of hint from them. And that no matter who we ask, we can still identify Barnabas. There's no wrong answer. That's my guess. My guess is there's no wrong answer about who we ask one final question to. And it's just going to give us a better hint depending on the person. Or give us more information about them to prove it's not them. So if I had to guess, I think I'd guess that if we pick Barnabas Marsh, we get a more confirmation that we're right. And by picking Amos Hill, we're going to get different confirmation. But okay, we're all agreed we're about to pick Amos Hill, but we're also all agreed about the identity and who Barnabas Marsh is. So let's see. Let's read the rules. When you're sure, you write down the ID of the person we wish to interrogate. So we're saying interrogate IN 34377, who we think is Amos. But we're also noting we think Barnabas is IN 34473. Okay, here we go. When we're ready, we wrote it down. We take the final interrogation document. Then we do our final interrogation. Okay, so let's see what this is. Final interrogation. Who do you want to speak with? Here we go. So we're going to choose 377. And then we open this up. Okay, so as expected, you now are getting one last interrogation. So I don't think there's a wrong answer per se. We're just going to get some more hints. So let's do this officially. We've chosen 377. And now we're going to read 377's interrogation, and we're going to hide the one that's not for us. Here's the fish talking. I am Barnabas Marsh. The pathetic detainee standing in front of us fixes his grim and inhuman gaze upon us. Everything about him gives rise to disgust. His face, his shape, his smell, his eyes, and even his voice. Reading his file did not prepare us for this. This is the first time we've met these people. We've been reading these documents on the train. We've just arrived and said, get me a room with 377. He does not wait for us to interrogate him and expresses himself as soon as he sits down in front of us. Faced with our silence, he repeats for a second time, while strangely shifting his head in an abnormal transverse motion. Transverse motion. What is he like, going like this, like a fish? I am Barnabas Marsh. This time we answer him with calm detachment. No, Amos Hill. No, you aren't Barnabas Marsh. He does not react. So we did properly ID him as Amos. He does not react. And he does not lower his gaze when we spread out on the table the photographs of the stolen jewelry found in his home. This is what we were hoping, right? We continue. The real Barnabas Marsh will, however, be interested in what we discovered at your place, and that will show to all your friends. After a brief glance at the photographs, Amos releases a wet hissing. You don't even know who Marsh is, daggone. I didn't steal these items. Shh. Douglas stole them. He's the one who must be punished, not Amos. Shh. That crook hid them under my bed. Scum. Taking advantage of his agitation, we spread out the mugshots of the other detainees on the table. Before we have even finished, he jabs his fat finger on the photograph of detainee 924. Who we think is Bernice. And he says, Douglas. He points to it, his fat finger on the photograph of 924, leaving a slight brownish streak. Douglas, it's him. He's the thief. His cries of terror echo for a moment in the corridor of the underground shelter as we return the documents to the folder, not without savoring genuine satisfaction.
Bernice Douglas is a he. Bernice Douglas is a he. Okay. Clever. I did not. This is what Emery says. I did not make that little connection. So here's Bernice. So maybe it's not her baby. Maybe Bernice Douglas is a he somehow. That explains. So I was stumbling. I was thinking maybe he's saying that it's 924 is not Bernice, something else, but I think Anna Maria has cottoned on to what's happening here. Bernice Douglas is otherwise known as Douglas, and it's really a guy. And that explains why they all have male genitalia. I don't know how to explain her town hall. Maybe she went and had her sex change. Anna Maria says she was a woman, now a male frog creature. I'm not sure that's right. I wonder if what we're being told here is she went to town hall as a youth and got reassigned to female, and she was biologically male. And she's just caring for the baby. It's not her natural baby. She's just assigned to care for this monster creature. I guess we'll find out. But, so maybe this final interview was our chance to get a hint about explaining why 9024 really had male genitalia. But that's all we get to read here. We do not know what would have happened if we had asked about if we had talked to Marsh. We'll see that in a second. Jonathan said, I lean more towards Anna's read. The town hall is a different town. But that's fine. It's not relevant. But can you explain something? Bernice Douglas is a he. She was a woman, but now is a male frog creature. So your theory is she was a woman all along, but then when she became a frog creature, a deep one or whatever, then she became a male deep one. So Amos is referring to as a he just because he's referring to her fish form. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe the solution will tell us. All right, so following the instructions, we've read our final interrogation, which I think was just a way to get an extra hint from one of the people. When there is no further doubt, you can verify the accuracy of your deduction. So, what do we do now? These are the 3 interviews we could take. Okay, so that's done. I want to put that away, but I don't know how to read these next 2 documents. Okay, I guess we can hold it like this. So there were 3 letters in the final interrogation. Were we talking to her husband who was crying? Well, we were talking to a shop owner. We don't know that he was the husband. In fact, we got no evidence that he's the husband at all, right? That was just Jonathan's leap of logic, which seemed kind of clever at the time, but there's no, like, he's crying. It's true, he was crying, but we don't know why. All right, so we've done this. Of the 3 things, we've done this. Now we've got 2 letters here. One says solution and seems to
be a long solution, and the other one says deduction. I don't know what to do here. This is a little unfortunate. Is Gregory Pravat still around? Final interrogation. Final interrogation. Boy, I really wouldn't mind some advice from Gregory. Here's our problem here. It says when you're ready, note the ID you want to interrogate. Take the final interrogation document. Okay, so we've taken that. This has got the 5 different people we can talk to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, fine. So that we've done. Now we've got 2 envelopes. One has writing. They both seem to just jump up and start explaining stuff. So why are there 2 sheets? And look how they start. One of them starts with deduction number 6. And then the other one says final interrogation. And this one says deduction 2, 3. Deduction 1. Okay, so, all right, I think I can make sense. This is unfortunate. I don't know why this was done this way. But it looks like this sheet is saying like deduction 1, 2, 3, and then continues on this page. So I guess we're going to start here and read deduction number 1. We're locking in, we all agree, Marsh 473 with the terrible eyes. So I'm going to start here. I really don't know why this wasn't explained better what it wants us to do. This says, when there's no further doubt, you may verify the accuracy of your deductions. So now it's going to tell us if we're right about each person. Something like that. Here we go. Let's start. Important. After a series of logical deductions, you have determined the identity of 3 of the detainees. Only then should you proceed to the final interrogations, the choice of which detainee to interrogate will also depend on the result of an in-depth analysis. After this final interrogation, you will at least be certain of Marsh's identity. Indeed, this investigation leaves no room for impressions or guesses. If you are about to read the solution but are uncertain of your deductions, you may wish to set this document to the side and continue your investigation. If you're struggling, read 1 or 2 of the following deductions to understand how to move forward. In any case, you should know that once you have read this document, you will not be able to replay the Spartacus case, so think twice before proceeding. Okay, so it's telling us that when we finished the game, we should have been able to figure out 3 of the people. Not all 5, but 3. Then we were supposed to do a final interrogation. Which we should have been smart about. And then after that, we should have been smart about Marsh's identity. So it feels like at the end, we shouldn't have known, the game is saying, we shouldn't have known whether it was Bernice or Marsh, whether the person we thought is Barnabas was 924. That's a better way to say it. The game is saying at the end, you shouldn't have known whether it was whether 924 was Marsh. And that last clue we read, the guy pointed and said, 924 is Douglas. So that final interrogation got rid of 924 as a candidate. And so then we should, therefore, the only one left should have been Marsh, but we had already gotten rid of it. So maybe we were ahead of the game. I don't know. We're going to find out. All right. So now we're proceeding. Let's see what we've got. This one goes aside. The order of the following deductions is an example, one of many possible routes to the truth. Regardless, if your reasoning is sound, you will come to the same conclusions regarding the detainees' identities. Let's put this aside. Deduction 1. Agent Richard interviews 2 people who were in contact with the bus driver. Both testimonies concur. According to the old lady, 473, 579, or 924 is the bus driver. According to the pump attendant, 377 and 971 are not the bus driver. You can conclude that 473, 579, or 924 is the bus driver. Let's give you a super close-up while we read these. Okay. So that was our first step. That was easy. We got that. Therefore, we know who's not the bus driver. Okay, that was deduction 1. Okay, deduction number 2. You learned from physical examination report that 377 suffers from muscular atrophy throughout the lower limbs. Starting to get a little scared. Muscular atrophy throughout the lower limbs. The detainee can move around, but slowly cannot stand for more than 15 minutes. However, the summary of the Marsh refinery study indicates that the workers are on their feet all day. So we know 377 is not the worker. We did not catch that. We did not catch that. But that's okay because we didn't conclude that 377 is the worker, but we didn't catch that. That's a good one we missed. Okay, so we know that 377 is neither the bus driver nor the worker. Okay, this is kind of nice the way they did it. I wonder if we should have done that. I guess we did kind of write on there these things. Okay, during his testimony, the grocer identifies some of the refinery workers because they wore the workers' uniform when they came by in the evenings. But none of those are among our interest to us. He does, however, claim that 971 was not one of the workers. You can conclude that 971 was not a worker. Sorry, we did conclude that. Hopefully he's not lying. All right, so this says he wasn't lying. He's written it in there. Okay. Next up. Deduction 4. Physical examination report for detainee 377 indicates that he suffers from an eye condition causing blinking, blepharospasm of the right eyelid, probably due to compression of the ramifications controlling the orbicularis oculi muscles compressed by frontal arterial loops. We noticed this. We did not pick the blinking guy. It's this guy, though. So I hope this does it, though. Okay. Physical examination for 971 indicates that he also suffers from an eye condition causing blinking. Suffers from motor tics. Good. The invoices found led the agents to interrogate the wholesalers to whom he resells fish. None of them identify the fisherman. However, the wholesaler says that the fisherman was blinking. So either 377 or 971 is the fisherman, right? That's what we concluded. Therefore, 377, so he's just summarizing the conclusions. Okay, next deduction. Several of the detainees' physical examination reports indicate that they secrete a brown liquid. Wow, 3 people, we didn't catch that. We caught 2 of them. Mucous membrane secreting a brown, slightly acidic liquid over the entire ventral surface, right? We don't think that was the one holding the paper because that's all over that was their genitals, actually. 924, yeah, each of the stings, this was the woman we thought was a woman, secretes brown oil-like substance. Oh, here's the one that's the genital system, secretes a viscous brown gel. The photograph of Esther Marsh found during the search of the foreman's home is stained with brown liquid. So you can conclude that 473 and 579 are not the foreman. This is a bit of a leap. I wouldn't jump to this conclusion, but it's basically saying the foreman's probably one of these 3, so not these. Okay. All right, so we came to slightly different ways of doing things, but let's continue on here. Deduction 6. The dorsal spine is particularly sensitive. The detainee experiences severe pain during his questioning. Additionally, during his initial interrogation, 473 has a protuberance on his back, prevents him from using the chair. Likewise, 924 has a large fish-like dorsal fin. The fin cannot be completely pressed against the patient's back and constitutes a significant discomfort. We did see that, but somehow we didn't spend too much time on that. It's clear from the Marsh factory contact sheet that the foreman was using an armchair with a large backrest. Yes, we did get that. So these growths couldn't be the foreman. So foreman is, we're still consistent, right? I think we're still consistent. Yeah, we're still consistent. Okay. Continuing on, we'll have to back up if we get something wrong and figure out when we went wrong. By process of elimination, 579 must be the bus driver. We got it right. The arrest report indicates that 377 and 579 are arrested before boarding the boat, which is about ready to set sail. The certificate of registry shows that it was in the fisherman's house. Considering the size of the boat, panic on board is more than likely that only its captain was in position to prepare it and give instructions on how to use the hoist. We can conclude that 377 and 579, the people carrying the crate, are not the fishermen because they weren't on the boat. Makes sense. By process of elimination, 971 must be the fisherman, and indeed, we got that right. Fisherman, correct. Next up, there are 3 detainees left to be identified. 377 is not the worker, 473 is not the foreman, 924 is not the foreman. By process of elimination, 377 must be the foreman. We know we got that right because we questioned him in the final thing and confirmed that. There remain 2 detainees to identify, 473 and 924. One of them is the worker and the other is Marsh. It sounds like the game thought that by the time we got to the end, we shouldn't be able to know which belongs to, which one is Marsh and which one is Bernice. Why were we so sure?
Because, oh, that was the conclusion that we jumped to that was wrong. We thought Bernice was the female, and that explained the poison and the jelly, because she was female. But if she wasn't a female, then could we have done that? How did we conclude who Marsh was? Well, all of the interrogations seemed to suggest to it that was right. But actually, Marsh didn't have much physical identification for us. Terrible eyes. It would be hard to be a worker with terrible eyes. Okay. One of them is the worker, the other is Marsh. So here we go. There are some compelling reasons to interrogate either of these 2 individuals, but do you have a means of pressure that would force them to crack? No. And if, during the interrogation, you run into Marsh and he confesses to being the real Marsh, you will be no further ahead. This is the case that Jonathan was making, and Anna Maria perhaps also. It is therefore advisable to interrogate a detainee whose identity is known and who you can readily intimidate. Disregard 473 and 924 for the time being. You don't know who they are, and you cannot afford to interrogate them blindly. But we do think we know who they are. 377 is the foreman. What leverage do you have that might make him crack? Based on the photograph and his request during the first interrogation about Esther, you know the foreman is attracted to Marsh's daughter. More importantly, you also know that he stole from the order and was hiding the truth from Marsh. 579 is the bus driver. You have no leverage over him. 971 is the fisherman. What leverage do you have that might make him crack? You know he has a child who presented no symptoms of the Innsmouth mask. You also know that he did not care for his son and that he used to beat him. What's more, he is now in Ipswich and cannot be brought back to Nevada to interact with his father. However, it is possible that Elbert Sullivan hid his existence from the order, but you cannot be certain of that. It is therefore Amos Hill, the foreman, detained under this order, against whom you have the best leverage. He is the one you must track during his final interrogation. So it sounds like maybe I was wrong, that there really was a right answer for who to go to ask the final question, and maybe Amos
Amos was the only one that had useful information. So here we go. Conclusion. During the final interrogation, Amos Hill formally identifies 920 War as Bernice Douglas, the worker. Barnabas Marsh is therefore no other than 473, which is what we guessed. If these fish-man hybrids have not entirely repulsed you, feel free to immerse yourself further with such Lovecraftian works as The Shadow over Innsmouth, The Thing on the Doorstep, and why not, Dagon. So, we got it right. We got 100% right. Not only that, we got it before the final interrogation. All right, who got their early guesses right? So I got 2. I got Marsh. I picked Marsh properly as my early guess. And I got... Who else did I get right? I got the bus driver right. Well, that's it. How did you guys do? I'm curious to see... I would have been curious to hear why Bernice had male genitalia. John says originally got 3 out of 5, right? I would love if Gregory Pravat could tell us at some point what the deal with Bernice Douglas was. Was Bernice a woman and then a male frog, but then she had male body parts? Or was it a mistake? Or was it that she had a sex change and that's why she was at town hall? Anna Maria says, early guess got the bus driver and Marsh also along with me. Let us see what would have happened if we interrogated other people instead of Amos. So if we asked the bus driver, if we asked Barnabas himself, if we had picked Barnabas himself to interrogate, it says, we spread out the mugshots, we say identify them. He says, he points to them one by one. 579 is Joe Sargent, he's telling the truth. 377 is the Amos, he's telling the truth. 924 is one of the workers, he's telling the truth. 971 is the fisherman, he's telling the truth. He stares at us without blinking an eye, waiting whatever comes next with a grotesque smile on his lips. Take him back to his cell. The door to the interrogation room is not even closed when we sweep aside the detainee's photographs with a wave of the hand. We're like disgusted. He's basically just repeated what he said in the interrogation. He told the truth, but he gave us no new information. If we ask the bus driver, we spread him out. He says, identify them. He won't say anything. If we ask the worker, Bernice, he just speaks nonsense. Dagon, Cthulhu, Relay, Relag, Cthulhu, Fadasa, whatever. We know who you are. I am Barnabas. You will dry under the sun, heretics. Take him back to his cell. And then lastly, if we interviewed for final interrogation the fisherman, we spread him out. He doesn't react. Take him back to his cell. So we actually answered both things perfectly, even though we had Barnabas right the first time. Well, it's 34 minutes. I guess, as is tradition, we have to take our 5-minute break. I hope Anna Maria can stay awake for 5 more minutes to give our final thoughts. I will see you in 5 minutes for final thoughts and review. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're 9 hours in. We've wrapped up the case. We solved it. We were very cautious and careful before committing to a solution. We did, in fact, get both parts of that right. It feels great to get it right. And now we're going to talk about it a little bit. Let's start this time with some comments from the chat. Anna Maria, who's in Hungary, said, it was good. It was better than case 3 for me, a cold case dossier. That's what this was. I like those, although not as much as classic Sherlock Holmes consulting detective type games. So the first 2 cases maybe were more interesting for me. John says, I think it had an impressive level of internal organization, like how Jesse was able to understand the code used to reference locations and predict location 19 before it showed up. Yes, I think that's right. I think we saw a couple of small attention to detail parts that were very satisfying. Let me go away from here for a second. I'll come back to the chat. So just riffing for a minute off what Jonathan said. There were some small details in this that made it feel like a genuine police case. The numbering of the evidence from like name by the case number, then the building number, then evidence from 1 to 93 meant there were 93 pieces of evidence. There were some small details like that that were very immersive. And one of the things we enjoy when we play these document cases, crime dossier type cases, they feel like real police reports. And this absolutely captured that very well. The police reports felt like they were written like police reports. They were very generous in terms of the quantity of documents and the extravagance of having all of these photos, all of these diagrams in detail. I mean, it was very enjoyable to work with the physical documents, to go through this document set. And all of the attention to detail, which is what I think Jonathan was getting at, was very satisfying. And it felt very believable that we were in the middle of this police case. I mean, it really did feel like a crime dossier book from the 1930s. But much more sophisticated in terms of the way people were implicated and contradicted and gave each other away. I mean, I think on paper, I'm suspicious of these games that you might call sort of a constraint satisfaction puzzle, where it's like, well, the foreman has a tall chair, so he couldn't have been the one with the bad back, stuff like that. I'm always suspicious of that because they feel a little bit matter of fact, like they're just a matter of running the equation. But I think here we had a combination of that and some psychology that we used. And so the breadth of information we were taking in and the way it was presented made it feel much more fuzzy and interesting. And so we got occasional places like the guys blinking, but then we had to find out which ones blink based on their medical stuff, but then other reasons. Like there were lots of little pieces of evidence that came together that helped us rule people in or out. I do love when we're rewarded for keeping good notes. It's almost like we keep the good notes anyway. I feel like this is what we've trained for. We've trained to keep good notes. And so I feel like we finally hit a case that's like patting us on the back. Like you kept good notes, like a good police officer. You kept good detailed notes, and now you're rewarded for it. In fact, we kept such good notes, I think, that we solved the case before we got to the final interrogation. Jonathan says, I think it's interesting that you could come to a lot of good guesses based on psychology, but there was more physical evidence you could use to definitively reason about people. I think that's right. And the game was kind of like, well, maybe these two people you shouldn't have been sure about. But we used a bunch of psychology. And in fact, it was fun when we went back and looked at their interrogations and we were like, let's see how consistent each one's statement is with our theory of who they were. And it was actually quite wonderful that Marsh told the truth about everything. In fact, he would say it again if you asked him. But then the really cool part was when we looked at all the other people and what they lied about, it was very believable. They each were basically like the fisherman said, pointed to Marsh and said, he's the fisherman, I'm Marsh. And the other one said, you know, he's the foreman. It locked it in for us. We're like, yeah, that makes sense. That's exactly how they would do it. And I would say those small details of how the psychology of the people and what they said fit in really, for me, that was a very fun moment when we circled all the way back to those statements, because it's even more pleasing because when we read their statements, right, we said they're all lying except maybe one is telling the truth. So what can we gather from their lies? Right? They're all saying I'm Marsh, so we know 4 out of 5 are lying. Does it matter what they say? Like, what would you say if you were lying? Is there any logic to it that would help us deduce anything? And that was a fun moment because at first we were like, well, would you really make up when you point to someone and say you're the foreman? Maybe you'd have to know that person to do it. But it all made logical sense. It was satisfying that it sort of all made sense from a police procedural perspective. Like they hint that everyone knows the bus driver, so none of them lied about the bus driver. And then the way they lied about who they were and who Barnabas was very satisfying. That was one of the best parts. Jonathan says, I could see in an in-person group maybe being able to lock in guesses earlier using psychology and maybe even more sure than us through the second half of the documents. I do like what we did. I like that we made our early guesses and then got to see that we were right about one, but none of us were right about all 5. So that was kind of fun. I'll say again, I loved the story element here, the creepy creatures turning into fish. That's fun. And it was clever to use that to disguise the identity. So like you can't tell the way they look. It was fun how some of the witnesses were like, I can't identify them. But I mean, I liked the story. I liked the supernatural story. It felt like we were in this supernatural world with these scary creatures. And that was enjoyable. You don't know who to trust. You don't know. You're all creeped out. It's fun that it harkened back to the introduction to the rule book. We haven't even said how crazy ambitious this is, even as a document dump game. To prepare all of this, all of these documents, different reports, all of the detail, an immense amount of work went into that, and it did all work. But then the idea that this box, this Bureau of Investigation box, has like 3 different kinds of games in it. It's got 2 standard Sherlock Holmes cases. Case 3 was this adventure game that was crazy, felt completely different, didn't use investigation interview section. And now we've got a completely loose document game, a completely different kind of game, and a very well done case in this genre, which is a completely different genre, but still set in this world. Very cool experience. If you're interested in like sampling different kinds of games, this box has already given us 3 very different kinds of games. Very impressive achievement. Very impressive achievement. Now, the chat is talking about something I did want to talk about, which is Jonathan, Anne Maria says, I thought it looks like we thought all along Bernice was a woman based on no evidence whatsoever and fitted in our reasoning. I do think Bernice is the one area we might make a little more of an author's summary of what Bernice's full story is. Well, here is Bernice. There's a reason why we thought she was a woman. Because she's the wife, mother, taking care of baby, and here she is looking very much like a woman. It's very natural for us, and her name is Bernice. So the point there is, this is something, if you want to in our category of cons and critiques, it really feels like Gregory Pravat has shortchanged us at the end of each of these cases. The last case, case 3, the one exception, that was pretty nicely thorough. Case 1 especially, was really very short solution that did not fill in many blanks. Case 2 had many that weren't filled out. This case, there were 2 sins at the end of this case. The first was in the explanation of how to read the answers. But the third one was, there were a lot of pieces to this that weren't explained. And I think that's a miss. I think that's a mistaken opportunity, and I want to talk about it a little bit. I am completely okay with the player, as we play, having to confront that there are things we're not going to understand. The photos of the 3 men in Bernice's house, maybe one of those was Bernice before she had her sex change. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what it is. But I don't know. Why does she have that photograph up? Why is the husband's photo face scratched off? Why is she at town hall? Why is she called Douglas and have male genitalia? Now, I'm completely fine with saying, hey, life's full of mysteries. The player is not going to find the answers to those within the bounds of the case. And that's going to make life more difficult for them because they're going to be living with the unknown while they try to solve it. But there is no reason not to, in the end, after the finish of the case, to give us the narrative reward of explaining those things. You just have to make them up. Surely in your mind, Gregory has a reason why those are there. Probably. But give us the reward of, after 9 hours, of properly deducing that we can't solve that, we can't figure out, and it's not important for us to solve it, but give us the satisfaction of explaining that to us. And there were a bunch of those cases. And when we played the adventure cases, there's like 4 pages of explanation for all these little things, and even a discussion of, you might have thought this meant this, but it didn't. And I assume that Gregory probably has to write that stuff up for himself while designing this case. And I think, look, paper is not, you're not trying to conserve paper in this game. Give us another sheet of explanations wrapping up and explaining some of these things and why they might have thrown us off or what they meant. You could even do that now and put it on a web page. But I really think that's a little bit of a miss. And it's kind of part and parcel of the ending rules for this game when we open up this envelope being unclear. It's almost as if there was some desire, like when they got to the end, they're like, we can't waste another piece of paper. That's very odd. This game says, I mean, this caused us some stress too, this explanation about when you're no doubt who to ask, go here. That was confusing for us because we already knew the answer to the game. If we had gotten to the end and known it's between these two people, that would have made sense. But I think that should have been rethought, thinking that the players either might know the solution or might not know how to guess it, and it should have been phrased differently. I like that there was only one thing that could have given information. But then it says when you do that, read the final interrogation. So we open this up, and you can see as soon as we open up this thing, we've got somewhere in the list is this thing, which we guessed we should see it, but then this. Like, what if you looked at this and were like, should I be reading this now? Deduction 6, or deduction 4, wherever it was. It wasn't on a blank sheet, I don't think. But even if you had opened this one, like, that should have been done differently. That should have been done in a way where it was like, 1, 2, 3. Here's what you look at first, and you do this. You shouldn't be risking the people reading important information. It was scary when I was looking at this and not sure where to do it, what to read. But the first stage wasn't so bad. Final interrogation, that's what it tells us, read final interrogation. So we knew to read this first. Okay, that's fine. But then we got to this weird thing where it said solution, and I was like, do we read solution? Or is something asking us questions that I have to figure out where it's asking us questions? And this sheet just says deduction 6, and this one says final interrogation. Now this says final interrogation, and this says final interrogation, but this is the answer. That is not, and then this sheet says deduction 2 on the top of this page. And here it says important. So even though this was here, solution, it really meant for us to start reading this before it gives us the solution. And in fact, the solution is here, conclusion. This says solution, but really this isn't solution. This is what you start at before you try to read the solution. This is the last warning about don't continue unless you know for sure. And then you're given some hints to make sure you understand it. And then you get to this page, which starts out with deduction 6. This second page is where you read the final solution. I don't understand why that wasn't done better. It should have just been a very simple fix. You know, one thing should have been start here with your final interrogation, and the next thing should have been start here when you're ready to make your guess. And when you open that, it should start with this. Important, you're ready, you're about ready to make your final thing. There should have been no risk of someone reading this final solution. I don't understand how that little detail wasn't fixed. It was an amazing game. I mean, if you're just jumping in now to this critique, you're going to think I'm mad at this game. We didn't mess up. We did it right. But I just think it's inexplicable why that end wasn't more clear and better. Okay, and then Jonathan and Anne-Marie Jonathan was agreeing with me about the subtleties of the case. At the end, that would be the opportunity to say, here are all these cool things that you might have missed. Talking about fleshing out the stories we missed. And I think that's right.
and give more flavor. The end is a good time to tell more narrative story. These games are about enjoying the narrative, and it would be nice to have a little epilogue story. We didn't really get the epilogue. We just got that you've captured Marsh, right? This just tells you how you get it. And when you get to the end, which is inexplicably on this page, conclusion, you identify this person as Bernice, and therefore the one by elimination is Marsh. And then it says, here's the final statement. There's no story at all. It just says, hey, if you like this story, Gregory is recommending these other H.P. Lovecraft books to read. And I think it's not, the game's amazing. It was a wonderful experience. This is just a nitpick, but these games are about reading and enjoying the story. And throughout the game, that is presented. The game is presented as a wonderful reading experience. But that's why at the end, you should have some reading narrative reward, a narrative reward for how things turned out. What happened to Barnabas when we arrested him? How is that fun for the reader who got it right? And I think it's weird not to have an ending. It's weird in all of these cases. We've missed a little narrative before we're supposed to answer, and a little more hand-holding about how to think about how to answer, and then a little bit of story afterwards. Our previous case actually had a nice little epilogue where we showed up at Hoover's office and knocked on the door, happy that we had solved it. All right. Anna Maria is saying, the game is good, but the box and advertisement is misleading, I think, although I don't know why. The variety maybe would be more enticing to people. And Anna Maria says, if people don't like cold case type games, it could be frustrated with this one. I think this is a very good idea of mixing up the game types, but should advertise it as such as not as an SHCD game. Maybe if I wouldn't have been so frustrated with case 3. I completely get what Anna Maria is saying. She is basically saying, hey, the games and the rules basically only tell you the rules to case 1 and 2. And it's presented as a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective game. And Anna Maria is saying, well, guess what? Case 1 and 2 were, but 3 was not, completely different. 4 was completely different. And I understand what you're saying. On the other hand, it was such a pleasant, very cool experience to be expecting one thing and then have the game be like, 180-degree turn, everything's changed. Was a very fun experience. So maybe I would disagree with you in the sense of I liked that we weren't told what to expect. Maybe you could put in some line at the back of the box saying, you don't know what to expect. Based on Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective with new mechanics. It does say new mechanics. But I liked that we were surprised, but you could maybe, I guess I would agree with Anna Maria on the one end. You could advertise it as like a box of surprises. I do think the game might benefit from that, maybe from a marketing standpoint, but it would be truth in advertising. This game has been absolutely full of surprises, and it's been a wonderful experience. Case 3 and this case has been amazing to experience such twists in mechanics. And not only that, but sort of luxury experiences. In both case 3 and 4, Gregory Pravat, the author, has been like, I'm going to try my hand at this different kind of mechanic that I'm going to invent. I mean, the case 3 was basically an invention of mechanics to make it like an adventure game that we've never seen in a pen and paper type game. But it was like the most extravagant, well-designed, large, complex version of that. And again, here we are with a cold case, crime dossier type case with papers, and it's like over the top in how extravagant it is in the photos, the diagrams, the different pictures, the interesting complexity of getting to do this 2-part answer. So, I mean, it's such an impressive
piece of work. Jonathan says, nitpick. Example of maybe being too subtle. I'm not sure we even understand why it's important we do identify Marsh as soon as possible. I think Anna might have thought it had to do with solstice. Great gaming experience. Thank you again. I hope Case 5 will be good as well. This, Jonathan, I think this gets into the same thing with providing a better ending solution and maybe even introduction. Now, we are told, in all fairness, the game is basically says, you don't need to know why it's so important. And maybe Case 5 will continue it and follow it up. But look, it says it's very important. You got 5 days to figure it out. But it says very clearly that for reasons that cannot be communicated to you, it is imperative that we identify Marsh before June 19th. So, to me, that's fair play. It's saying, this is above your pay grade. You don't need to know why it's important that we identify him, but it is. So, because the game has said, you don't need to know, I'm like, okay, I get it. That's above my pay grade. That's not going to excuse you from providing more narrative to the pieces of the story that I think you should, but I'll give them a pass on why it's so important for us to identify. And I did like the theming where it's like, here's the file, right? We're like the specialist. We're given the file at the beginning of the game and said, you can read this over on your way to Innsmouth. And so our entire game was us reading the documents on the train, talking, figuring it out. And then when we got to Innsmouth, we went right into the interrogation room and said, get me number 479, whatever it is, 377. We said, get me in. I have no time to spare. And we called him in and we did his interrogation. So thematically, that was kind of cool sense of time that this whole game was played on the train and then we brought him in. And of course, it was super satisfying to get it right. You do have to have an attention to detail playing this case particularly. And it makes you wonder if there are going to be groups that have come into this expecting something else. But boy, I think this was good. I want Gregory to go right up for the second edition and to release a little bit ahead of time solutions for explanations and a little epilogue. I think the second edition should have a little epilogue for each story, a little better, a little more fleshed out, and a little discussion about some of these clues and how they wrap up. What's the deal with Bernice Douglas? Fans could write those too. No harm in that. Any other comments in the chat? How would you rank these cases? We've already heard from Anna Maria, she may be gone now or she may still be around, that Anna Maria actually liked case 1 and 2 because she likes the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective games so much better. For me, I think I would disagree with that. I guess I would say that the pure Sherlock Holmes consulting detective style of 1 and 2 were not as satisfying to me as the best Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases. The theme was there. I think if you read the intro again, you are not in Innsmouth. You are in Area 51. I see. They've been taken to Area 51. To Area 51. Okay. I see. Maybe there's some science fiction-y thing involved. Okay. Well, maybe Case 5 will continue it, or maybe there's some science fiction alien creature invasion tie-in. But where was I going? Oh yeah, ranking the cases. Okay, so for me, case 1 and 2, I think case 1 in retrospect was the weakest of the 4 we've played so far. And a little confusing, overwhelming, and for whatever reason. Case 2 was very solidly evocative of this world, and I really enjoyed that part of it. But for me, it didn't have the top Sherlock Holmes consulting detective experience of sort of inductive reasoning, etc. Case 3 felt very special. I don't want to talk and spoil it in case someone jumps around. And I thought, and was so surprisingly different, but so atmospheric. Case 4 was super satisfying for a whole bunch of reasons. So I would definitely rank 3 and 4 near the top, then case 2, then case 1 at the bottom, quite a bit below. If I have to choose between 3 and 4, I'm not sure, but I think I'm not sure. They were both completely different games and both super fun. So maybe if I had to pick, having just played this, since I love this stack of documents, which reminds me a little bit of Vienna Connection, I guess I would say that that's more dear to my heart as a detective experience. So I guess I would place this at the top. So case 4, case 3, case 2, case 1, they've just been getting better. Jonathan says, overall, good, big, cold case document game. Main concerns would be some might feel pretty confident early based off psychology. Other concerns might be some think Innsmouth has been overdone, but that is very subjective. Jonathan ranks them 4, 3, and then 2 and 1 tied. I'm not sure why I thought 2 was so much better than 1. I guess 1 was just a little bit of an overload, and I wasn't as engaged with the characters, whereas 2, I was a little bit more tied into the characters and the story. So there you have it. Anything else? Any other comments from Jonathan? I don't think we dare hope that case 5 be better than this. I know a little teaser about the mechanic of it. It looks like it's a little bit of a return to form, but I know that there's a grid map that's empty that we have to fill in. So maybe a little bit hybrid with case 3 type style. But what an achievement by Gregory, who's sort of demonstrating some skill with 3 different genres basically in this one box. And I think for me, this isn't, look, nothing ever is perfect, but we've pointed out some nitpicks, but overall a very surprisingly special experience. And I think if you look at the scale, in the very beginning, there was some concern that 5 cases, maybe they were going to be, we were going to feel shortchanged on the quantity in the box, the time experience in the box, and that maybe not being super H.P. Lovecraft fans, we would feel not as engaged. But I think the things that are adding up to making this sort of a highly recommended game is the surprise factor of these different kinds of games in this box, this real sort of artistic experimentation with different mechanics. Even when doing Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases, there's new mechanics. There is a huge amount to reward this game for people who want to see what a sort of experimentation and real sort of a skilled person playing with mechanics, what it looks like, and what it looks like to really be sort of daring about changing mechanics. And so I'm sort of gushing with praise for this at this moment, although I haven't been without my nitpicks, my complaints. Anna Maria also agrees the best experience for me too so far. So we all rank 4 as best. Anna Marie tapped out with number 3. That's how much she didn't like 3. So that's interesting. I do feel like there are going to be some real differences of opinion in people playing these cases. We did it without writing on it. That was interesting. I'm not sure why that was able to work. One of the things, and it says, I'm not a Cthulhu fan, so I didn't especially appreciate the theme, I'm afraid, just the storytelling and mechanics. Well, I think we found out that between Anna Maria and Jonathan and myself, Anna Maria is the least interested in this sort of horror-y, creepy, scary Cthulhu, H.P. Lovecraft world. Jonathan is somewhere in between. He sort of liked it, but there were a couple scenes in case 3 that felt over the top horrific.
And for me, I'm a little squeamish about gore in a movie, but I really like the creepy, scary type stuff. So I actually liked those elements. Whenever in any of these games, even if it's the police procedural, the more adult you can be about the violence and the scariness, the more I feel like I appreciate it, just because it's not something you normally get. I think another thing worth saying about this is we're putting this in the sort of crime dossier document dump. Sometimes we're called mystery suspect games. So I've done a couple videos of those. One of the things we notice in these games is sort of a mark of quality, right? And one of the things, I don't know if Jonathan's going to anticipate me saying this, but one of the things that you can sort of notice that tells you when you're playing a quality version of this game and a game that's not quite up to this quality, one might be the sort of quantity of documents. And that's a little bit true. And the kinds of documents and the type and how realistic they look. Here's a game that did exactly what I suggested, which is don't worry about props and physical things. Just photograph everything on an 8.5 by 11 sheet, which is mainly what was done here, with some exceptions. But one of the things we remark on in terms of quality of these games is how much effort is the author, the designer, put into painting a realistic world of irrelevant information. Giving a sort of a plethora, a mountain of information that might not be relevant really changes the way, once the player sees that changes the way they play it, because they can't then just say, oh, you wouldn't provide me with all this if that wasn't key to me solving the case. If you can jump to that conclusion, like you never would have given me that diagram if it wasn't important for me, because you don't want to do all that work for nothing. Once you're able to make that leap, the case gets much easier to solve. But when we look at this case, there's a lot of information here that was like just a lot of work that was involved, right? Like we got stuff like the fish merchant receipts and we got their invoices. They were not really important. It was just to hide that one guy said he blinks, right? So that was something hid. There was a lot of stuff that was added for flavor and sort of creepiness. That was pretty cool. It's cool seeing this madness theme in all these games. Then there was some fun stuff about people who went crazy, read books they shouldn't. More stuff for story. That was quite fun. But then there were also things like, you know, photographs that didn't need to be done, but were nice, very detailed. And then we got a couple places where there was the full evidence list of the items found in the refinery, right? Were these critical to solving the case? No, it was just a lot of work done to make it feel real and to make it hard for the player to ever know when they're looking at something, is it important? You have to then use your deduction, inductive logic to figure out when things are important and never take that for granted. All these photographs of the refinery, were they important for the case? Was this missing one important? No, but it could have been. And it kept us always churning about what's important, what's not. And that's the mark of a good game like this, when the author is willing to put in that work to make it feel real and to make it so that the players cannot assume just because information's provided, it's going to be relevant. Now, I was reminded, take a breath, but I was reminded when looking at this that I criticized the game. I said, these are story narrative games. When you get to the end, there should be a story narrative reward, an epilogue. I completely stand by that. But I do think, since we're talking about that, it's worth commending the game for this introductory narrative setup that was very evocative, right? It was this long, it was almost reminiscent of Dennis Wheatley taking his time to set up the emotional backstory. We got this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 full page, very evocative story told to us in the vernacular of the seamen about the background history of these sea creatures breeding with humans on the island. Totally flavor, but so fun in setting the tone for this case. That's mainly what it did. It really didn't have clues for us, but it was like, let me set the picture for you for this world that you're walking into and these people, and make you intrigued by these people turning into fishes and the internal logic of this world of interbreeding the fish and where the fish fit in. And I don't know, I'm not a professional reader, so I tried my best to read it in his little accent and voice, but it worked to invest me. By the time we finished those 5 pages, I was fully invested in this very cool story of these fish creatures rising out of the sea and interbreeding, and why you would turn to them and sacrifice people to them. And I think maybe if you have any criticism along those lines, things Jonathan and I have talked about would be a little more psychological, emotional investment during the case to some of these motivations and things. I think we saw the postmortem LA cases by Bishop Shaughnessy Stahl, who's like a master novelist, writer, and he brought these emotional connections all through the story where we really connected on an emotional level with people. We didn't connect so much during the story with any of the people in any of these cases in that way. But I think that introductory story was very fun, and it really made you feel like you're in this H.P. Lovecraft world, which is no small thing and is, arguably one of the most important things you want to get out of this box. And I think, that is worth reinforcing. You want this to feel like you're in this really crazy world. And the cases so far have really done that, especially cases 3 and 4. I really felt good about that. And we got to experience them, like in both cases, we saw people going mad. We saw the cops going mad as they read books they shouldn't. That captured that in a way that I really enjoyed. I really do like that element of these kinds of stories and movies. Straight from Lovecraft. Well, I think Anna Maria has an interesting point that if you're really familiar with H.P. Lovecraft, you might have a real leg up on some of these books. It feels like these are new stories, but is Anna Maria saying the introduction is actually from a Lovecraft book? Report made by Howard Lovecraft. Are you saying this is a actual written, published story by H.P. Lovecraft that we just read? No, because, well, that would be interesting. Oh, that would be interesting if that was a story from H.P. Lovecraft. Is it from Shadow over Innsmouth? It might be. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so I missed that. I've read it, but I missed it. You might be right. That might be. He is crediting Howard P. Lovecraft, but you could put that in the epilogue and tell us, hey, this came from there. It does say at the end, conclusion, you might want to immerse yourself further, such as Lovecraftian works as Shadow over Innsmouth, The Thing on the Doorstep, or why not Dagon. Lovecraft is public domain now, Jonathan points out, so absolutely it can be reused and everything. Well, that's interesting. It might be that introduction was straight from Lovecraft. Well, if so,
Look at the agent name, says Gregory. Yes, we did notice that H.P. Lovecraft was the agent name, but I didn't realize that it was actually all written by H.P. Lovecraft. Well, okay. So credit to the real writer then, H.P. Lovecraft, for making that such a compelling 5.5-page story. I think it was a good decision to include it, but I guess credit has to go to H.P. Lovecraft. Anna Maria says the story was based on it for sure. Barnabas Marsh, yes, we did recognize Barnabas Marsh from the story. So Gregory has borrowed heavily from H.P. Lovecraft actual characters. And I think if you walked into the game familiar with all that, you might have an easier time with a bunch of these cases. I don't know if that's a pro or a con. Gregory Pravat says, if you want to know the end, read the novel. I see. I see. So if we want to know the end, read the novel. But surely the novel isn't about 5 people who claim it and doesn't have... Are you saying the novel has Bernice Douglas in it and explains why she had male genitalia? Gregory, is Bernice Douglas in the novel and explain why she's taking care of the cephalopod baby and why she was male and why she went to the town square? Because if not, I still expect Gregory to explain that somewhere to us. Credits are in the rule book. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at this. Cover artwork by Pascal Cadalt and Renee Egner, except the Spartacus case. The Spartacus case artwork is by Bernard Bittler. Lovecraft's portrait by Bernard Bittler. City maps, Bernard Bittler. Jungle map, Gregory Pravat. House of the Sorcerer plan was by Space Cowboys. I don't see any specific credit to H.P. Lovecraft about that story. I mean, he was, as Gregory pointed out, listed as the agent, but I don't see any explanation about that story being directly by him. But you could imagine... You can imagine that the interrogator is all the credit needed. Anyway, any other comments in the chat? If Gregory tells me that the solution to why Bernice has the 3 men portrait and why she's got male genitalia and why she was at the town hall, then I will read the book and possibly withdraw some of my complaint about there not being a proper epilogue. We've had a long endgame discussion about this one. 9 hours and 45 minutes in. What was the book? I like the books where the people going mad. What was the book? Was it Out of the Mouth of Madness? What's the book with the guy from Jurassic Park is the main guy, and he's a novelist, and he writes a book, and in the end, I shouldn't give the ending. It's a book, the people go mad, and it's sort of got a recursive flavor to the movie. First of all, help me remember the name of the actor. Who's the actor who was in the first Jurassic Park and the doctor? Not the woman. Yeah, it must have been in The Mouth of Madness. Who's the actor? He's Australian, maybe? Gregory says, I know for sure it's in the French version. I don't know if they removed it from the English. All right, well, I didn't see it at the back of the rules. But what was the... And
And the famous director who likes writing these crazy movies. I can't remember the actor's name. Sam Neill, that's right. So Sam Neill, and I believe Sam Neill is in this movie. If it's him in The Mouth of Madness, then that's for sure John Carpenter. Okay, so there you go. John Carpenter directed Mouth of Madness with Sam Neill. I like it. It's quite creepy. You were asking about Fisher's wife. No. Fisher's wife was Mary. I'm asking about, unless I'm forgetting who's who, unless it's the same person that I'm forgetting, I'm talking about Bernice Douglas. Bernice Douglas, who had these pictures on her wall. It's Bernice Douglas that had male genitalia, but was taking care of the baby, and she's one of the people who says she's Barnabas Marsh. She was the worker in the shop, in the refinery. And in the end, we're told that it's the final clue by the foreman saying, it's Douglas, he stole it. The worker is not a she. Anna Maria says he became a male frog, but oh my gosh. It's the man in the picture, and this is the wife he had? Is that what it is? Did we just assume because the name was Bernice that this was the person? Oh my gosh, so that's fascinating that okay. I think this might be an interesting translation thing. Bernice is a woman's name in American, in English. We never for a minute doubted that Bernice referred to someone presenting as female. But now that I look at it, these were the pictures on Bernice's wall. So Bernice is this person. We just had to jump to a conclusion that Bernice was a female who turned into a male frog in some way. But I think the Bernice part was throwing us. It's amazing that we didn't get, wow, I think we definitely could have gone a little haywire there. But that's an assumption we made that really, we should have realized that they were all men and that maybe we misunderstood something here. But we were so strongly locked into the idea that Bernice is a male's name. Now, in fairness, that could be part of a planned thing, but I'm guessing that Bernice is the name used in the French version, and that Bernice might be more likely a male name in France. Is that true? So a French player wouldn't be tripped up so much? In Massachusetts people count of 1890, Bernice is male. All right, well, it's possible. Just answer me that question, though. Is Bernice more likely to be a male name? Is Bernice a reasonable male name in France? That explains why the face is scratched out, because that's perhaps our guy's face that's scratched out, or at least, all right, so that's a little tricky, because that also is how we came to this conclusion that the jelly
Anna Maria says Bernanke it's from Bernanke, which was a Greek female goddess. Interesting, though. It's really a female name in modern times. I think you'd have a hard time finding a guy named Bernice. Not that that would be a place to trip us up. But I do wonder if a French player wouldn't make that assumption, whereas an American player would. An interesting thing. It's quite funny, though, that we jumped to such a conclusion. In fact, you might want to, I think that might be a good point to put in our narrative detective school. It's almost like, I almost feel like we've been tripped up there in the past. Jonathan, what say you? I think we may have come into other parts of a game where a name was used to suggest one gender and it was the other. And I think that's actually a valid way. Even if Bernice was normally a female name, there's no reason that a game can't try to trick you by giving a character a male a name of a different gender. But okay, I think this is a good point for our narrative detective school. Do not make assumptions about names and genders. Ask yourself to second guess that. Okay, pretty cool. Jonathan, Anna Marie says, I think Jonathan went to bed, but then Jonathan woke up and offered us a comment. Okay. Any final statements before we sign off? We had a wonderful experience, really quite fantastic. Gregory does not give an inch in his defense of his game, but in this case, Jonathan Moore says, I got intrigued by learning the true story of Bernice just as I was about to leave. Bernice Douglas, a worker at the Marsh refinery. It is interesting, though, that when we confront Amos, he says Douglas is the thief. It almost makes me think that Douglas was his first name, but that was a little, yeah. So Anna Marie at the time was saying, yes, Douglas was always a male. It wasn't a sex change thing. But I don't know if Anna Maria figured out that these were photos of the girl he liked. Or his wife, I guess. Interesting. Okay, final comment from Anna Maria. Thanks, great experience. Looking forward to case 5. We will plan that out on the Board Game Geek Guild for Co-op for 2. Anna Maria, make sure you come there and let us know. Jonathan will figure out when we want to play next. Maybe on Tuesday, maybe next weekend, one of those two. What a pleasure playing this game. A pleasure to have Gregory here to help us talk. Jonathan says it does turn out we went pretty off the rails with Bernice, but we did still, with constraints, we still figured it out that even if we hadn't gotten tripped up, we still would have figured out that it had to be Bernice the worker and so on. So I still think we would have gotten all 5 before we read the final thing. All right. What a pleasure, as always, to be with the full detective squad and the mastermind pulling the puppet strings. And always nice to be right. And I look forward to seeing Gregory's epilogue in the 2nd edition, or reading the actual book by H.P. Lovecraft, where some of this came from. And with that, I'll see you next time.
Oh my god.